All right, I'm going to read this article to fill up some time, and then I got to go for a minute at least. So, this is an article called The Great Chronological Theft: Why the West is 1,700 Years Lost. Most of us have been taught a short history of the world. Mainstream Jewish tradition says we are in 5786 AM. That's Anno Mundi, the year 5786. Some modern Enochian sects claim it's the year 5951 AM. But the Eastern Orthodox Church, the true Israel that never lost its memory, maintains we are actually in 7534 AM. There's a massive 1748-year gap between the Western Masoretic timeline and the Apostolic Septuagint timeline. While modern alternative history theories like Tartaria suggest time was added to our past, the Holy Fathers warn us of the opposite: time was stolen. Here's the smoking gun: how 1,700 years were shaved. The 2nd century rabbinic scribes didn't just guess, they systematically subtracted 100 years from the age of almost every patriarch at the birth of his first son. This is so deliberate a strike to move the year of the world so that Jesus wouldn't fit the prophecy of the Messiah appearing in the 6th millennium, year 5500 AM. Here you can check the receipts where they had done this. There's a table showing 100 years shaved off of all these people, including 130 years completely erased of Canaan II. So the proof is in the New Testament. In Luke 3:36, the gospel lists Canaan and the genealogy of Jesus. The Septuagint, which the Jews used through the Second Temple, included him. But the Masoretic text came after, including the base for the King James Version, the NIV, and ESV Bibles, deleted him. If the Masoretic is pure, then the Gospel of Luke is wrong. But you know the truth. The scribes erased a generation to break the clock. There are 3 witnesses to this forgery. First is St. Justin Martyr, 150 AD. He directly accused the Jewish leadership of his day of altering the chronologies to hide the fact that Christ arrived exactly on time. Second is St. Hippolytus of Rome in 200 AD. Before the West drifted away, the greatest scholars of Rome agreed with the East. He confirmed from the birth of Adam, 5,500 years must be fulfilled, and in that year the Savior appeared. Third is St. Ephrem the Syrian in the 4th century. Stated clearly that the scribes subtracted from the years that they might not be convicted by the coming of Christ. So why this matters for missing history? The Western world, Protestant and Roman Catholic, is living in a 4,000-year BC bubble. Because they use a compressed timeline, they can't account for ancient civilizations, leading people to come up with theories for Tartaria and phantom time to explain the gaps. But when you restore 7,534 years of the church, the Great Flood moves to 3,300 BC, not 2348. The creation of the world moves to 5509 BC, and the missing years of ancient history suddenly reappear. The West has been using a broken clock. The Orthodox Church is still on apostolic time. All right, I'm going to mute up.
Thank you, dude. Right, seriously, thank you, mate. I really appreciate that.
Well, what's today's date then?
Friday the 20th.
Whatever it is, add 1,748 years to it, because we're farther in the future than you think. Yeah, baby.
Where's my moon base then?
I knew that. See, I knew something was off. Remember I told you about that last year? That something wasn't right with that calendar?
What's the underlying philosophy of the flat earther? The general flat earther?
We generally think globers are hilarious, and this is Freak Out Friday, and we laugh at them. That's generally the way it is.
You're glitching out a little bit. Well, that was not just me, right? Everybody heard that, right? Hmm.
You guys ever get embarrassed about being flat earthers? Like at social events? In real life?
Boy. Everybody's
like
switching it up.
Would you just like to talk about it with people? It's like a serious question.
Yeah, dude, I don't understand what you're saying because your voice is super glitchy.
Check.
Damn.
Jeff, you're reaching out.
Is this some kind of coordinated thing we all do?
Sorry, what's that? Welcome to the chat. Hi, what's wrong?
Yeah, it's coordinated.
He freaked out.
Hey, cool guy, if you're trying to talk, we can't understand what you're saying. If you can hear me.
Yeah, I wasn't talking. You probably can hear me now.
Oh, okay. I heard that.
It's not a troll question. I was just asking if you guys are like embarrassed about talking about being a flat earther in real life, or if like you just don't bring it up.
Am I embarrassed about talking about being a flat earther in real life?
I mean, of course, there's a social stigma to it, right? I mean, it's not like we were born this way. We used to accept the globe up until a few years ago. We used to laugh at flat earthers. So I would say it's a humbling experience, and you have to be careful who you bring it up with, because if the knee-jerk reaction is for people to close off their ears and mock and ridicule you, they're probably not open to new information to begin with.
Yeah, you definitely got to pick your people you talk to about it, because a lot of people are just going to ridicule, like you just said. They don't want to actually listen to what you're saying. But anyway.
Right. It's a hurdle that we have to overcome in our conversations here and in the general public, because that knee-jerk reaction is to think we're the dumbest people on earth, you know, and for those of us looking into it,
Unfortunately, you're
we have to
breaking up a little
overcome
bit, Yoder. You're breaking up a little, man. I'm
breaking up
sorry.
too.
Maybe it's just me. I'll
Yeah.
shut up.
No, it's an important topic. It's if you were brought up like in a NASA family or maybe an aerospace family or something related like that, you're going to be up against a very strong, powerful belief system that surrounds you. Everybody just accepts that Earth is a globe, and the evidence for that is seemingly everywhere and through deep history. I mean, that's how we come to the table. That's the assumptions that we have to start breaking, because the evidence doesn't really exist like people think it does. And it wasn't as prevalent through deep history as people thought it was either. And if you're going to go against what your family members and friends and even coworkers might accept to be true at a very fundamental level, I mean, this is the underpinning cosmology for the world, then you might be seen as somewhat eccentric. I mean, obviously that's the case. You might even be seen as a personality risk, a higher risk, a bad fit risk for your company if you talk about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to work with anybody that's a flat earther, to be honest.
Exactly.
No,
I mean, that's the issue, right? So we do exist. You probably work with some people that think like we do, but they don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. Like there is an inclination for new people who are new to this topic, and they dive right in and they want to accept flat Earth and become flat Earth believers. We in our community don't necessarily like it when people do that either, because these people end up becoming some of the biggest zealots, maybe big voices on the internet, and they're just into this topic for escape value, for the escapists, because they distrust society, government, whatever. Maybe they've got a bone to pick. They hate paying taxes. Whatever the case is, that's their angle. They're coming to this mainly from even a conspiracy theorist standpoint. And, you know, our community by and large seems to reject that wholesale. At least I certainly do, and so do many here. This topic isn't about conspiracy theory. It's really about measurement and science. Now, there might be some related issues regarding conspiracy around it. Certainly, NASA's got a big sword of Damocles hanging over its head in this regard. You know, but NASA itself, their founding wasn't to conceal the true nature of Earth from the public or anything like that. They were founded in order to provide a propaganda arm for the West to counter Soviet space developments and space claims. So their primary modus operandi is really just projecting American superpower and technology and capabilities. And they also do some real scientific research on the side. Absolutely, they do. I wouldn't dispute that at all. But where, you know, flat Earth comes in is there are probably going to be some people at NASA, maybe some people at the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration, some people at the U.S. Geological Survey who are questioning what the nature of Earth is. I've heard that there actually is a program funded by the government in partnership with the University of Maryland. This is a rumor. I can't confirm this, but they're interested in this topic that we discuss here. And it's been around a while. So there is some, you know, hidden pockets of interest out there. But I think for the most part, what's driving the globe is a belief system. Everybody believes it. It's almost like an urban myth. Like everybody just accepts at face value that the globe is true and has no problem with it. And you can go lead a normal, functional life that way. And cool guy Jeff decided to bail. Well, I guess he didn't want to hear me ramble on about this, huh?
Probably wasn't even listening to you, but I agree with you, Yoder. I mean, the conspiracy theory, if there is any in this subject, is the globe itself. That's the
Yeah,
theory they came up with and can't back up with anything. But people don't want to get to that level of knowledge about it, do they? Most
that's
people
right.
don't even.
So you've got, like, on one hand, you've got the conspiracy theorist, flat Earth believer, who probably should be somewhat mocked and ridiculed because they're in this for the escapism. They don't really know what they profess to be true. They're just diving right in because maybe they think it's cool and hip and fun to be an edgelord. And I think that actually encompasses a vast majority of flat earthers out there, unfortunately. And it is pretty cringe. Like, it's so cringe. I don't want to associate with people like that. I really don't. I want nothing to do with that side of this community whatsoever. They're crazy. Um, they don't want to put in the work. They don't want to go out there and make their own observations. They don't want to read through literature. They don't even know how to successfully argue this. And you know what happens to them? They become victims of predatory globers out there who like to pick on these people. Look at all the interview shows. They're like some of our biggest detractors, Keegan, MC Toon, a lot of these folks. I mean, they like to prey. I would say they prey upon, in a figurative sense, um, these conspiracy flurf believers, because they're easy pickings. They're easy to ridicule. And you know what? Good for them. Good for them for holding that side of our community accountable to their nonsense. The rest of us will carry on and carry the torch the way it's meant to be carried, through direct realism, through empirical observations and measurements, through rational thinking, clear-headed thinking, and no sacred cows.
Those are excellent points, Yoder. I mean, the main thing I don't understand about people is we shed this entire belief system without any evidence behind it. Why do people want to immediately leap into their own little fantasy stories and stuff without any evidence? It doesn't make any sense, does it? It's crazy. And then, like you said, they set themselves up for ridicule. And if you don't have any substance behind what you're saying, you're going to come off crazy, right?
Yeah, that's
You know
right.
what
Well said, Dave.
So many people don't get the main point of this whole thing to me is this entire belief system we were all taught, but they never had any evidence behind it. And, we're pointing that out and, the flat water and all the basic stuff. And as far as what's going on in the sky, it's great to fantasize and theorize about it, but we'll probably never know exactly what's going on in the sky. But you know what I mean. I'll shut up.
No, it's okay. That's good, man. Keep going if you can. I actually have to go on silent mode here for a minute. I'll be back in like 20.
Okay, man, I'll hang around, but if there's anybody else got any questions, go ahead. That's about all I got to say. I mean, this entire subject to me is just about accepting reality as it's presenting itself to the best of my ability. And there's all kinds of mystical, wondrous things going on above us that I'll probably never, ever have any of the first clue about how they work. But if the sun wasn't doing whatever it does, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you right now. But anyway. Is there any other new people on here or somebody else that wants to talk? This has been Dead Air Dave. And as far as I can tell, the Earth is not a globe that's in motion, that's in some vacuum of space where you have gas pressure sitting right next to nothing. That doesn't happen in nature anyway. Looks like globe deniers, a whole panel full. Either the next person wants to talk or they don't. I see Rex. I'll say hello to Rex. No pressure. If you want to talk, you go ahead. You have questions? Do you want to say hi? Would you like to remain silent? Okay, your option. Anyway, good day to everyone, or night, wherever you're at. Have a great day on the plane of existence. And don't worry about what the evil controllers are firing missiles at each other or whatever the hell's going on. Just take care of you and your world. Accept reality as it presents itself. Is that hard to do? It's not for me anyway.
All right. Dr. Yoda is in.
What up, Yoder?
I'd like to welcome you and everybody else, the audience listening, to Freak Out Fridays. That's right, Freak Out Fridays, where Globers lose their mind after being pent up all week. They usually like to come in here and let loose and share their pain and suffering with us. It might be time for Yoder's Butthurt Cream. Alrighty, there we go. Name changed. All right, let's kick off Freak Out Friday with a little jingle.
Did a comic sting online? Did your feelings cross a line? Got a little salty steam? Reach for Yoder's Butthurt Cream. Yoder's Butthurt Cream for all your butthurt needs. Oh yeah! Smooth it on, feel so serene. Only $39.59 for Yoder's Butthurt Cream.
For limited time only, Yoder's Butthurt Cream, $39.59. Buy one, get one free. Share it with a friend, pass it on, maybe practice applying it to each other. Coming soon is the edible version. Welcome, chat. Welcome to the room. Welcome to Freak Out Friday. Hello, Kimon. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. It's okay if you don't want to mic up right now. Many people don't. They just come in, they want to listen. This is an English learning hub, so we respect it. But in case you're lost, let me tell you where you are. You are in the 24/7 Flat Earth room. This is where you get to share your views on the nature of Earth. If you've ever wondered whether or not Earth is a globe, if you've ever wondered about flat Earth, look no further. Talk to us. We'll point you in the right direction. The Earth is flat. And to be honest, guys, I can't think of any other community online that I'd want to be a part of right now than this one. This is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth, without a doubt. Everywhere else sucks. We're the best. 24/7 Flat Earth. For any of you that might still be in school and college, let your friends and professors know. We're here. We're willing to talk to them. For anybody that's working in a job where it seems like you might have to use a globe for work, we can talk about that too. Why don't you come in, bring it up, have your coworkers come in, hang out with us. Let's find out what this really is about. If you've ever been to school and the teacher says there are no dumb questions, your teacher is lying to you. There are plenty of dumb questions. There are plenty of dumb questions you can ask, but you know what? Don't be afraid to ask those dumb questions. Teachers say that because they want you to ask the dumb questions and they want you to feel confident as you do, but they don't want you to feel dumb when you ask them. But it's okay to have dumb questions. And it's okay to feel dumb when we give you a dumb answer. Charlie Handsome says that he gets picked on at work for being a flat earther. Yeah, one of the biggest crucial mistakes you can make, especially as a new guy to flat earth, is to tell all your friends, coworkers, family about it because you just want to help. You want them to know you're coming from a good place, but you know what? The rest of the world isn't ready to hear it. There's a reason why we set up shop in here and let people come to us like an information kiosk. We're here to give you information. We're not going to you. You come to us. It's very important for people to want to initiate the conversation on their end. Because if we go out proselytizing like a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, door to door, sharing the truth of flat earth, we're going to get the door slammed in our faces. At best, it might help us build up character, but we'll be ridiculed and mocked. Because people aren't ready to hear it. Basically, most truths, when you first hear them, they sound like a lie. And it isn't until much investigation and questioning and going through the process of finding out yourself that you discover that maybe that lie was true all along and you were wrong. It was just a matter of your perspective. Maybe you had blinders on. But if you go out and proselytize, you will definitely be mocked and ridiculed without a doubt. And if you put your livelihood on the line, your income for flat earth, then yeah, you run the real risk of getting fired. You know, I wouldn't want to go into a sports bar and start preaching the gospel. There's a time and place for every conversation, including this one. And maybe your place of work is not the time and place ever to bring this topic up, and that's okay.
Usually the numbers get stacked on top before the letters. So 24/7 may show up first in gigantic lists of things. New people to the server may have no idea. They just find themselves in the first room that they see, which happens to be the biggest and the best. But they don't read what the server room is about in here. They pop in, they listen. Some of them might be interested and they might hang out and stay, but others say, nope, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm out. Bye. They'll be back. We know they'll be back. They always come back. This is the most popular room in the server, and this is a popular server. And our home server, everybody, discord.gg/flat earth is the biggest flat earth Discord on earth. I mean, many people consider it the home server, the mother server, the server that is the biggest and best repository for the best information about this topic anywhere. Not only do we have a well-curated library of content that's well organized and searchable, but we have the best discussions in text chat as well. You can use a search bar at the top of the server, type in your search query, and you will find pretty much anything you want. You'll find the sideline content, you'll find discussions, you'll see people arguing the topic back and forth, so you can decide for yourself how you want to approach it. I mean, take, for example, Coriolis. Just go to our server, hit the search bar and type Coriolis and see what pops up. That search feature is probably the most valuable aspect of that home server. So if you're in a pinch, especially online, and you need some information quickly, perhaps you're thinking of a PDF file or a GIF or meme or something, or maybe just a good argument that you aren't quite sure how to deliver, you can visit our home server, type in the keyword in the search bar, and bang, you'll have access to legendary content from true legends in this field. It can make you an expert in a pinch, especially if you're a little rusty on a topic or you're brand new at something. Yeah, that's right. You can give them a taste of their own medicine. They turn to Google. They turn to Google and get perverted information from the globe. You can use our home server search bar and get the truth.
I have a question. If Earth is flat, then why are the planets is round if we see with telescope?
Because they're not on Earth.
Why you think like we are not on Earth?
Planets in the sky are not on the ground.
Yeah, I know they are swimming in the orbit like Earth.
No, you don't. Define what an orbit is. Tell me what an orbit is.
Orbit is like a line of a solar system of our planet.
Oh, yeah, no, that's made up. That's pretend.
Orbit, it's
Listen, if
about, it's
li-
gravity. It's gravity. Our
I have
sun,
gravity's flat Earth. Gravity has nothing to do
yeah,
with
we're,
globes.
if you know Neil Armstrong, so like when he go moon, he saw Earth is round,
No, he
right?
didn't go to the moon. That was a TV show. That was just a TV show. They just fooled you with that.
If it was a TV show, then why Soviet Union accepted if he was ally of America? Like Soviet Union accepted. There's Apollo 11 is real, during that time.
Only about 40%
yeah,
accepted it. Only about 40% accepted it. Not everybody.
No, the like
yeah. If it's flat, why can I see the Empire State Building
How
from
many questions
Europe?
are you two guys going to ask at the same time? How fast do you think I can answer these?
I can see America from where I am. How is it flat?
Which question do you want me to answer first?
Just
Any
ask
Listen,
him if
if you
he's
don't
question.
believe
Superman.
Earth is round, then it's didn't give you the job. Like if you believe Earth is flat, then you will
I'm
be
going to
always
retire in
be
10 years,
unemployed.
dude. I'm going to retire in 10 years. So don't worry about me.
Oh, so how many
I was
employed
using the
peoples
I'm
like
right at
you
the
traditional.
point.
might
Hey,
have?
dude. Hey, kid, listen. Check this out. I'm automating industry with robots and AI. So by the time I retire, everybody else won't have a job either. But I'll get paid for it.
Okay, so you're doing agentic AI. Wow, wow, man.
So it
Those
means you are
APIs, they're not cheap, is it?
So you are an employed guy who got brainwashed by some stupid weirdos like this flat Earth
No,
society, right?
we're designing the stuff ourselves. I'm not brainwashed. We're designing it. We're coming up with the ideas.
Oh, they ran. How cute.
Listen,
Where's the
listen. Okay, if
Superman
you
glow?
don't believe in Apollo 11, if you have
No,
telescope, you can see moon is round, sun is
I have
round,
a
and
telescope and I don't see any cats on the moon.
I have my telescope and I see Earth, moon is round, and
So what?
Venus is round.
So what?
It means all the planets in the solar system is round. It's proven.
Earth is not a planet.
It's only for you, but for the
No,
whole world, it's
it's
a
measured
planet.
flat. Earth is flat. If it was a planet, it would be curving. It would
That's
be
But
what I
round.
said. Yo, that's what
Right.
I said. I can see
Right.
America
If
from
it was a
Europe
planet, it would be
because it's
curving.
not
It would be a
flat.
ball. Yep. If it was
It's
a
not
planet, it
flat.
would be a
If it was
ball.
listen.
flat,
You can't see. You
if
can't
if
see
it was
America
flat,
from
I
New
could
York
have seen.
So which one do you want me
because
to answer? Planets or seeing
But
far? Again with you two.
seeing far, bro, with the
Okay.
binocular. With the
Okay.
binocular, if it was flat, I should be able to see America from Europe, but I can't
How
because of the
come? Why do you
curvature.
say that? He's
Because of
gone.
the curvature. Like if I look the America way with my binoculars, I only see the sea because it's not flat.
How do you look down through the ball when you're trying to look with your binoculars? Or do you look straight across when you try looking?
Yeah, I look straight across, in a
Oh,
straight line. That's
the
how
earth is
light is traveling.
flat too because you point horizontally when you're trying to view. How come you naturally point horizontally?
Listen up, man. Every time I try to look from Europe to America with my binoculars, all I see it's the sea. Why
It's
can I? If it's
because
flat, why can't
there's
I see America? I
What
want
the
to
hell
see
is wrong with
America.
you?
there's
Why do you
air in the
think
way.
you're a Superman Earther,
There's air in the way, kid.
Uh-huh.
dude? Optional.
Yes,
What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you think you're a Superman Earther and you can see unlimited distances? You know we have something called air here.
I can
It's not
see the
trans-
moon. What are you talking
Listen to me,
about? I
dude.
see the flag on the
It's
moon.
dude. It's not transparent air.
Have you ever been?
They put like mirrors on the moon, so if you point a laser to
No, they
the
didn't do that.
perfect,
Okay, no, that
if you
hasn't
point
happened.
a laser to the mirrors
Doesn't
on the
matter.
moon, you can
Irrelevant.
have
You and I are going to talk about
feedback
water
from the
now,
moon.
dude. We're going to talk about
You can
water
actually
now.
prove that there's,
Listen to me for a while. I'll teach you something. If you dive into water 200 meters down, it's pitch black. Why is that?
but I can see the moon. America,
I
it's
don't care
not
about the fucking
at the
moon.
same
When you dive
distance.
into water
Europe, it's from the
200
moon.
meters
The
down, why is
distance between
it,
Europe
why
and America,
black,
it's so
dude?
much,
Superman, why can't you see down 200 meters down in water? It's pitch black. Why?
Why?
If you dive into water 200 meters down, it's pitch black. Why is that?
Because light can't reach it.
Exactly. And water is a medium. Air is also a medium. Why do you think you can't see 3,000 miles away through air?
But America is not underwater. What are you talking about?
It's in air. Air is also a medium. It's not transparent. Do you understand?
But I can
There's
see the moon, which is far more,
the atmo is
away
thinner when you look up.
than
You're looking.
America. I can even see Saturn or
Where is
Jupiter.
the air thickest? At the close to the ground or up in the far up?
Yeah, playing Pig. Can I just ask him one question?
Is
Just
it
one
just a
question.
second?
You can.
Is it thinner as the further up you look, or is it thicker at the ground? Air.
I look at I look through air at the
Just
moon.
answer the
What are
question.
you
The
talking
air,
about?
is it thicker at the ground?
Yes.
That's why you can't see 3,000 miles over the ocean. Do you understand?
That's not how it works. No.
That's exactly how it works, and you can prove that to yourself. Okay, if you
If
put
it's
the little
if the
flashlight,
world is flat, you should be
go
able to see
outside.
in a straight line.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's not talk
Listen to
about
me.
seeing. Let's talk
No, here's a
about
test for you.
mirrors.
Shut up.
Okay, just
Here's
so
a
if I
test for
put a
you.
big mirror on
Dude,
New York City and I
listen, I
point a
don't like to
laser
mute
at it,
people. I don't like to mute people, but I do have that power. So just shut up for a second. If you take your flashlight out on
oh,
on a
you're
flat
threatening me, so
flat,
goodbye.
no, I'm not going to do it. If you take, God, you didn't want to
Hey,
hear it.
that's Freak Out Friday. These people come in, they want to share their pain.
Incredible.
It's almost like running a confessional booth.
Incredible.
Plain, you don't like when I get these guys going, do you? When I try to
No.
make them answer their own questions.
It's frustrating because he thinks he's a Superman Earther and he can see unlimited amount of miles, right? Then he ran. So stupid. I really want that function where you, instead of kicking people and banning them, you can hold them. You're stuck in this channel until you hear me out. Needs to be a Discord feature.
I'm sure we can make it a feature on the other server. You have to make
would be
their account
awesome.
bot controlled. Then they can't mute or unmute. Every time they mute, we unmute them. Every time they deafen, we undeafen if possible. I'm not sure if we can control. Yeah, we can. We should be able to, but not their end. I mean, if they actually do it, I don't think we can.
It would be nice. Anyway, if we have new listeners, if you want the answer here, the simple answer is this. You can go out and test this yourself. Take a little flashlight, place it on the ground on a perfectly flat surface and walk away from it. It's just going to disappear for you because air isn't transparent. You can do this during fog as well if you want to, if you don't want to have to walk too far. Turn your call lights on in a foggy night on a football field or whatever and walk away. They're going to disappear because you don't have Superman vision and air isn't completely transparent. So there you go. And the fact that people don't understand this logically in their own head and they can't run a simple thought experiment like this, you don't even have to go out and test it. You just have to run it inside of your mind. That is baffling to me. I don't understand how people can have so low IQ that they can't run a thought experiment. It is weird. Speaking of weird, why don't we do some X posts today if there's nobody else in here? See if we can get something going. I saw some very funny things from NASA this morning, and I bookmarked them under my morning read bookmarks. Let's see here. They have some new weird stuff going on.
Hey, if you got any footage, I'm collecting clips right now for a little project.
Yeah, this should be fun. Okay, so here's a picture of what they think that the Earth looks like now, right? So let's see. And you've probably seen this one before, but it's going around on X right now.
Is this the wonky space potato one?
Have you seen it? Look at this
Oh,
shit.
jeez.
NASA's Gray satellite also generated a geoid map of the Earth based on the magnitude and shape of the globe. Probably not what you were expecting. Well, I was exactly expecting some retarded shit like this, so there you go. Can you guys see it in the chat? Isn't that hilarious? This is the supposed smoothest marble-like pool ball ever.
The space tater.
The space tater. Right, so what else do we have? Oh, and to the listeners, if you're not looking, Earth and Beyond, an account on X, they posted the really stupid looking Earth. Looks like a potato, for real. All right. F.E. Alaskan Willamite says, Flat Earth Judge, I was going to ask him if he can take a picture of America from Europe and then post it inside chat. Yeah, that's a good one. I should have asked him that. Sorry, I should have let you in, buddy. I was just too upset because it was so frustrating to hear one of these Superman Earthers. Happens now and then. What else do we have? NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says that as a moon base is being built, NASA plans to install comm relays and observation systems so people on Earth can watch it being constructed in real time. So he says that they're building. This happened 3 days ago, actually. He was in some kind of interview, and he said that they are building a moon base there, and now they're going to film it. So not only is that contradicting what they said a few, maybe 2 weeks ago when they were going to cancel the whole thing, but now they're going to build a base. Additionally, NASA will begin landing landers on the moon on a monthly basis in 2027. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with this tweet in 2028, mocking the shit out of it. They say that they will begin landing landers every month in 2027. So what do you think, guys? January 2027, here we go. Monthly landings. We're going to less up moon construction in a huge way. He seems really confident. Completely ridiculous. But we're going to have a field day in 2027 then, because they're not going to do anything up there. Cathos says, is this supposed to be a gravity map or something, or is this supposed to be the actual features? What does magnitude and shape of the globe mean? Is more globy some places than other? Yeah, I don't know what they mean about this. I don't know what it's supposed to be.
That is the geoid model. That's showing the strength of the gravitational field, and it's exaggerated for emphasis.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, 2026 has been so far very, very good to us. They canceled the moon landings. They moved that up. But can you imagine how much fun we're going to have 2027? January, we're going to have to be kind of cool because, that's the first month. But February comes around, we're going to start asking some questions. Where are those monthly moon landings? March, April, May. In June, we can actually start mocking it for real because that's half year in. Where are those monthly moon landings? What's happening here? Where is the live footage from the moon base construction that you said you were going to have? You're going to have comms relays and observation systems. So people on Earth, that's us, we can watch it being constructed in real time. I mean, they're going to send shit to the moon and construct it in real time there. So I'm super excited.
Well, all that depends on where the future rolls from here. I'll tell you why I say that. Because just overnight, the Iranians knocked out, I think it's the world's biggest helium gas processing facility. Posted the link here. Qatar's helium plant provides 33% of worldwide supply. It's gone. The United States was a major client, obviously. And this is on top of existing helium shortages, if that's even true. I think just NASA's hoarding it, but with worldwide supply constraints, I wonder if they're going to be limiting their rocket activities, their satellite activities, and their space programs in general.
That's hilarious. Oh, so they lost the big supply thing there.
Oh, yeah. The Iranians knew what they were doing. They were hitting the space programs, all the major space programs with this.
I don't know. I'm starting to connect some conspiracy dots right here. Am I mistaken, or did Iran not say a year ago or so that they were going to go to Antarctica and take a look at that place and claim it for themselves? And because nobody kind of owns it, they're not the
Good
signature.
question.
And then now, how do you get to Antarctica and do stuff there? Well, you got to have helium, right? Because you can't just fly in with planes. The easiest way to go there is actually an airship. And what do you have in those? Helium. So now they bombed this helium plant. Why did they do that? So that they can't go? Listen, look at me speculating here.
Well,
That's a
we
worthy
had
question.
we had a meeting yesterday, and the helium was brought up because we design around helium, basically, and yeah, that's going to be causing some issues. How do you like that? Because we need it too.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, how the Iranians did announce that they were pushing into Antarctica to build bases for scientific research. And yeah, that
Right.
was controversial because they aren't signatories to the Antarctic Treaty. I think they were using Russian claim territory. But the Chinese have been doing the same, and I don't think they're signatories themselves. I could be wrong about that. But obviously, the big problem for those in control is, are they losing control? Are they able to control the narrative when people that aren't part of the narrative are able to go into the places now that used to be exclusively accessible by only those in the narrative?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Of course, it's only speculation, but interesting nevertheless. In my private time, I like to fantasize about going to Antarctica in an airship.
Yeah. It's interesting, like space is supposed to be, due to international treaties, hands off for military purposes, so no weapons in space. Same deal with Antarctica, and that only means that those that can claim to control and dominate those battle spaces are the only ones that will have the weaponry there, and they just want to make an extra barrier of entry against anybody else who might be thinking of doing the same. I bet Antarctica is heavily weaponized, for sure. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. But just as we know that they've had endeavors in space to weaponize it, think about the rods from God and orbital space lasers and all kinds of other crazy stuff, orbital nukes. I'm pretty sure they've got some interesting tech in Antarctica as well that's not purely for scientific research. Iran basically said as much. They said, in addition to their scientific research, they're going to be weaponizing and putting military there.
How many
like it.
times are you going to
Chinese
experiment? How many times are you going to experiment on ice?
Yeah. Well, it brings into question, like we keep hearing all these weird stories of strange geological formations that don't exist anywhere else, and strange artifacts that that are dug up from civilizations that used to live there, and strange lakes that are deep under the ice with thermal vents, with strange creatures, big ones, that resemble nothing like anywhere else on Earth. If that's even true, well, there's an interesting green field of scientific endeavor that only the few and the privileged seem to have access to. They can gatekeep all they want if it's really happening. So now what? Now, I've been saying before, my main theory behind some of this is Lake Vostok's creatures can be used as alien DNA claims because nobody else can verify it. And the DNA resembles nothing else like on Earth of these organisms. They say this. So they could be like, oh yeah, these meteorites crashed. No, look at that. We found some interesting proto-organisms. They grab a soup ladle from Lake Vostok, carry it over and dump it on the crash site of a supposed meteor. Aliens.
Oh, they found a pyramid on Mars. Speaking of structures.
Another one? Some Greenland?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. NASA's Parker Solar Probe that was another one. Oh, they just flew a solar probe 3.8 million miles from the solar surface, where it's like 1,000,000 degrees hot or whatever, and tungsten melts at what, 4,000 degrees or something. So I don't know what that thing is made of, but must be some super material from 1960s when they had the tech that they destroyed.
How funny.
It is pretty funny. We flew, and the thing is traveling 430,000 miles per hour. So the tech we have now, but that's nothing to the tech they have in 1969. Anyway, 430,000 miles. That's nothing to laugh at. Look at this shit. Completed its 27th close approach to the sun. I wonder how long it takes to even get there. 90,000. What would it? 93 million miles. 90 million miles away. It should take a little while, right? But they've done it 27 times now. Oh, the things you have to believe when you're a glober. It's so crazy. Here we go. Mysterious three-sided pyramid similar to those in Egypt spotted on Mars in NASA footage. Let's paste that one. We have any listeners out there? We're just going over the daily space news here over on X. I'm not posting this because I believe this shit. I'm posting it because it's funny. Katos says, I remember hearing all their official stats on the sun and questioning how, if it an alleged nuclear fission machine, how it was more hot above the surface than at the surface. Yeah. Daily Mail, though, I don't know. Is Daily Mail not one of those tabloids that just published like vampires and things like that? I'm not sure, so I don't know how serious this thing is. I could be thinking of one of the other tabloids. The Vampire Boy. Snowflake says the organism would be neutralized in the explosion. I'm lacking a little context there, Snowflakey. Oh, about the helium thing? Hmm. It's still pretty early. Go ahead.
I was just gonna let Yoder know my buddy started texting me back again. He won't come into the voice chat, but
oh, too bad. So he's gonna lob stink bombs from a safe distance.
Basically, he'll ask me these questions like things that he's already asked me before. Like that water droplets curve, and I'm just like false equivalency. I mean, and we've already chatted about this before.
Right? Like, yeah, molecular cohesion, dude, is not gravity.
Well, and then he brings
the NPC resetting. He's sea lining, man. He is not interested in hearing your answers. He's trying to preach at you, and it's dishonest.
Yeah, he wants to. He's saying now we need to go to a lake somewhere, and I was like, yeah, let's do it, man. I mean, he brought up some McKeegan or some video of a Glober video talking about they did this observation, and it, the laser on the boat was 6 foot higher than at the beach, signifying curvature or something like that. I said, well, what was the temperature gradient? What were the variables? Has it been repeated? Has it been verified? We've got hundreds of flat Earth observations that go well beyond where we see. If there were any curvature, it would be repeatable, demonstratable, verifiable.
Right.
And I mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's say you shoot a laser at 6 inches off the bank, and your boat is 3 miles out, and the light hits 6 foot high or something like that. That could also be, is it looming refraction, where depending on temperature gradient, the light could go up slightly?
Yeah, looming upward. Yep. Right. So it's up in your field of view, which, and it depends how you diagram.
I think that would be sinking, Yoder. I think that would be sinking because I was just saying. I think that would be sinking because if the light is deflecting upward, that means it's pushing the image downward. I could
He's
be
talking
wrong.
about looming upwards, though, right?
Right. I was thinking
from
it would
your
probably
field of view,
like
if it's lifting up.
Like I'm talking about like the laser. The laser I always present. I'll put it in the side chat for you.
He also mentioned that in a part of the video he shared, the horizon, the argument that the horizon dips below horizontal from a high vantage point. And I just mentioned that this can easily happen on a flat surface as light attenuates. We have this circular, azimuthal grid of vision. You can't see forever at horizontal. So it will appear like the horizontal goes down. And he claimed that no, on a flat surface, it would be infinitesimal or infinite, the horizon or something like that.
So are you talking like what I just showed in the side chat?
I thought he was just referencing like the concept of globe Earth looming, where something that shouldn't be seen should be below the curvature of the Earth is being lifted up.
Oh, you're talking about the globe Earth. I'm sorry.
Well, basically what my buddy, the video he sent me was some McKeegan video or something where he's going over some different lake observations, and one was supportive of globe Earth. The claim is because when they shot the laser from 1 foot observer height off the bank, the green laser lit up at 6 feet above the water on a boat 3 miles out, which would align with the alleged curvature or whatnot.
Wait, well, the only way to tell that, I was just going to say, the only way to tell that is if you were out at that same location 1 foot high and you couldn't see the laser from 1 foot high.
Yeah, and I would say to repeat it, or to try a couple different heights and see what happens. What if you do 10 feet high at the bank and then it's 10 feet high at the boat, and I think that would be interesting to do on any observation, is to just try different heights, because maybe you'll be kind of piercing through different gradients.
Yeah, I mean, for them to claim that it's got a uniform height from place to place around a curve requires a gradient that just happens to be perfectly conformal at such a lapse rate to the curvature of the Earth that's alleged to be there. I mean, and that's like a conspiracy theory in itself.
Yeah, I told them how, all we need is one observation that violates the claimed globe radius, and the globe Earth model is falsified. And he flips around saying all we need is one globe Earth observation, and flat Earth is also falsified.
Yeah, well, he's right about that. So that's why we say we got white swans. They need the globe as a black swan. It's white swans for us everywhere, because the norm is the flat and stationary Earth that we see in the first instance, and that is always measured to be. So where's the black swan that shows it's not? That's a great question. He needs to provide that. And if he's going to state that the reason why that the laser at 10 feet and at 10 feet on both sides of the transit is curving, then he needs to provide evidence that there's a modification along the ray path that is doing that, that there's something happening with physics in the air that is doing that. And this doesn't mean backfitting a calculation that could be true. This means taking measurements. Yes, it's going to be tough to do. And that's part of our issue with this whole thing, is nobody seemed to lift a finger to go do the hard thing and go prove what's needed to be proven.
Yeah, I just posted a link in the chat, that video he sent me. I think his logic is that this boat observation is his white swan, so to speak, for the globe. But I'm telling him, look, you would need to repeat it multiple times. I mean, just like we have these, like you're mentioning, hundreds of white swans. Everything's flat. Everything's beyond 3959. Where's the predictable white swans of the globe that we should see?
If he's posting Dave McKeegan stuff, like, I mean, he's a goner, in my opinion. I mean, Dave McKeegan is so dishonest. Like, we could sit down, it's going to be frustrating, but we could sit down and point out all the fallacies, all the holes in his logic and methods, and contradictions, even where it won't, every time he opens his mouth, he fails an internal consistency check.
And he'll steamroll right through it. He'll steamroll right through it is the problem. If you watch his videos, he doesn't even consider the possibilities of anything. He'll just steamroll right through his argument. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried of. I think my friend unconsciously doesn't want to come in here because the logical arguments would be brought up, the fallacies would be exposed. I mean, that's the only other thing I could imagine, because he has electronics, he has the ability, he's got smartphone, I mean, he's got computer. I don't get why he
honestly. Yeah, I'll tell you why. He thinks he's smarter than us. He thinks that he's not that stupid to be fooled by the shape of the Earth. So he's just not going to do it.
Yeah, it is a problem with confronting the logic, but also confronting what he thinks is evidence. He is afraid. He is afraid to be wrong, potentially wrong. 100%. He's afraid. He doesn't want to find out. Like, you know how we ask people, hey, if the Earth really is flat, would you really want to know? He doesn't.
Well, and he says we're true
Earthers. You got to think about this, Bennett. You got to think about this. If he found out the Earth was flat, he probably would be like, "Oh my God!" And then he can't tell nobody because everybody else thinks he's stupid, and then he'll ignore the flat Earth and just stay on the globe side. There's a lot of people that do that, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think the social stigma or being ostracized or oh man, if my family knew, and so it's defending the narrative, the basic stance and coming across, I mean, to me telling me that it's just some of the things he tells me, I'm like, no, this is logically fallacious, and he feels like that I'm spouting a narrative or that I'm not willing to concede any globe evidence. I'm like, well, I haven't really seen any. The video you just showed me, I mean, is it repeatable? Is it verifiable? Have they done it again? And then he said he's not subscribed to the 3959 radius. Well, then at that point, it's like you have your own model at this point.
I was just thinking, bring your own globe.
That's exactly right.
Must be a conspiracy.
So it's like every time I mention Discord, Discord is discordant. And like, it just seems like I had another buddy do the same thing, just the word Discord. Oh, well, Discord is, it means being in, in not harmonious conversation or whatever, bickering, arguing. They don't get it. It's just the name of the app, bro. Come in and let's chat. And then it's sad because to me, if you've got truth and logic, it's almost like a court. You shouldn't be afraid to present your case. He claims that McKeegan's observation is evidence for curvature.
This video is just shotgunning like a whole bunch of different claims and then whistles past the graveyard on all the criticisms of them. Everything from like this windmill thing to aircraft heads up displays to all. He's just going from one thing to the other. Gish galloping.
Yeah, kitchen sinking, just scattergunning. It's all over the place. No real conclusion. And that, I don't know, you mentioned something about Hawking's book on the horizon or something. I mean, that basically it's evidence for a globe that a horizon lowers down. I'm like, man, this could easily happen on a flat surface all day.
I would ask your friend to get really specific on what from this video, like, and if he wants all of them taken into consideration, then great. We've got a lot of work to do. Let's take the first claim and then go through it together. But they don't like doing that either, right? Like what Swole Dog was saying. I mean, David Keegan will just try to gish gallop, leap over past one thing and onto the next. Sounds exactly like what your friend does. You're in the middle of trying to nail down one of the claims, and when things start to go bad, your friend launches off on a tangent to discuss a whole nother topic.
Yeah, how far away is that boat again?
I think it was 3.5 miles. I mean, that's what it says on audio. There's not really a lot of information.
Then it doesn't match the globe. It's actually, it makes a smaller globe if that's the case.
Dr. Yoder's birth hurt cream.
Yeah, you want some?
That's a very interesting name, man. You're original.
Well, welcome to Freak Out Friday. There's a lot of pain to go around.
Wow. Thank you for welcoming me.
So yeah, if you think about it, right, 1 foot, 1.225 miles, and it's 3.5 miles, so that leaves you 2.225 left. You're still a whole 3/4 of a mile away where that 6 feet should occur.
Yeah, exactly. It makes me think if you didn't record any temperature conditions, there could easily be going something on. And then he claims that flat earthers do observations without putting the laser at level, and that we're just looking at the horizon point instead of at a tangent, and it's just a bunch of baseless claims when everyone's bringing their laser level. I mean, most observations, that's the whole point, is that you're at the top of the ball doing a tangent to test, DOD.
Here's my thing: how level was the laser? That'd be my question. Was this laser perfectly leveled? How did they consider that?
Yeah, a lot of variables, and it'd be nice to see, like you just tell them, has it been repeated? And then this is where it kind of falls apart into, we get back into this philosophical argument, or argument over definitions, or well, it could be both then.
And here's another thing, right? They're only 3 miles away. They could have been on a radio and said, "Hey, can you lower the laser down a little bit? The tip might be up a little bit." It should have hit the Earth, right?
Yeah,
If they would have lowered it down.
yeah,
So at the end of the day, like, he's trying to make this unfalsifiable. If he can't have his side, his argument, his globe, then we can't have a flat Earth either. Right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's what they
And
do. I mean, Indio calls it throwing themselves on the gears, right? Anything to gum up the works, to stop the process, to stop discovering and unfolding what the second, third order effects are if we are right. It's psychological distancing. It's total, like, mental behavior.
Well, and what's interesting is that, he says the Atmos is unreliable, and our vision is unreliable. But then I get the video from McKeegan, or from visual observations, and we're back to the visual observation being credible.
Yeah, it's reliable when they do it, but not when anybody else does. It's kind of like refraction, how it's being used. If you can see too far, then it's refracted. And if you can't see too far, then it's not refracted.
Yeah, and then it's like anytime we see beyond the alleged curve, it's flat, and anytime we see it right at where we should see it according to the calculations, quote unquote, it's a globe. And so we can't know either way.
And so why is he butthurt over this argument? He should just go about his business and be done if he thinks that's the case. Or is he trying to save you or convince you to, of the other thing?
Well, I just notice every now and then there's these kind of mocking little statements at the end of a question or something, like, hey, let's do an observation at the lake. NASA won't be there to interfere, or like little jabs. Yeah, little jabs at flat Earth, or like, I'm in a dismissive echo chamber, in flat Earth, or just dismissing the globe evidence.
Dude, your friend's an asshole. Like, I wouldn't talk to him anymore. Seriously, I'd cut these loser psychos out of my life. Like, I wouldn't trust my kids to be around someone who acts like that, a grown up.
That's what I did.
Yep. I mean, this guy's clearly hurt, like, and he's probably more obsessed with this topic than any of us are. He hides it from you, and he hides it from others. I bet he is 100% engaged on this very topic every night. He gets onto Twitter and starts
listening on
slapping
YouTube.
the keyboard.
Yeah, listening on YouTube where it's anonymous.
Exactly. Yeah, so he's here. He's listening to us for sure. Yep.
Well, and I want to say, I mean, super friendly, but it's just with this topic, it just seems to bring out like
and
like
that means he's
his
fake.
true self.
That means he's got a split personality.
Yeah, he's just keeping you around because you provide a service to him, one way or the other.
Yeah, he's inauthentic with you and with everyone else.
And that's what I mean. You can't be inauthentic with him. You're just going to have to cut out the flat Earth conversation, and you just have to treat him like a coworker.
Yep, all business.
NPC, just have conversations. You shake your head, smile, and all that stuff like I do every day. And then I will think to myself, "Yep, that one goes home and stands in a closet."
Guy's being absolutely unreasonable. There's no future here.
Bro, now you make me want to go stand in a closet just to see what it feels like.
Oh, to be an NPC? Yeah, just go home, go take one of your walk-in closets if you got one big enough, stand in there, close the door for about 15 minutes, and then imagine that's what they do every day because that's all they can do.
Imagine being an NPC.
Well, I think what I'll do is just anytime he goes, because what'll happen is all of a sudden it'll fade out, no conversation, because I might be like, hey, what falsifies the globe, and we'll change to another topic. Next time, I'm just going to keep posting the Discord link to this chat anytime there's a question. Just post the link.
Yeah, no, post a home server. We'll get him over here. Post a home server. Show him the library.
Well, what's crazy is I already have. I mean, Yoda and I have been back and forth with him a couple weeks ago. Sent him so many things. I mean, 30 links maybe.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he looked at them. He probably didn't look at one single one.
Not just shooting links over. I mean, we were having very focused discussions about what those links cover. Right. And so on top of listen, what the sense I get is this man is incapable of having a conversation about this topic at all. He's the kind of guy that would come in here and would have 30 questions for us and want to go down the list one by one, just gish galloping one after another. Like what Radwin was doing earlier with that one guy. And he's like, slow down. Let's take this one at a time. Let's follow one of these to its conclusion and then pick up the next. They just don't want to do it. It's because they start getting uncomfortable. So, I mean, that's an integrity issue. That's a courage issue.
I just posted one of his replies. The kind of logic I got to deal with,
Yeah, they'll say all these things prove that the Earth is a globe, but if we go down one at a time to the logical conclusion, none of them do. So if none of them fit the globe, but you combine them together, they're still not going to fit the globe.
Water takes a shape of its container, not necessarily flat. Look at your bottle of kombucha. This is mental illness, dude.
Yeah, it's what do we say? The mental gymnastics. You're just kind of dancing any way you can around flat hydrostatic equilibrium of water. 70% of our known land is water. The horizon is horizontal. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you learned that the pressure is perpendicular to the force that's applied. And so when the air is containing the water and forms that boundary layer, that nice meniscus, then the tendencies for that pressure to move perpendicular sideways out. It's why when you spill water, that it creates a puddle. And the convexity of the surface itself at the molecular level is due to the cohesive bonding of water. And sometimes that meniscus is concave. What does he say about those cases?
It's a simulation, Yoder.
Oh no, yeah. I've had that too. I've got a back chat on Signal where I've been talking to several dozen of people, and they rotate in and out over a year. And it's some of these hardcore people been in that Signal chat now for like 5 years are basically brain in the jar simulation earthers, like anything but me being correct. They will take any other absurdity that they can get their hands on than the one absurdity that actually is true.
It sounds like he's saying that because of the conditions of weather and the air and the water and all that stuff, you can't tell whether it's flat or globe. So then, if that's the case, how did they measure the globe in order to put satellites into orbit? That's what I would tell. That's what I would bring up to him. And until he
Oh,
answers that, there's no other conversation.
you'll love this. You'll love this. I actually asked him that, and he said, "Well, we just shot up rockets into the firmament to see what it was."
Oh, so it's a
Like
flat Earth
Kerbal
with a
Space
firmament. Right?
Program.
Yeah,
So he said
basically
that
they
in a
didn't.
joking manner, right? It sounds like
Yeah,
he was being tongue in cheek with you because he didn't have an answer.
that's what that sounds like too.
Yeah, yeah, essentially. But I feel like there's, it sounded almost like a half truth in there. Like, well, we didn't know, so we just started shooting things up, and then we saw the curvature.
No, you'd still have to measure it in order to fucking put something into orbit.
Exactly.
He's dishonest. He's not an authentic individual.
Hey, what is the link for this the English Hub YouTube stream? Because I'm going to send it to him in case he doesn't have it. That way,
It's up at the top.
Yeah, there are two bots
Okay.
that are running. We got 2 YouTube channels. We also live stream to X.
No peer reviewed.
Yeah, send him the X one. See if he watches it on X. I bet you he got a Twitter account.
If the Earth is flat, how can two people both look south and see? The sky is not the Earth.
Yeah, so when people want to talk about the sky and what the sky does, it has nothing to do with the earth measuring flat.
You can't stand in 3 different locations on Earth and look at the same stars because it's not dark time. It's not dark in all 3 of those locations.
Oh, so the experience is impossible, is what you mean?
That experience is impossible. Correct. It's just something they throw together because they think that because in the north, people look at Polaris like, oh, in the south we look at this star cluster all at the same time. No, that's not how it works.
Because it's the day and the night, right? Like one is day and the other one is night.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. But the sky doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. That'd be like if I told you, hey, what's the shape of your table? And you said, I don't know, let me look at the ceiling.
If you can't off the top of your head give the alleged size of the Earth, you aren't prepared for this conversation. Ooh. Do you know the size of the Earth, Katos?
No, nobody knows the size.
So he's not prepared as well for the argument because he doesn't know.
No, I don't need to know the size of the Earth to know that the surface measures flat.
No, I'm talking about Katos, well, what he said,
No, we know the size of the globe. We know the dimensions that they give us, and then we measure against those dimensions, and we find out that those dimensions are false. And we know that the entire story hinges on the Earth being 24,900 miles in circumference. It is required for the moon to be at the distance they say it is, the moon to be the size they say it is, the sun to be at the distance they say it is, the sun to be the size they say it is, all the planets to be the size they say they are, universe, all the galaxies, all the satellites that are supposedly in space, all of that requires the Earth to have a radius of 3,959 miles. If you don't have that, the entire story is wrong. The reason why he's saying that if you don't know the size of the Earth, then you can't have this conversation because you don't. We would be teaching you the globe, and you wouldn't even know it, right? So then, what's the point? We're teaching you what you believe at that point. You're just believing the story anyway because you think some magical scientist figured it out.
Yeah, this guy doesn't have any link to point out that the Earth is a globe. Doesn't make sense.
Why would we point out that the Earth is a globe? If you want to know the Earth is a globe, you should Google it.
Is
Why
the
would Google
Earth
lie?
a globe? Is Earth truly a globe? It appears to be
Odd that you
round.
would.
It is actually closer to ellipsoid. Wow, everybody's really saying that it's a globe.
So what's on your teacher's desk in the classroom?
I mean, apart from the 2000 anniversary, apart from 70 years worth of space flight, that is only possible if the world is a globe. Apart from the entirety of modern civilization and computer, you're typing this question on being impossible if planet is not a globe. What?
See? If you go out and actually measure the measures class, then outer space is fake.
Note the North Star changing position. The North Star is closer to the horizon in Cairo than it is in Athens. However, Aristotle was the one first to suggest that because the Egypt is further south, it would be looking at the star from a shallower angle if the world was a globe.
So when we're standing inside of a warehouse and we look at a light bulb on the ceiling and then we move across the warehouse and the light bulb is moved down in your field of view, does that mean that the warehouse is a ball?
Yeah, that's weird. If you are in Australia and I'm in South America and we both look south, we're looking at the exact same point in the sky on a flat map. On a flat map, south from Australia and south from South America point to opposite directions towards different parts of the ice wall. How can two people looking
We're
in
not
opposite
claiming a map or an ice wall. The ice wall is a U.S. government made up term.
Oh.
Yeah, when the U.S. government went to Antarctica, they put in all their documents the Antarctic ice wall. So it's not a flat Earth thing. It's just a straw man.
Why do
We don't need a
stars
map.
rotate?
We don't need a map to prove that the Earth is flat.
We don't need a map. Okay. If you look at the
You understand that flat is not a model, right? Like,
It looks like he just came across that site that has 7 or 8 things you should
Oh,
ask flat
he's
earthers.
googling. I
He's
told him
going
if he
down the
wanted to
list
know what
there.
Yeah, I'm
if he
reading
wanted to know
stuff.
what
I'm
the
reading
globe
stuff.
is, to Google it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get yourself in trouble, Destra, because those arguments are really bad. Of course, we can answer all of them, and it's good for the listeners to know. I'm just giving you a heads up. Go ahead with your list.
Yeah, no. I'm just, there's a lot of stuff that are interesting in the internet. I'm just reading out loud, but don't mind me if I'm reading out loud. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Don't mean to.
I'm just telling you, we've heard it all before. It's fine though. Go through with the list. We'll answer it for the listeners.
yeah, you might find this interesting, but this will be a good exercise to show you how useless sometimes the internet and websites can be, especially when you're trying to affirm your bias and someone else out there is trying to help you affirm your bias.
You know, I remember when I became a flat earther, I had to say, I had some of these questions. I mean, at least in the days before I actually accepted it, I was like bothered by, I look in one direction, I see a star there, somebody else looks over here. I didn't even confirm that that's the case, but it bothered me for some reason. But you kind of quickly realize that if water is flat and Earth measures flat, then whatever we see in the sky, it's irrelevant. I mean, some of the things we might not even be able to explain them, but it doesn't change the fact that Earth is flat underneath all of that stuff, right? So I might not be able to explain to you 100%. If you look in one direction and you see some constellation and somebody else looks in another direction and they see something else, and there might be people in here who can actually do that, 100% perfect explanation. I might not be able to, but it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat. So just think about that. So for me myself, I kind of just put some of those questions aside that I couldn't explain, because I could explain that water doesn't curve, and that kind of all that matters.
Oh, okay. I have some. Okay. So there's one about GPS. Every GPS device on Earth relies on triangulation from satellites in non-orbital position calculated using spherical geometry. If the Earth was flat, every GPS on the planet would be wrong by hundreds of kilometers. Why does spherical math give you accurate directions?
Well, okay, so here's a loaded question. So all the things that all the statements that are being made about satellites, the problem is from the very beginning, none of them are true. So the website is actively lying to you about satellites, and you're going to believe him because you don't know any better. So what is a satellite?
It's a thing that goes through space and it sends information to the Earth, right?
No.
So that we can triangulate information.
No.
It's a radio repeater.
No, I mean, look, you think that there's sky technology that is, orbiting a ball Earth, but the problem is it's kind of like the curvature of the water. If the water isn't curving, then we've debunked two things: a globe and this idea of gravity. And gravity has to be part of the equation for the idea of the satellite to work, because you have to have some kind of tethering I don't know. I don't even know if you want to call it a force, but some kind of mechanism by which you can have sky technology fall around a sphere. So we're missing two things. We're missing a sphere because the Earth is measurably flat, so there is no globe. Number two, you don't have gravity. So if you don't have two things of the three things you need for satellites to work, also being the sky technology, then all those claims are incorrect from the very beginning. After a while, you have to ask yourself the question, why do I allow the internet to lie to me and just believe whatever it says about the things that it's giving me evidence for? You don't know if any of the things that they're claiming about the satellite is true.
Water does find its level perpendicular to gravity, not perpendicular to a straight line in space. For water on a
What?
basketball, it curves around it. The water is
No, it
flat
doesn't.
related to the surface, but the surface is curved. What force do you think is pulling the water down on the edges of the flat disk?
Bro, what in the world are you talking about? What flat disk?
It's a blog I found right now. It's talking about this.
I know, but why are you allowing the internet to lie to you? So what flat disk are they talking about?
Oh, they're mentioning the Earth like as is it flat, right?
No, they're talking about a disk. Who here said that the Earth is a disk?
Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
What
Yeah,
what do you think it is?
I think it's the Earth. I have no idea what the entire uh, like the entire form of this place is. I have no idea. I know that the surface is measurably flat, but the rest of it's kind of a mystery. So we have no idea if it's like a disk. In fact, I would almost bet money that it's not a disk. So what you get is straw man after straw man after straw man. There are all these conceptualizations that people like to tear down of what they think the flat earthers are saying. Oh, the flat earthers think the earth is a disk. I don't know if I've met a flat earther yet that thinks the earth is a disk. Ever.
Well, the Earth is not a globe. You don't know what shape it is. That means you have zero model, zero predictions, zero math, zero evidence for your position. You're not doing
Right,
science.
so
Oh my.
well, I mean there's two problems there. Number one, there is no globe model either. So if the model is the thing that requires science to be done, then there's no science for the globe either. Where's the globe model? I'd like to see it.
You make a model, the model make predictions. There's a prediction.
And I'll say this just to get it out of your head. The farthest anybody has ever dug is 7.8 miles, and then after that, all the drill bits started breaking. So, how deep the Earth is, nobody knows beyond 7.8 miles.
Not knowing something is not an evidence that it's not a sphere. Oh, okay.
How about measurable curvature being the evidence that's required for the Earth to be a sphere?
You don't know the shape, but you claim to know it's not a sphere. To know something is not a shape, you need a model of what is. Otherwise, how did you rule the sphere out?
Who's in your DMs, bro?
He's reading like Reddit or something like that.
Yeah,
He's just
it's some
reading
Reddit
blogs.
bullshit. Is just some people arguing and shit.
Look, if the surface is curving, then obviously it can be a sphere. But if it's not curving, then it can't be a sphere. Do you agree? Destra,
Yeah.
if the surface of the Earth is curving, then the surface of the Earth can be a sphere. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the Earth cannot be a sphere. Do you agree?
Yeah, I guess. But I'm not
And
educated enough to know if it's enough of a pointer to,
well,
declare
it's
that
either
it's two.
curving or a straight line, right? It's either curving or flat, right?
Holy cow!
Yeah, but I'm saying that because I don't know. I don't mean to like say like, hey, I know. Like I don't have the knowledge to tell you.
No,
Here, I'll tell
bro,
you
this
what.
is a cop out. This is a cop out. He's asking you about just a reason and things that you know that are true. You know that balls have to curve. If it's not curving, it's not a ball. This is not something where you need a degree for.
Or the
You know.
ball, yeah. But the earth, like how can you measure this?
Here, Desra,
You-
look in the side
Yeah.
chat. Which of these shapes is flat?
Well, what is flat? Because all the
Surface
A
shapes can
smooth
be
description.
flat.
surface that's not curving.
Geometrically round or
A,
a triangle, but
a
flat
smooth
is like
surface
pretty
that is
much
not curving.
like if you create a flat word in Minecraft, it's just flat. It doesn't have a shape. It's just flat.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you think oh yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
God damn, Minecraft actually works. I'm not gonna lie, that was the first time I ever heard something from Minecraft actually make sense.
There's a guy that said go to any beach, bring a camera with a zoom, film a ship sailing away, come back and show me a video where the hull doesn't disappear before the mast. Just one video.
Yeah, what would that prove?
That the earth is flat. Flat earthers
No.
have been trying to find this for 20 years. Nobody has. Okay.
Can you believe that? Somebody's been listening to Flat Earth for 20 years and still wants to argue with it.
Things smaller uniformly if does not it does not make the bottom of an object disappear while the top stays visible.
That's because the top is in the sky. The bottom's closer to the bottom, to the earth, right? You tell me the sky is going to make the ship disappear top down? That's retarded.
Every military sniper in the world at distance over 1 kilometer must account for earth curvature in their calculations. It's in their military sniper manual. The US Army, the British, the Russian. If the surface doesn't curve, why are soldiers trained to correct for it?
It might be in in some of the manuals, but I've been out. I was in the military. I've been out shooting with snipers. They don't account for curvature and they don't account for Coriolis. I've asked them. I
Really?
said, "Hey, how do we account for this?" We don't.
You talked with actual snipers.
Bro, I was in the army for 3 years. I was in the infantry.
Wow.
Anyone happen to have the world record holder sniper's email where he says he did not account for it at all?
The trans
I'll look if I can see if I can find it.
engineers had to account of Earth curvature at every single section to maintain consistent flow and pressure for the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. The engineering documents are public. Oil doesn't flow uphill. If the surface was flat, the pipeline calculations would be wrong and the oil wouldn't flow.
That's retarded because you can pump it.
Yeah, you can pump the oil. It doesn't make sense. But the pipeline, yeah, okay. Huh. The Trans-Alaska. Yeah, they're probably retarded.
See if you can find those. See if you can find those constructions documents, and I can promise you, there not going to be any mention of Earth curvature inside of that, any of that blueprints or anything. So whoever wrote that article is full of it.
The Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York has two towers, both perfectly vertical and plumb. They're 13 meters apart. Due to Earth's curvature, the two towers are 41 millimeters further apart at the top than at the base.
How do they measure that?
Or the construction and verified after. Two perfectly
For-
vertical cannot be further apart at the top on a
Two
flat
things.
surface.
Two things. How did they measure that? Number one, how did they measure that? Number two, is could that also be consistent with the tolerance of load bearing on the bridge? $41 millimeters? I mean, come on, man.
That's fucking nothing. And if we're
That
talking
could be
about
load
a
bearing.
bridge, when was it measured? In the summertime, in the wintertime, there's going to be expansion, there's going to be contraction. What load was on the bridge at the time? Blah, blah, blah.
They said that the tolerance of the constructor is minus or like around 6 millimeters. So the fact that it's 41 millimeters is 7 times larger than the maximum margin of error. You would need the entire engineering team to be simultaneously wrong with the exact same direction by 7 times their tolerance limit. It's not a measurement error. Okay. They used optical theodolites, laser plumb lines, and GPS triangulation, 3 independent measurement systems that don't share the same potential errors. All 3 gave the same reasons. For a tolerance argument, all 3 independent systems would need to fail identically.
I want to see the schematics where they measured that.
Dude, you're talking about metal and bridges and shit. You got expansion joints and stuff. Yeah, we're not even gonna play around with that stuff.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds complicated.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Earth curve, that's for sure.
If you look, most bridges have a big hump in the middle of them anyway when nothing's on it. And that's to
Well, that's
support
so
weight.
it pushes out when you put a bunch of weight on top. That arch it makes is why it's so strong. So when you push on the top, it's even stronger. So by putting that arch in, when you have a load on it, it's stronger. Nothing to do with Earth curve.
He's just reading some blog though. He doesn't even know what's going on. He just whatever. We appreciate the stimulus.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what they're saying. But yeah, it's complicated.
Doesn't sound complicated. Sounds like what you're reading is complicated.
Oh, I mean, So for you, it's simple then, right?
Yeah. You should have seen what meeting I was in at 8 o'clock this morning. You would have been like, what the fuck are they talking about?
My favorite's when they have meetings about meetings.
Yeah, I want to attend those. I stopped doing that. I'm too busy for that kind of crap. And now I
Oh, they're
got
saying that
all kinds of
when
shit going on.
they're saying that if you're on a plane and you look at the window, there's curvature.
Oh, this
Yep,
again.
there sure is. Didn't you know that?
I mean, I never took a plane, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, because windows on planes, because the cabin is pressurized, you got to make them a special way. They have a little bow in them so that they're stronger. Because there's the arch. And I got a message I was reading, and there you go, another arch.
Oh, so the window is like an illusion
The
elliptical.
Windows
Like it's
Code.
not.
No, it's the engineering thing. You do that to make it stronger in the pressurized. So you're looking through a little slightly bent window. Get it? It's not a flat piece of glass. How do you like that? The plane is round. Why would it be flat?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Now, are you looking
Makes
through
sense.
curve or what? Or are you looking through a
No,
nice clear piece?
it's
So
making sense.
you'll see curve when you look out a plane window. Depends on the plane for sure. If you do it
So
right.
every airline in the world independently decided to install slightly bent
Oh
windows.
my
I
God.
think it.
All he heard was that windows were curved slightly, and he didn't know why when I told him why. Again, with the strong bridge, it doesn't make any sense to him. Maybe this is too advanced for this guy. He comes in every day and now, well, it is Freak Out Friday, so you're here on the right day. So I can
I'm
make you
reading
freak
it
out
though.
today. Legally, I'm allowed to make you go nuts today.
Airplane windows are oval and thick for pressurization, but pressurization curves inwards, not outwards. Ah. A pressure curved window would make the horizon look more flat, not curved.
Anyway,
Do you
look,
think that when
mathematically,
you turn
even if
around, you're going to? Sorry, do carry on.
I just wanted to say that mathematically, Destra, you can't get that to work from that height, even if we grant you some kind of curvature and that the windows are perfect. You're not too far away. You cannot see curvature from that height. So you just forget about that. They don't see it from the ISS, which is 250 miles up. They don't see it from an airplane. You have scientists, so called scientists, on your side. Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about the Felix Baumgartner jump, the Red Bull jump, where he jumped 125,000 feet from so-called space, right? And he's laughing about that. You cannot see curvature from that height. It's impossible, he says. I can post a video in the chat for you. I'll tag you, and you can look at it when you have time. Forget airplane window curvature. That doesn't happen. You're not high up enough to see any curvature, even if Earth was a ball.
I guess I've been out of the loop. I gotta stop going to lunch with my mom and sister.
Oh, Yoder, you'll love this. The fun continues. Just put in the chat my buddy's reply.
Oh, you were talking about the Red Bull jump, right? Oh no, he left? I think I understand more.
Hey, news break. Chuck Norris died.
Are you still here, or the guy left?
Yeah, I'm here. Look, I pasted it in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
It's uploading. So, yes, the Red Bull jump. I'm just telling you, airplanes are flying at 35,000 feet, and the Red Bull jump was at 125,000 feet. And your own scientists are telling you cannot see curvature from that low altitude. You just cannot. So, you need to forget the airplane curvature argument. It's dumb. Mathematically, it doesn't work.
Oh, someone said that the fact that they're using Red Bull, that is like a corporation instead of an actual scientific source, while rejecting NASA, every university, every engineer, and every navy on Earth. Red Bull gives you wings, but apparently not a globe.
Yeah, Red Bull's entire shtick is just to be extreme. So they show you that extreme curvature to make it look like they actually did something.
It was just the fish islands.
Nobody.
Yep. That was a
Look, if
big
you can
giant
see,
GoPro commercial, you guys. A big giant GoPro commercial. That's when they released that camera.
The
There you go. Exactly.
in the raw and edited footage.
Why would they show just a regular picture with their special camera? Because then you wouldn't even know if they were using their special camera. You would just say, well, anybody can take a picture like that. So now they have their special cameras, and that's when they released them. And that was a big commercial. Do you guys understand that yet?
Fisheye distortion only affect the edges of the frame. Center frame, flat lens, real image. The curves shows up centered.
so that's where you look out your airplane window and you see some curvature there. It goes from one side to the other. Then you move a couple of seats ahead of you and you look out through their window and they also see it. What does that tell you? That we have a bumpy Earth, or I mean, looking at chat. You see the examples there. It's so ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, the thing that they were talking about the pressure about those plane windows. Wait, I'm just gonna find that.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth at the altitude of the Red Bull space jump. Why would you see curvature at any lower altitude?
Yeah, they were saying this because the airplane windows are oval and thick. That's real, but the pressurization curves inward, not outward. The pressure curved window would make the horizon look more flat, not curved.
The window curves outward because the cabin is pressurized and there's less pressure on the outside of the plane. So the plane wants to blow up. So if you blew a hole in the side, all the air would escape at the same time. Just like in the movies, you would fly out of the plane. What do you think of that? So which way is it pressurized? Is it blowing people into the plane or people flying out of the plane? Tell me.
Anyway, it sounds like the article is actually agreeing with us. It really should, if anything, it should look more flat. So whatever. I've been on airplanes plenty of times. I fly a lot. I've never seen curvature from an airplane.
So the window bulge outward, which means a pressurized window would create a convex curve, making the horizon look more curved than reality, not less. The airplane makes the Earth look flatter than it is. Oh, okay, they're talking about balloons. If you inflate a balloon, the surface curves outwards, it's pressurization. The window curves outward makes the horizon look more curved. So either the window move prove the curve is real, or the window makes it look even more curved than it is.
Yeah, so there you go. It's just a window effect, if anything. But on the planes I've been, I've never seen any curved window or not. It looks perfectly flat to me. Maybe it's different airplanes. You'll find out one day when you go flying a little bit. Mathematically, you can't have curvature if Earth has the radius of 3,959 miles from 35,000 feet. You can go ask AI about that. It'll tell you.
From sea level to sky level, the Earth remains flat and level.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
On a flat disk, everyone sees the same orientation because you're all on a plane looking at the same angle.
So we're not on a flat disk. Tell that thing its space is fake and see what it says.
The center person sees the moon completely different from the people on the edge. That angular difference exists if
That's
you're
a straw man. You know that, right? You're saying a flat disk and what the moon is doing, and you can't make up stuff. You can't. You're not allowed to read stuff that's just made up like that.
I mean, I'm just reading the stuff that I see. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just made up. I just told you. Yeah, you can't use that. We never said the Earth is a disk in space, and you can't be standing in the center of a disk looking at a moon. So why would you want to hear about it?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, they're talking about discs and shit.
The Earth is not a pizza planet space frisbee. It's not a disk in space.
Bruh.
If the Earth is in a disk and not a globe, then what is the geometry that explains why Australians see the moons upside down compared to Europeans? You need a shape.
If you're on one side of the room and you have a ceiling fan, right, you consider that right side up. You go to the other side, why does it look upside down?
Anyway, the moon rotates over time, so you can watch it like a wheel in the sky. It moves. So why would they see it upside down, dude? And how do you know that's upside down? Who picked the right direction on that thing anyway? So that means I'm always seeing it right because I can see the face, right? And the funny thing about that rotating moon, it's always exactly the same. It's not even a tiny bit off ever. It's always exactly the same year after year after year after year. Always.
Oh, they're talking about lunar liberation and diurnal rotation. Here's the problem. The rotation is predictable and calculable. At any given moment in time, a person in the UK and a person in Australia looking at the moon simultaneously see it flipped 150 degrees instantly, not over hours. A wheel rotating over time doesn't explain two people seeing opposite orientation of at the exact same second. If it was just the moon rotating,
So now you're telling me they see the moon. Okay, so when they have Australia, I have sunlight, they have darkness. But the moon is different with them? Is that what that thing is trying to tell you? It seems like they're trying to play witchcraft on you guys.
witchcraft, yeah, probably.
Yeah, because if the moon can be seen at the same time over my house and Australia at the same time, that means the sun can be also, right?
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, because the
if
moon's really close. So if we can see that, we definitely can see the sun. So Australia and the United States should basically be on the same time, according to that, what you read me.
wait, they're saying at any given moment in time, a person in the UK and a person in Australia looking at the moon simultaneously see it flipped 180 degrees instantly, not over hours.
Somebody just explained this.
Point a clock. Okay, point a clock at the ceiling. If someone is at the north of it and someone else at the south of it, the first person C12s at the top and the second C12s at the bottom. The clock didn't rotate. They're just on opposite sides of a curve.
Or you could just measure the Earth.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? How long have you been in here? Dude, you're a flat earther already. You just won't admit it. I'm not sure
No,
what you're searching for. I think you're searching for hope. Hope and wishes or something because you already know the earth is flat or you wouldn't be in here.
Well, I'm checking on stuff that I see right now. Like, wait.
No, you're not. You're just looking for hopes and dreams right now. You already know it's measured flat. Airplanes cannot fly over a ball, and they definitely can't land on a moving ball.
Oh. Eratosthenes measured the Earth in 240 BC with 2 sticks.
Yeah, two
Oh,
sticks. There you go. A guy with two sticks. So my
exactly.
dog carrying 2 sticks is now a
No
scientist.
NASA, no satellites, no conspiracy. Just a Greek guy with 2 sticks in the sand who got the circumference
Yeah.
right
A
to within
drunk
2%
guy.
of modern
Hey,
measurements.
I got a story for you. So there was this drunk guy at a bar, and he was sitting at the bar, and there was a neon light above his head, right? So he placed his beer on the counter, went and moved over to the right some, and then placed another beer. Now, those 2 beer bottles are casting shadows on the beer on the bar, right? Now he can get the difference in angle between the 2 beer bottles, multiply the distance between those beer bottles, and then divide that by 360, and hey, the bar is a sphere. So Maybe it's a matter of Eratosthenes assuming things first, not actually knowing, and then forcing it into the thing that he assumes using math. Because the same thing can be done on a flat surface.
I don't allow people to bring up stuff like that because they have to prove that that fictitious character actually existed and wrote this shit down. And if you can't, then we can't use it. And plus, I want something from last year where before a rocket launch, they made sure the Earth was still curved. I want somebody who goes out and measures this thing all the time and can prove that the Earth is curving. Not one time it was measured by a monkey guy with a stick wiping his ass out there in the desert. And we don't know how the story goes, but now he says the Earth is a ball because he can't see very far. So, like I said, all you have to do is just do some planar surveying, and then you got a flat Earth because you have to do that. You have to start there. You have to first develop a plane, so you can measure from that. Do you agree? You got to have a zero, right?
They're still talking about the Eratosthenes guy that.
No, that's over with. We don't
They're
talk
talking
about that.
No, but like in another way, like saying you have like you have to plant it 2 meters to measure.
No.
They're talking about like how to
No.
measure the.
No, you need
curvature.
parallel sun rays, and you don't have that, so you can't use that.
No, but they say 1,000 kilometers away from each other, so it's possible.
No.
You have the sun on each.
No, I don't care what anybody says. You got to prove the distance to the sun. Then go ahead.
Plant a 2-meter stake vertically in the ground. Ask a friend 1,000 kilometers away to do the exact same thing at the exact same time. Measure the shadow angles. They will be different by exactly the amount predicted by spherical geometry. This works everywhere on Earth, any direction.
Only if you have parallel sun rays. How come you guys always forget that part?
Well, you never heard about it, but look, you can do this experiment using the moonlight as well. So what does that tell you? Moon is basically local. It's not 93 million miles away. So you forget about this parallel sun rays, okay? This test is dumb.
Oh, it's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb because you can replicate it using moonlight, and moon is only claimed to be 238,000 miles away. So that thing cannot have parallel sunrise. 93 million miles away, you can possibly argue that, but you can't prove that the sun is that far away. But why can we replicate it with the moon? It's a dumb test.
Why can't I replicate it at a bar?
Yeah, you replicate it at the bar or at your kitchen table. That doesn't make your table curve. It's a dumb test. Forget about it.
But you can see how that test, how whoever wrote that story took advantage of the lower IQ people because they actually think that, oh, yeah, that definitely proves it.
Oh, I found something
Good
about
point.
the sun parallel thing. The sun's rays are not parallel at ground level. They diverge from a single point source 150 million kilometers away. If the rays were perfectly parallel, shadows would be identical everywhere on Earth, and they're not identical. That's literally the whole point of the experience. The difference in shadows proves the curve. Oh, what? Wait.
You need parallel light to do that.
I don't know. I'll just post Neil deGrasse Tyson's debunk of the Eratosthenes. Then you can listen to him. He's a globe scientist. He doesn't believe in that test at all. He said it works on flat surfaces as well. But I'll post it in the chat for you. I'll tag you, Destra.
Of course he's going to deny it. He's not an idiot. He's not going to say, yeah, that works, and then somebody will want to take him out, and they'll say, "Here we go. We're going to put him on TV and say that's a stupid ass test. You're done." So he ain't going to admit to nothing. He's going to say, "No, that's stupid," just like it is.
Yeah. Now, do you think he'll toss him under the bus or just accept it?
Well, he's claiming to be reading something. He's not really searching anything. It's just coming to him automatically.
The bottom panel, divergent rays from a close sun. The angles A1,
So, are
A2,
you
A3.
having a conversation with GPT and then asking us to give you questions for the GPT since you can't think of any on your own?
I'm sending it back to the guy in Reddit because he's arguing with me.
Why don't you tell Reddit guy,
to
just tell Reddit guy to just come show up in here, and we'll get him on. Tell him he can be on the show, and then we can argue with him live.
Oh yeah.
Their own drawing.
Yeah,
Notice the
tell
A1
him that I
different.
said he has
It's
no
exactly
balls and he
which
won't
would
come in here
measure
and have the conversation
different
himself.
angles, curved or close sun. Either way, you need to explain why the angles are different on a flat surface with a distant sun. Parallel rays, all angles will be identical. They're not identical. So which is it? Globe Earth or a tiny close sun?
Tell him to come in here.
Flows a small run. Shadows will be different everywhere, which is exactly what the guy observed with the plot. The guy that measured with the shadows. He says the meme validates the experiment. If the sun is close and small like the diagram, why can't anyone on Earth ever see the edge of the sun's light? On a flat Earth with a spotlight sun, there would be a visible circle of light and sharp dark edges outside it, like a flashlight on a table. Where's the edge? Nobody has ever seen it.
Can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I muted?
I hear you, yeah. What's up?
Okay, so offer the guy that you're allegedly talking to, give him a link to this room, and let him come here and we'll talk to him. That way you don't have to play telephone and be lost in the sauce.
Yeah, dude, you shouldn't have to be middleman.
Yeah, dude, you sound all lost. You're trying to fight a battle you know nothing about. Remember?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys are fighting though. You know.
It sounds
You guys
weird,
don't
dude. Just tell him to come in here and use his voice, and then we'll find out who it really is saying that dumb ass shit. Did you paste what I wrote?
What did you wrote?
Bro.
Oh, this is anti-fee. Okay.
Yeah. Just bring him here.
Yeah. Tell him I said he has
We
no
got
balls.
That too.
Yeah, you can start talking to him for about 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, he's here, but like, I can take my time. It's fine. Do I just copy what you just said?
Dude, just let him ask the questions himself. He's free to speak. Don't be scared.
Okay, I sent it. Let's see if he responds.
Is he in here now? Who is it?
No, he's not on the Discord. He's not on the Discord. He's talking to me over some Reddit bullshit. I was looking at some Reddit, and then so people were arguing on it, and then I sent a response, and the guy was actually responded to me like.
So where
right
all
at
those
it.
people are arguing, put our link in that room where all the people are talking and say, these people want to just laugh at you, join this, and make them come in here so we can laugh at them and we can make their day ruined. I want their weekend to start off on a sad note.
I want to listen to them regurgitate GPT statements.
The thing is, I thought we were supposed to keep on arguing about like do you have any counter arguments regarding the thing that he was talking about? You know, the sun and all that stuff.
The counter argument is it works on a flat and a curved surface, and it doesn't prove shit. That's the
No, the counter argument is you need parallel sun rays for that to even work at all for what he was saying. So if he doesn't understand that, he's lower IQ, then he really maybe shouldn't come on here.
He told me that
He's just gonna say sunlight sticks the same and that's it. He's an idiot.
I mean, he's saying that he's just trying to give informations from facts that he saw on the internet and stuff. So he doesn't really want to like argue. He just want to respond. But I talked about him with Discord, but he doesn't want to come.
Well, why don't you post your link in here then? And we'll go there.
Hey, bro, are you talking to him through
He's saying
a
if
post
you
on
stand
Reddit?
1 meter away from a wall and shine a flashlight at it, the rays are divergent. Now move the flashlight to 100 million kilometers away. At what point do you think the divergence become irrelevant? That's not a trick question. It's just
So
math.
he needs to just go ahead and show us how that works.
Even with
Also
divergent
needs to
rays
prove
coming from the
the
sun,
distance to the sun. He needs the distance to the sun to do that, not
There's a
imagination.
difference between two angles, divergent or parallel. The difference only exists if the surface curves. No curve, no difference. You need parallel rays to invalidate the experiments. The sun is 100 million kilometers away. Your argument requires the sun to be close. Pick one. You cannot have both.
No shit.
Yeah, that's what scares me. He's probably a Fed. That's what you're saying
No.
about fences. Like he's
What?
probably a Fed, right?
A
He's a
Fed?
dumbass. He's a
Like
dumbass.
they're saying that Reddit is infested with Feds.
Who cares? Who gives a shit?
He doesn't know enough to make his own argument, so he just copy and paste from the internet. He doesn't know shit.
I wouldn't even entertain him anymore. I would have been done talking to him.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because there's some stuff that sounds kind of logical, but some others don't. So I get what you guys mean, you know? It's weird.
No, I don't understand because the earth is measured flat. So when you say, yeah, it's a ball, it's got to be, you got to start figuring out how you're coming up with that when you know the earth is flat, because you already know it's flat. So what you're doing is hopes and dreams that somebody else is going to have the right answer for you. So maybe you need to go out and hang out at Gem Panda's server. They're Globers over there. Maybe they'll convince you to stay on the Globe side then. Because being in here reading stuff to us isn't going to work for me.
Yeah.
Yo, can I get verification that you're actually talking to somebody on Reddit? Because most communication that happens on Reddit is not that fast.
Oh
Is
wow,
that
he's
Lat's,
going all in.
Lat's hot micing? That could never
saying
happen.
no.
Yep, I
No,
think it
dude, I
is
was
Lats
asking him.
again.
Oh, that wasn't hot micing.
No, I was asking him if I can get verification that he's actually talking to somebody on Reddit.
He's
Okay, because
killing me
most of the
right now. I don't know
communication that happens, most of the communication that happens on Reddit was not fast, like
I made
whatsoever.
him mad, guys. He's saying you've called every argument irrelevant. The bridge is irrelevant. The tunnel irrelevant. The ships, the
Well,
laser
it's not
test,
our fault
snipers.
he can't think.
And
It's
then he
not our
says,
fault
I've
he
given
can't
you.
think.
Yeah. He said, I've given you 20 arguments from engineering, physics, astronomy, military science, and
None
data
of them are
covered
from anything. There's no engineering
and
arguments in
rejected
there at all,
all of them
anywhere.
without a single counter measurement. A
I'll
counter
bet you this dude
formula,
is arguing with
continuous
AI.
counter
This dude is
experiment.
arguing with AI.
No, I'm serious. This is Reddit.
Desta, can you give me the subreddit that you're on talking to him through right now? I'm
He
gonna go
doesn't
check
want
to
to
see if
debate
you're
with me
actually talking to
anymore.
him.
He said I'm doing
Can you give
religion.
me the name of the subreddit that you're on? I'm gonna go check.
I want to debate religion. I don't want to convince you anymore. I'm done. Bruh.
Okay, cool. Can you give me the name of the subreddit?
Yeah, give us the link, dude.
I'm gonna go verify that you're actually talking to somebody.
This would be awesome. This is gonna be funny.
If you make a stream, I will watch your conversation.
What did you say? Sorry?
I told
Can you
Lats if he
give me?
goes there.
Oh, sorry. No, go
I
ahead.
told Lats if he goes there and streams his little conversation, I'll watch.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. I want the subreddit that you're on, so then I can go see the conversation underneath the post that you guys are having. I want to see if you're actually even talking to anybody.
And then screen share it.
Yo, do you have me muted? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yo, Desta, can you hear me? Oh, how convenient. He goes on mute. Of course. Of course.
There you go. Okay. Sorry. What? Someone was saying my name.
Yeah, can you give me the name of the subreddit that you're on?
Wait, this guy is
Talking
fucking
to this
mad.
guy on?
What is up with him not giving you the answer?
Okay, guys. No, yeah. It's all good. But he gave me his Discord, so I'm calling him right now. I gotta go.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
gonna
You
try
can
to
still,
comment.
hey, no, link us to the Reddit. Still.
Just link us real
Post
quick,
his
dude.
name in
I'll go
here. I want to see his Discord name in here.
No,
And
but
still,
yeah,
link us
I
to
have to call him
the
to tell
Reddit,
him
dude.
like we're in the thing and everything because I don't think you want to join
Okay,
right now.
just real quick before you go. That's fine. He doesn't have to join. I just want the name of the subreddit that you're talking to him on.
Wait, I gotta go.
I just want to.
Yeah, Reddit.
We busted him.
Of
Don't even
course,
let
dude.
him in here anymore. Just mute him permanently then.
Big snaps.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, the replies were too fast, and that's how I figured out. You know, when you said they're too fast, that's when I was like, "Yeah, that's AI talking." And it was AI programmed to sound like a Glober.
Dude, because it's like I've had conversations through Reddit before, and the conversations are literally I'm getting replies like every 30 minutes. So I'm like, dude, there's no freaking way. The communication through Reddit is super slow. You can't bullshit me, Destro. I used to be a Glober too, dude. I know all your little secrets. Nerd. Oh my goodness, he deafened himself. He couldn't even hear that last part, damn it. He also said that he had to take a call because he invited him to Discord. He said he was going to call him through Discord. He can't be in this call if he's talking to somebody else on Discord right now. Big call.
He's on deafen now.
Such a liar, dude. This guy.
Post the link to the Reddit in the side chat, Destra. Coward.
Oh, he's gone. All right, my job is done.
Whatever.
Carry on, boys.
Yeah.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, I'm typing in the side chat. Listen, Destra. Give us the name of the subreddit and I will unmute you personally. This is like my 7th time asking for it. No, your chat post. Yes, that's I want to go scour that subreddit that you guys are talking on to see if the conversation that you claim to have is even there.
Lying in a flat earth chat must be the worst place. I mean, we're really good at sniffing that stuff out. That's why we are flat earthers.
It's like bro doesn't know that we're like all nerds. They know how to use the internet. What the heck does that mean? Let me try. Dude, you just have to just type it out. It's just gonna be r/ like Flat Earth Busters or whatever the subreddit's called. I don't even have to give you the exact post within that subreddit. I'll go look for it myself.
Looks like he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, it doesn't matter if it's over text. It doesn't matter if it's on VC. We always end up leaving when I ask him a question every single time.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped. Do you have any questions about the Earth? If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Hello, guys.
Yes.
Hello, guys. Guys, hello. Can you speak?
Yeah, you sound like kind of like a clown though, so I don't know. I don't know if anyone wants to engage.
I'm not a clown, bro. What the fuck you mean? Bro. I love you guys. Bro. What's up? What's up?
Welcome back, dude.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you guys. I love you all, guys. You.
Hey, if you want,
I love you.
man, if you want to have a real conversation, this actually has nothing to do with trolling. This isn't a meme. We can talk about
I'm
the
not
Earth if
trolling,
you would
bro. I'm
like.
not trolling. I love you guys.
I am inviting you to speak about the Earth. If you have any questions,
I
feel
don't
free
know.
to ask.
Okay. Is the U I A is the Earth flat, bro? I,
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
You guys, I love you all, guys. You are very lovely.
I'd say you're a joke, but jokes are supposed to be funny. Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be.
Bro, I'm not this guy, bro. Fuck you. Nah.
What is your purpose here? What is your purpose here?
I very lovely, guys. Why you talking like that? It's not good, guys. It's not good. I love you guys. All
Who
of you
told you
guys.
that?
I love you. Mwah. 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 Mwah.
The Earth is not a pizza planet space frisbee. It's not a disk in space. Ultimate ignorance is the rejection of something you know nothing about, yet refuse to investigate. Flat Earth is going to live rent-free in your head for the rest of your life. The topic here is Flat Earth, not Flat Earthers. Focus on the topic. Like it or not, you're already a flat earther. Give yourself enough time to receive the answers to your questions.
You know, there's something rather peculiar that happens to certain people. They walk into a room and they feel it all. The unspoken tension between two friends, the hidden sadness behind a smile. And we've been told this is a gift, haven't we? This ability to see what others miss. But I want to suggest something quite different to you today. That this very ability, this clear seeing, might be the most dangerous thing you'll ever possess. Now, I'm not speaking of danger in the ordinary sense. I'm not talking about physical harm. I'm speaking of something far more subtle and far more devastating. The danger of becoming so aware that you can no longer participate in the beautiful unconsciousness that allows most people to live their lives in relative peace. Have you ever watched people at a party? Really watched them? They're playing a game, you see. Everyone knows the rules without ever being told. You ask how someone is, they say fine, and you both pretend this is a complete answer. You compliment the host, you laugh at jokes that aren't particularly funny. You nod sympathetically at stories you've heard before. It's a kind of collective agreement to stay on the surface, to keep things pleasant, to not look too deeply. But then there's you, the one who sees through it all. You notice the wife who flinches slightly when her husband speaks. You sense the colleague who's desperately lonely, despite being surrounded by friends. You feel the anxiety rippling through the room like an invisible current. And here's where the danger begins. Because once you see these things, you cannot unsee them. And more troubling still, your very presence becomes a kind of mirror that others cannot bear to look into. Let me tell you what I mean. When you see clearly, when you perceive the hidden currents beneath social interaction, you're essentially calling attention to what everyone has agreed to ignore. And people don't like this. They really don't like this. Not because they're bad or stupid, but because your clarity threatens the very structure that allows them to function. Think of it this way. Society is rather like a stage play. Everyone has their part. The successful businessman, the devoted mother, the reliable friend. These are roles, you understand. Costumes we put on. And the play works beautifully so long as everyone stays in character. But you, with your penetrating awareness, you're like an audience member who stands up in the middle of the performance and shouts, "But that's just an actor pretending." Well, you can imagine how welcome that makes you. The first danger, then, is isolation. And I don't mean the ordinary loneliness of not having enough friends. I mean something far more profound. The isolation of living in a completely different reality from everyone around you. You're speaking a language nobody else understands. You're seeing a world nobody else can see. And the terrible irony is that the more clearly you perceive, the more alone you become. I once knew a woman, let's call her Sarah, who had this extraordinary ability to read people. She could walk into a room and immediately sense who was genuine and who was performing, who was in pain and who was pretending to be fine, who could be trusted and who was hiding something. And you know what happened to her? She lost every close relationship she had. Not because she was cruel or judgmental, but simply because people felt exposed around her. They couldn't maintain their comfortable masks in her presence. Her friends would say things like, "You're too intense. You read too much into everything," and you cry, "Can't you just relax and have fun?" But she couldn't, because seeing clearly isn't something you can turn on and off like a light switch. It's like asking someone who can hear to simply ignore sound. Once you've developed this capacity for perception, it's always there, always operating, always showing you what others prefer to keep hidden. And here's the second danger. When you see the truth of a situation, when you perceive what's really happening beneath the surface, you face a terrible choice. Do you speak or stay silent? If you speak, you risk being attacked. And I mean this quite literally, though the attack is usually psychological rather than physical. You'll be called negative, overly sensitive, a troublemaker. You'll be accused of creating problems that don't exist, of reading malice into innocent situations, of being unable to just let things be. But if you stay silent, if you swallow what you see and pretend not to notice, you begin to lose contact with yourself. Because every time you ignore your own perception, every time you accept someone else's version of reality when you know it's false, you're essentially telling yourself that your experience cannot be trusted. And over time, this creates a kind of split in your being. Part of you knows the truth, but another part must pretend not to know it. This is madness of a very quiet sort. I remember years ago sitting in a meeting where everyone was congratulating themselves on how well a particular project was going. And I could see clear as day that the whole thing was about to collapse. The signs were everywhere. The forced enthusiasm, the avoidance of certain topics, the way people's eyes would slide away when difficult questions arose. But when I gently suggested that perhaps we should examine some concerning patterns, I was met with hostility. Not argument, mind you, not reasoned disagreement, pure defensive hostility. And this brings us to the third danger, the most insidious one. When you see clearly and others don't want to see, they will often turn their anger on you. Not consciously, perhaps. They won't sit down and decide to make you the villain. But unconsciously, automatically, they will begin to treat you as the problem, as if your perception is creating the very difficulties you're merely observing. This is what I call the phenomenon of shooting the messenger. When someone points out that the emperor has no clothes, the crowd doesn't thank them for the truth. The crowd turns on them for disturbing the comfortable fiction everyone was enjoying. Your clarity becomes a threat, and threats must be eliminated or controlled. I've watched this pattern repeat itself countless times. The person who sees clearly gets labeled. They're too negative. They're creating drama. They're unstable. They need to lighten up. They're paranoid. Notice how all these labels have one thing in common. They all suggest that the problem lies in the perceiver, not in what's being perceived. It's a brilliant defensive maneuver, really. If we can convince you that your perception is flawed, we never have to look at what you're perceiving. But here's what nobody tells you. The fourth danger is perhaps the most devastating of all. When you're constantly absorbing the emotional states and hidden truths of everyone around you, when you're perpetually picking up on what's unspoken and unfelt, you begin to lose track of what actually belongs to you. Your own feelings become mixed up with everyone else's. You walk into a room feeling perfectly fine and leave feeling inexplicably anxious or sad or angry. And you have no idea if these feelings are yours or if you've simply absorbed them from the environment like a sponge soaking up water. This is exhausting beyond measure. Imagine never quite knowing which thoughts are your own, never being certain whether the emotion you're feeling belongs to you or to the person sitting next to you. It's like trying to hear your own voice in a room full of people all talking at once. Eventually, you might forget what your voice even sounds like. I've spoken with people who describe this experience, and they often say the same thing. I feel like I'm disappearing, like there's less and less of me and more of everyone else. And this isn't poetry. This is a real psychological danger. When the boundaries between self and other become too permeable, when you're taking in too much without adequate protection, you can actually lose contact with your own center, your own identity. Now you might be thinking, well, this all sounds rather grim. Is there no hope for those who see clearly? And here's where we come to something interesting. Because the danger I'm describing is only dangerous when it's unconscious, when you don't understand what's happening to you, when you think you're going mad or that something is wrong with you. But once you understand the game, once you see that real clarity is not a flaw but a particular kind of awareness, everything changes. Not because the seeing stops, but because your relationship to it transforms. You begin to realize that you're not required to save everyone from their unconsciousness. You're not obligated to point out every hidden truth or fix every unacknowledged problem. You see, the truly dangerous thing isn't the seeing itself. It's the compulsion to do something about what you see. The belief that if you perceive a problem, you must solve it. If you sense someone's pain, you must heal it. If you notice a group's dysfunction, you must correct it. This is where the real trouble begins, because you're essentially taking responsibility for things that aren't yours to fix. Let me give you an image. Imagine you're walking by a river, and you notice the water is muddy. You can see this clearly. Everyone else passing by seems not to notice or not to care. Now you have a choice. You can jump into the river and try to clear it with your hands, stirring it up more in your efforts, exhausting yourself in an impossible task. Or you can simply observe that the water is muddy, perhaps make a note that it might be wise to wait before drinking from it, and continue on your way. The water will clear itself when the conditions are right. Your frantic stirring won't help. In fact, it will make things worse. This is the wisdom that must accompany clear seeing. The understanding that not everything you perceive requires your intervention. But here's the paradox. Once you stop trying to fix everything you see, once you relax into simply being aware without the compulsion to change or control, your perception often becomes even clearer. And more than that, people begin to feel safer around you. Because you're no longer unconsciously demanding that they see what you see or change to accommodate your awareness. Think of it like this. When you meet someone who sees you clearly, but doesn't need you to be different, who perceives your struggles without trying to rescue you, who understands your fears without requiring you to face them on their schedule, how does that feel? It feels like freedom, doesn't it? Like you can finally breathe. This is what clear seeing can become when it's integrated properly. Not a weapon you use against, but a gift you offer through your presence. You see them completely, and in that seeing, you allow them to be exactly as they are. This doesn't mean you approve of everything or pretend problems don't exist. It means you've stopped making their unconsciousness your personal project. I want to be very clear about something. I'm not suggesting you become cold or indifferent. I'm not proposing that you stop caring about people or turn away from genuine suffering. What I'm suggesting is that there's a difference between compassionate awareness and compulsive fixing, between seeing clearly and making yourself responsible for what you see. The danger of seeing what others don't lies not in the perception itself, but in what you do with it. If you use it to separate yourself, to feel superior, to justify your isolation, then yes, it becomes dangerous. If you use it to attack others for their blindness, to shame them for not seeing, to punish them for their unconsciousness, then yes, it destroys relationships and leaves you alone. But if you can hold your clarity lightly, if you can see without grasping, perceive without controlling, understand without demanding, then your awareness becomes something entirely different. It becomes a space in which others can gradually wake up at their own pace, in their own time, without being forced or pushed or judged. Here's what I've learned after many years of watching people with this capacity for clear seeing. The ones who suffer most are not the ones who see the most. They're the ones who haven't learned to protect themselves while seeing. They're the ones who absorb everything without filtration, who take on every burden they perceive, who exhaust themselves trying to wake up a world that isn't ready to wake up. The ones who thrive, who manage to use their perception without being destroyed by it, they've learned something crucial. They've learned to be in the world but not of it. They can see clearly without being consumed by what they see. They can perceive deeply without losing themselves in others' experiences. They maintain what you might call a conscious distance, not the distance of cold withdrawal, but the distance of healthy boundaries. And how does one learn this? Well, it starts with spending time alone. Real time, not just physical solitude, but psychological solitude. Time where you're not taking in anyone else's emotions or thoughts or problems. Time where you can settle, like that muddy water we talked about, until you can see clearly which feelings are actually yours and which ones you've been carrying for others. It continues with learning to trust your perception without being controlled by it. Yes, you see that your friend's marriage is in trouble. Yes, you sense that your colleague is deeply unhappy. Yes, you feel the dysfunction in your family system. All of this may be absolutely true, but the question is not whether you see it correctly. The question is what you're going to do with this information. And sometimes, often actually, the wisest thing to do is nothing at all except hold the space for truth to eventually emerge on its own. This doesn't make you passive or uncaring. It makes you wise, because you understand that people change when they're ready to change, not when you need them to change. Problems get solved when the conditions are right, not when you've decided it's time for them to be solved. And consciousness develops at its own pace, which is almost never as fast as you'd like. So here we are at the heart of it. The danger of seeing what others don't is real. It can isolate you, exhaust you, turn you into a target for others' defensive anger, and cause you to lose contact with your own center. But it doesn't have to. Not if you learn to carry your awareness consciously. Not if you develop the strength to see without the compulsion to fix. Not if you can remain true to your perception while allowing others to remain true to their own process of waking up. The gift and the curse are the same thing. The question is only whether you'll learn to handle the gift with enough wisdom that it doesn't become a curse. Whether you'll develop the patience and the boundaries and the self-knowledge necessary to be clear without being crushed by your own clarity. And perhaps most importantly, whether you'll find others who can see as you see. Because they exist, you know. Other people who live in this odd space of perceiving more than most, of sensing what's hidden, of knowing what's unspoken. When you find these people, when you can finally be fully seen by someone who doesn't need you to be less perceptive, to feel comfortable, that's when the danger begins to transform into something beautiful. because you realize you're not alone after all. You're not crazy. You're not broken. You're simply awake in a world that mostly sleeps. And there are others who are awake too, and together, without force or pressure or urgency, you can hold space for consciousness to gradually spread, like dawn breaking slowly over a sleeping city. This is the hope within the danger, that your clear seeing, when held wisely, becomes not a burden you carry alone, but a light you offer to others, gently, patiently, allowing them to approach it when they're ready. If they're ever ready. And if they never are, well, that's their right. Your job isn't to wake them up. Your job is simply to remain awake yourself, to keep seeing clearly, while learning to live peacefully with what you see. The danger is real, but so is the possibility. The possibility that you learn to be conscious without being consumed, that you'll see deeply without drowning in what you perceived, that you'll carry your awareness as a gift rather than a curse. And that, my friends, that is the art of living with eyes wide open in a world that prefers to keep them closed.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be.
Hello everyone, hello.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have any questions about the Earth?
If you have any questions about Earth, feel free to ask. You kind of got some feedback there. Okay, never mind, you're gone. Welcome to whoever just joined. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right, I reckon I'll play this next clip. I'm gonna go. I got things to do. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm here, but I'll be right back.
It's a curious thing about human beings. We keep trying to explain ourselves to those who have no intention of understanding. Not because they don't want to hear us, but because they can't. They're watching a different movie altogether. And here you are, standing outside the theater, trying to explain the plot of your film to someone who's still convinced they're watching theirs. It's exhausting, isn't it? This constant need to justify, to clarify, to make people understand. But what if I told you that the very act of explaining yourself to certain people is like trying to describe color to someone who's determined to see only in black and white? We've been taught that communication is the answer to everything, that if we could just find the right words, the perfect explanation, then surely people would understand. But the truth is far more interesting than that. Some people are so caught up in their own mental constructions, so hypnotized by their own interpretations of reality, that your words become nothing more than noise. And the harder you try to break through, the more energy you lose. It's like shouting into a wind tunnel. The sound goes out, but it never reaches its destination. So let me ask you something. How much of your life have you wasted trying to convince people who were never going to be convinced? How many times have you repeated yourself, rephrased yourself, exhausted yourself? All in the hope that this time they'll finally get it. And what happened? They twisted your words. They heard what they wanted to hear. They made you the villain in their story, no matter how carefully you explained yourself. This is not an accident. This is not a failure of communication. This is a collision between two entirely different states of consciousness. Now, before we go any further, let me be clear about something. I'm not talking about healthy disagreement. I'm not talking about people who genuinely want to understand you but see things differently. I'm talking about something else entirely. I'm talking about people who are living in a kind of trance, a self-created prison of beliefs and illusions, so solid that nothing you say can penetrate it. And the reason nothing penetrates is because they're not interested in truth. They're interested in being right. They're interested in protecting their version of reality, even if that version bears no resemblance to what's actually happening. The moment you realize this, everything changes, because you stop taking it personally. You stop thinking there's something wrong with your words. You realize that the problem was never your explanation. The problem is that you're speaking to someone who has already decided what you mean, what you are, and what you represent. And no amount of explaining will change that. It's like trying to reason with a dream. The dream doesn't care about your logic. It follows its own rules. Let me tell you what happens when you try to explain yourself to someone trapped in illusion. First, you waste your energy. And I don't mean just a little bit of energy. I mean the kind of deep soul-level exhaustion that comes from fighting a battle that was rigged from the start. You pour yourself out trying to be understood, and what do you get back? Confusion, accusations, more questions. It's a loop that never ends because the other person is not interested in understanding. They're interested in their own narrative. And you, my friend, are just a character in their story, a character they've already written. The ancient wisdom traditions understood this. They knew that not everyone is ready to hear the truth. Not everyone can handle it. Some people need their illusions. They need them to survive. Take away their illusions, and they crumble. So they defend those illusions with everything they have. They'll twist your words, attack your character, and if you're still trying to explain yourself to them, you're actually helping them maintain the illusion. Because every time you engage, you give them something to resist. You give them a reason to dig in deeper. There's a story I once heard about a man who spent his entire life trying to convince his neighbor that the sky was blue. The neighbor insisted it was green. So the man brought diagrams, photographs, scientific explanations. He even brought other people to confirm that yes, the sky is blue. But the neighbor wouldn't budge. Green, he said. It's green. And one day, exhausted and defeated, the man gave up. He stopped trying to convince his neighbor. He stopped talking about the sky altogether. And you know what happened? The neighbor became furious. Because without the argument, without the conflict, the neighbor had to face something terrifying, the possibility that he might be wrong. This is what happens when you stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion. They get angry, they escalate, they accuse you of abandoning them, of being cold, of not caring. But here's the secret. Their anger is not about you, it's about them. It's about the fact that your silence forces them to look at themselves. And looking at yourself when you've been living in illusion is one of the most uncomfortable things a person can do. So they'd rather you keep talking, keep explaining, keep playing your part in their drama. because as long as you're engaged, they don't have to change. But you don't have to play that game anymore. You can step back, you can be quiet. You can let them have their version of reality without feeling the need to correct it. This is not indifference, this is wisdom. This is understanding that some battles are not yours to fight. Now here's where it gets interesting. When you stop explaining yourself, something shifts. You begin to conserve your energy. You begin to protect what's sacred, your peace, your clarity, your sense of self. These things are precious. And when you throw them into conversations with people who can't receive them, you're wasting treasure. You're casting pearls before swine, as the saying goes. Not because the people are bad, but because they're not ready, they're not capable of seeing the value in what you're offering. And so they trample it, they mock it. They use it against you. Think about the conversations you've had recently, the ones that left you feeling drained, misunderstood, frustrated. Now ask yourself, was the other person actually listening? Or were they waiting for their turn to talk? Were they trying to understand your perspective, or were they simply defending their own? If it's the latter, then you were explaining yourself to someone who was never going to hear you. And the energy you spent was energy you'll never get back. There's a certain kind of person who thrives on this dynamic. They love to pull you into endless explanations because it gives them power. The more you explain, the more ammunition they have. They'll take your words, twist them, and throw them back at you in ways you never intended. They'll say, "But you said this," when you said nothing of the sort. They'll interpret your silence as guilt, your patience as weakness, your kindness as manipulation. And no matter what you do, no matter how clearly you speak, they'll find a way to misunderstand you. Because understanding you would require them to change, and change is terrifying. So what do? You stop. You stop explaining, you stop defending, you stop trying to make them see. Because the truth is, they already see. They just don't like what they see. And that's not your problem. Your problem is that you've been taking responsibility for their perception. You've been acting as though their misunderstanding is your failure. But it's not. Their misunderstanding is their choice. Let me tell you what happens when you embrace silence. First, you reclaim your power. When you stop giving explanations, you stop giving away your authority. You stop acting as though you need their approval, their validation, their understanding. You simply are. And there's something incredibly powerful about that. It's the power of a person who no longer needs to defend their existence. The power of someone who knows their worth is not determined by whether others can see it. Second, you create space. Space for truth to emerge on its own. Space for the other person to sit with their own thoughts without your constant input. Space for God, or the universe, or whatever you want to call that deeper intelligence, to work. When you're always talking, always explaining, you fill up all the space. But when you're silent, something else can enter, and often that something else is far more effective than anything you could have said. Third, you begin to discern. You begin to see who is genuinely interested in understanding you and who is simply interested in the drama. The people who truly care will accept your silence with grace. They'll give you space. They'll trust that you have your reasons. But the people who are trapped in illusion will panic. They'll demand explanations. They'll accuse you of being secretive, distant, cold. And in their reaction, they'll reveal exactly why you were right to stop explaining in the first place. Now let's talk about what silence is not. Silence is not avoidance. It's not running away from difficult conversations or refusing to communicate when communication is genuinely needed. Silence is discernment. It's knowing when words will help and when they'll only make things worse. It's recognizing that some people are not ready for your truth, and that's okay. You don't need everyone to be ready. You just need to be wise enough not to waste your pearls on those who can't appreciate them. Silence is also not punishment. It's not a way of getting back at someone or making them feel bad. It's simply a boundary a way of saying, I will not participate in this particular dance anymore. Because the dance of endless explanation is exhausting. It keeps you small. It keeps you stuck. And it keeps the other person stuck too, because they never have to face their own illusions, as long as you're there to argue with them. Here's the thing about illusion. It's comfortable. It's familiar. People build entire identities around their illusions. They construct elaborate mental frameworks to support them. And when you come along with your truth, your clarity, your different perspective, you're threatening the entire structure. You're asking them to tear down what they've spent years building. And most people won't do that. They'll defend their illusion with everything they have. They'll fight you, blame you, vilify you, anything to keep their world intact. And you know what? That's their right. They have every right to live in whatever reality they choose. But you have a right too. You have the right to stop exhausting yourself trying to change their mind. You have the right to walk away from conversations that go nowhere. You have the right to protect your energy, your peace, your sanity. And you exercise that right through silence, through the simple, powerful act of not engaging. There's an old saying that goes something like this: never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. But I'd take it a step further. Never explain yourself to someone who has already decided what you are, because no explanation will change their mind. They've made their judgment. They've written their story, and you're wasting your breath trying to edit it. Instead, save your words for those who can hear them. Save your energy for relationships that actually nourish you. Save your truth for people who are hungry for it. Because there are people out there who will understand you without lengthy explanations. There are people who will see you clearly without you having to perform, or prove, or justify. And those are the people worth your time. But what about the others? What about the people trapped in illusion who keep demanding your attention, your explanations, your defense? Let them go, not with anger or resentment, but with compassion. Let them have their illusion. Let them believe whatever they need to believe, and trust that if they're meant to wake up, they will. But it won't be because you convinced them. It will be because life itself taught them. And life is a far better teacher than you could ever be. So here's what I'm asking you to do. The next time someone demands an explanation from you, someone who has already decided what you are, what you meant, what you did, pause, take a breath, and ask yourself, will this explanation actually help? Or will it just give them more material to misinterpret? If it's the latter, stay silent. Let them sit with their assumptions. Let them fill in the blanks however they want. Because their interpretation says far more about them than it does about you. And in that silence, you'll find something extraordinary. You'll find yourself. Not the version of yourself that bends and twists to be understood. Not the version that exhausts itself trying to please everyone. But the real you. The you that exists regardless of whether anyone understands or not. The you that doesn't need validation because it knows its own truth. And that version of you is far more powerful than any explanation you could ever give. Stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion, not because you're giving up on them, not because you don't care, but because you finally understand that some people aren't ready to see, and that's okay. Let them have their blindness. Let them have their confusion. Let them have their version of you. Because the real you, the one that knows, the one that sees, the one that simply is, doesn't need their approval. Your peace is more valuable than their understanding. Your energy is more precious than their acceptance. Your truth is more important than their opinion. Remember that. Hold on to that. And the next time you feel that familiar urge to explain, to defend, to justify, just stop. Be still. Be quiet. Be free. Because silence, my friend, is not the absence of communication. It's the presence of wisdom. And wisdom knows when to speak. and when to simply let things be.
Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, for anybody new, the Earth is definitely flat measurably. In fact, as far as our research has shown, there is nobody on the face of the Earth in all of history that has measured any Earth curvature. Even to this day, it is measured flat and stationary by all builders, by all industries, by all navigation systems, by all map makers and surveyors. Everybody uses and measures the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Any questions, comments, concerns, challenges to that? Open up your mic, let us know. Welcome to all the newcomers. The Earth is flat, measurably. The globe never existed. It's only a mathematical concept. If you were under the delusion that you live on a globe, totally understand. Everybody thought that at one time. Just thought you should know that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary. Oh, and space is fake. So, yeah, welcome. If you are new and you'd like to challenge that idea, go ahead and engage. We're happy to help. Happy to have a conversation with you. Yeah, what is the most maybe controversial idea that you will run into in this channel? One of them would be space is fake. There is no outer space vacuum, and all the cosmic distances and ideas about what the lights in the sky are completely fictitious. It's all predicated on the Earth being a globe. The Earth is obviously not a globe. There is no Earth curve anywhere. Also, gravity. Your idea of gravity, whichever one you might hold to, that being Einsteinian, the bending and warping of a conceptual medium called space-time, that is completely fabricated. And of course, mass attracting mass, whatever mass is in physics, which is undefined, or at least ambiguously defined. That also does not exist. There is no evidence scientifically that mass, whatever that is, attracts mass. So, yeah, you guys can just go ahead and forget about that stuff. Never existed, just an idea, just something to fill up your school day with. They had to teach you something. They have to pay those teachers to tell you something. So, anyway, a lot of the information that you have is false, but it's okay. It's not your fault.
Happy equinox, everyone.
That's right. It's Equinox Day.
Yes, sir.
So to Joser in the chat, it's really simple, bro. If you did want to steel man our position, it's very simple. The surface of the Earth is planar in nature. It is flat, meaning it does have undulations, the land and everything, right? It's got hills and valleys and mountains and whatnot. But the water is flat upon the surface, as we all observe. So the idea of the globe is absurd if the water is flat. So anyway, that's all it is. We're not making a claim to a shape. We're not making a claim to a map or some kind of model. It's very simple. The surface of the Earth is planar in nature. Oh, and stationary. And it also very much seems to be enclosed. So, not too difficult.
I think there are really many doubles. Okay. I'm just learning with you and listening to arguments. Okay. So I like this community. I like other guys I know here, and just want to stay.
That's fine. I was just addressing, our claim is not that complicated. It's flat, stationary, and apparently enclosed Earth. That's what we're claiming, or at least that's what we have evidence for.
I think this is that new flat earther, isn't it? The other day, I congratulated him.
Oh yeah, it might be.
Yeah, he wanted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome Z4373. The Earth is flat. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Actually, I don't see you as aware people. I think everything you say is curious and I find it interesting, So just let me stay. I I don't want to be a problem.
I have no intention of muting you or kicking you out. I mean, you're obviously being respectful. Yeah, I mean, totally, man. You're welcome to be here. Now, the things that we're telling you, the only things that we're telling you are things that we can prove, right? But even more than that, it's everyone's everyday experience on the earth. You know, if you think about the way that you live, even in just relationship to up and down is a description of a vertical plane, and that vertical plane has to be attached to a horizontal plane. So when we talk about up and down for me is the same as it is for you, because up and down is vertical and it's attached to horizontal. So, um, you know, left and right, east and west, north and south, these are all descriptions of headings or directions that are in a relationship to a horizontal. Uh, so you live and exist and observe and experience on a flat and stationary plane every day of your life. I think probably the most curious thing, at least to me, and I talk about this all the time, is that I ask people, do you feel like you're moving at all? Does the earth feel like it's moving? And of course, everybody will, if they're honest with themselves, go, of course not. I don't feel any motion. I don't experience any motion. There is no measurable motion of the earth. So, don't you find that curious? And it's also important for people to remember that when I say motion, I'm talking about at least four different motions you should be experiencing. So we'll cover the one that most people think about, which is the axial rotation, the claim that there is an axial rotation. Like, you know, this earth is spinning like somebody holding a basketball and spinning it on their finger. That's one motion. It's an acceleration, by the way. It's an angular velocity. Number two, the earth is supposed to be taking an elliptical orbit around the sun, right? So that's another acceleration that should be experienced in some way. Number three, the solar system, as it apparently accelerates or is in motion towards the great attractor, in quotation marks, of the Milky Way galaxy that we supposedly inhabit in this vacuum, but we'll get to that later. Well, that great attractor, which is supposed to be this large center of mass, once again, full of stars, and it should be very bright, which we also don't observe in the sky. Where is the great attractor of the Milky Way? Why do we never see it? But that's another motion. So that motion, and then of course the galaxy itself moving through the ever expanding universe. That's the fourth motion you should be experiencing. So there's four different motions that you should be experiencing. Why don't we measure or observe any of them?
Yeah, अच्छा दोगे movie time.
Welcome.
Hello,
How's it going?
everything's going fine.
Cool, cool. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Are you AI?
What? No?
Your voice is like looking like a AI, sounding like a AI.
Your voice sounds like AI. I have to repeat the
I'm not
same thing
AI. I
over
can
and
say
over. I'm picking.
I can say that.
I think you're AI.
Does
You're AI now. Yeah, everybody's AI now. This is a big AI room. All the AIs hang out in here.
Wait. I'll type in AI. Hang on.
The Coke today and Freaky Friday is everybody is AI now from the Globers.
jeez. So, Sherry, is that your globe proof?
Ask me again.
Is that your proof for the globe that everybody's AI?
I was just asking because your voice sounding like AI, so I just asked about this. What we are discussing?
Earth.
Earth is rotating. Earth is not flat.
Cool story, bro. Prove it.
Oh, okay.
How can I prove it? Earth is a lollipop. If I gave you proof, you will be accept it or not?
What difference would it make? You don't have proof to begin with.
I'm saying that if I gave you a proof, so you will accept it or not?
What
Well, it
difference would
depends.
that make?
Go ahead. Present your
So
proof.
it's like if sun shines, okay?
Talking about the Earth
If
in
from
here,
one
not the
place
sun.
and it's down to another place, they're traveling. Because Earth is a curve. We are living on a curve of the Earth. The Earth is not
But-
flat.
Well,
If the sun appears
friend, that
here,
I'm sorry, but that's not proof. That's just a claim. But what you're describing is that the sun moves and not the Earth.
Earth is rotating. If Earth don't rotate, we are not going to be survive in a
Okay.
minute.
No, sorry, that's just another claim. You have to understand that proof and claims
So
are two
what is
different
your
things.
proof?
You usually
So
need to.
you are
Holy
also
cow,
claiming
bro!
things now. You are also claiming.
Why are you so
You are
upset
not
all of a
giving
sudden? Why are you freaking out? Why are you not? Why are you so upset? You just gave me proof that the sun moves, and then you told me the reason that the sun moves is because the Earth is moving. So how are you going to prove that this is relative motion? How are you proving to me that the Earth indeed is the thing that is moving? How are you going to prove that?
The sun is the center and Earth is rotating. This is my claim.
You're making
First
the
thing,
claim again. Okay, that's your claim. How are you going to
Okay, claim.
prove that?
Because how you can prove it is that do you believe in science or not?
Well, is science a religion?
No, science, Newton laws, or you don't believe in
Newton
laws
laws,
like
that's
Newton
not
laws or
science.
gravity. You don't
Sorry,
you
friend.
believe in that laws of the
Wow.
motions, or you don't believe in the laws of the motion.
Oh, so it's a belief
These,
system.
So,
yeah, it's,
I'm just asking things. Do you believe
No,
in
you said it's a
science?
belief system. I was just confirming with says who that it's a belief system. Is that correct?
You are asking me?
yes.
For you,
Because
we
you
are
keep
saying that
asking
it is
us
a
if
belief
we
system.
believe it. No,
No.
well, you're telling me that science is something that I have to believe in. So, is it a
am
religion?
asking a question. I'm asking a question. Do
I
you
know, but the
accept
question
science
is
or
loaded.
not science?
Science is a method. Have you ever heard of the scientific method? It's not a matter of whether or not I believe it or not. We do have a method of inquiry about cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world called the scientific method. Natural science. Yes, it is a thing. It's not a matter of whether or not I believe in it. So, if we're talking about cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world, obviously, yes, it does exist. So, what are you going to be telling me about that has scientific evidence using the scientific method? Where would you like to start?
How about you start with some science
You
that we
want
can
to ask
replicate? Because
Earth
that's what
is
science is. Do you
Earth is
understand?
rotating or not?
Dude, do you have any
You don't.
science we can replicate? That is science.
Everything.
Do you understand that, right?
Sir, we are talking. We are not.
Dude, give us
What
some
we can say.
experiments we can replicate that shows us that the Earth is a ball.
So you don't believe, or you don't
I
consider
don't have
Earth
to
is a ball.
believe
You don't
science.
consider
Just,
Earth is a ball.
I don't
You
have to believe
consider
it.
Earth is a flat.
Present your experiment, we replicate it, and then we know it's good science. If we can't replicate it, it's pseudoscience.
And sir, flat's not a shape.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving. In fact, there's no way to measure. Einstein said that there is no optical experiment that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is moving. So Einstein says the Earth isn't moving. Do you disagree with Einstein?
Einstein never said that Earth is not moving. He said that Earth is moving around the sun.
Really? Where did he say that?
I think in his school books.
No,
In
listen,
the
dude.
school books? He didn't write any
Yes.
school books.
His
I
whole
have read it.
theory is called relativity. It's all relative. We can't tell. That's the whole point of it. You need to educate yourself.
One time I was watching a video of rocket going to the Mars,
Okay.
and when they are going to the Mars, the Earth is like rotating, and they are in curved motion. They are not flat. So it's my first, because you are not going to be saying that it is a proof for you. So I just claiming it. So do you accept my
Well,
claim
yeah,
or
you
not?
are. No, your evidence for the Earth being a globe is because you saw it on TV.
Yes, I saw on TV that if the sorry, क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Rocket moving towards Mars or towards space, there is curved motion of Earth. There are curves. They are
Yeah, I
not
understand
flat.
that. So do you believe everything that you see on TV?
I don't believe particularly what I saw on a TV, but this I believe it
Why do you believe that?
because it's looking real to me.
So if it looks real, then it must be real. So if you see Santa Claus on TV, then Santa Claus is real.
Santa's Claus is real or not, I don't know. Maybe it's not real, but I'm saying that we are discussing right now. You have a proof, so then show me your proof. Show me
Okay,
your
here's
claim.
my proof. Here's my proof. My claim is that the Earth is not curving anywhere measurably on the surface. And this, I'll give you a positive claim. Water is level and flat upon the surface. 70% of the Earth's surface, supposedly, is water. So you cannot have a 70% flat ball.
Their reason is that the water you are talking about, they are not stuck. They are in ball shape, and they cannot go to the space because the space nothing have attraction. So space doesn't have any
Oh.
attraction. So they can't.
Okay.
They can't drop. Like I mean to say, they cannot drop. The water can't be drop on a space because a space doesn't have any attraction.
We're not talking about space. We're not talking about space yet. Are you telling me that the
Earth-
water is
Earth
curving?
Earth is on space, basically. Earth is in space.
No,
So
I
if
know, but
Earth
let's
is a
try to
flat,
stick with the water. Don't go crazy yet. We're just talking about the water. So are you saying that the water is curving?
water on curved motion, I guess. I believe.
You believe that?
No.
How
Yes, I
come there
believe
are
that.
no measurements of the curving water? In fact, the water is measurably flat on the surface of Earth at all distances.
My question is that I'm not answered I'm not answering this question because I don't know. First thing. The second thing is that I want to answer, if you are saying that Earth is flat, so what was behind the Earth? For
Wow.
example, there is a water and Earth.
Behind it.
And what is under the Earth? There is the water or
Go ahead, do it. Do it.
or soil.
Do it.
Brother, you are ignoring me. It's kind of rude. I'm talking to you about the water. You asked me for the evidence that the Earth is flat, and we started talking about water. And you ignored my question about why the water is measurably flat on the surface. And you said, I'm not going to answer that question. And then you started hitting me with like 7 other questions. I'm kind of hoping that you can engage in a reasonable way about this conversation. So the water, why is the water not curving?
What do you mean about not curving or curving?
Have you ever seen a picture like on TV? Because apparently on TV you believe everything. Have you seen a picture of the Earth or a video of the Earth as a big curving water ball?
No.
You've never seen that.
No.
So you don't actually know if the Earth is a ball because you've never seen it as a ball.
All the other stars, tell me, okay? Listen me.
Wow.
All the other stars like moon, sun,
Dude,
all the other
stop.
stars and planets all are around. So how can Earth can be flat?
Well, first
Sun
of
is
all,
round.
you are already pre-assuming that the Earth is a ball and it's like the things in the sky. The things in the sky could be spheres.
Exactly,
That's
I'm saying
totally
it.
reasonable. Okay, great. I don't know why you're assuming that the Earth is a ball in the first place if it's not curving.
My question is that I want to ask you first question, then you can hit me with another question. All the other things which is on space, they are planet, and the other things are curve or on a ball shape. So why
So,
you
yeah.
have that not have
I'm gonna tell
audacity to
you.
accept that Earth is also around?
Jerry,
I hear
listen.
your question.
Yes.
I hear your question. The problem is it's called a loaded question, meaning that you're assuming a lot of things in the question. Number one, that Earth is a ball, because when you say all other, that word other tells me that you're insisting that the Earth is like the things in the sky, and
Yes.
that Earth is a ball in space. I've got bad news for you. The outer space vacuum that you think the Earth is in is fake. So those things in the sky that you see are not in an outer space vacuum at some absurd distances from the Earth. Those things are also debunked and have no evidence. So you're asking me a loaded question. You could ask me something like, I see the lights in the sky look like spheres, and why is it that the things in the sky look like spheres, and why are they different than the Earth? You could ask it that way. But that's a totally different question than the loaded one that you gave me.
Okay. First of all, answer my one question. Is moon is sphere or round or not?
I don't know. It kind of looks like a sphere sometimes, and then other times it doesn't look like a sphere or do things that spheres do at all. I don't know. It's definitely circular sometimes. Sometimes it looks like a
It's
crescent.
circular.
Sometimes
Curve
it looks
all
like
the
a
time.
half a circle.
It's curve all the time. It's not circular. It's not fully circular, but it's curve all the time.
There's sometimes where I can only see part of the moon, and so it's not a circle. It looks like a crescent. Isn't that right? Aren't there flags with a crescent moon on them?
So one thing I want to ask you is that you don't believe, or you don't believe that Earth is circular? And the second thing also, you don't think we are on space?
I have no idea if the Earth is circular or not. I know that on the surface it is measurably flat. I also know that space is
On
fake,
surface,
or at least the
but
outer space
there is
vacuum is fake.
why you think that vacuum is fake? And the second thing is your answer is that we don't measure whole Earth at a time. We do measure, for example, if I'm gonna measure 1 millimeter, 1 meter, so it will be on a straight line.
Yeah, and also if you measure
1,000
40
kilometer, it's curve.
yes,
It's gonna be a curve.
no, it's not. We've measured. Everybody measures the Earth flat. The surveyors, the map makers, they measure it flat too.
And my
We
second
have
question
laser
is,
tests. We have
do you
laser
have any?
tests of over 40 kilometers where the Earth is measurably flat for 40 kilometers. We have long distance
40 kilometers,
observations.
because it is
Yes.
just a 40 kilometers.
Yeah, well, in 40 kilometers, there's supposed to be about, 300 feet of vertical drop in that 40 kilometers, and there's no drop.
It's your claim.
No, that's the Globe Earth claim. They say that it's supposed to be dropping 300 meters according to the size of the Earth that they gave us. It's not doing that, so the globe
So
is
you will
false.
accept what they are saying. You will accept.
No, I'm not accepting it. I'm testing it. They claim that the Earth is a sphere. I went and measured the surface of the Earth. There is no curvature on the surface, so the claim is false.
My claim is that the other things on the moon or the other thing, the other stars are circular. You know
Okay,
that, I
great.
know that.
So
Earth
circles. Okay,
is
so
going to be
no
circular.
problem. Why would it be circular? So do you have a table in your house? Do you eat at a kitchen table?
Yes, we have.
Okay, do you have a light bulb above that table?
Yes.
Is the light bulb round?
Round?
Is the light bulb round? Is it like a bulb? Is it kind of pear-shaped or spherical? Does it look like a
Yes.
circle in
Yes.
some way? Yes. Is the
Yes. Yes.
table is the table flat?
Yes. Table is flat.
Okay, so the light above the table is round and the table is flat.
Yes.
So the table doesn't have to look like the light bulb, does it?
Yes. I'm getting your point.
Uh-huh. So just because you're standing on something that's flat, measurably, and the things above the thing that you're standing on are round, there's no reason why the things in the sky should dictate what the thing under your feet looks like or is shaped like.
By the way, your example is very good. I have to say it.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Just quickly, I just checked the math because I wasn't aware of it. Okay, so over the 40 kilometers, if the Earth's a globe, it's 426 foot drop over distance, which is 130 meters, which is like a 45-story skyscraper building. That's how much curvature there is over kilometers over the surface of the water on a globe.
But in reality, there is no curve. It's flat between those points. Level. It's interesting, isn't it? You never really thought about the actual Earth and how you experience it when you go to the ocean or a large lake. I don't know if you live near an ocean, but it's flat and level. What's what water does.
Get into it, but he also wanted to know why there was no vacuum in space.
Oh, the vacuum in space. Sure, no problem. So, we breathe air on Earth, right? And it turns out that this air is under pressure. So even according to NASA, as they define air pressure, it is the force exerted by the molecules on the walls of its container. That's what air pressure or gas pressure is. So we conceptualize air particles or molecules or atoms or whatever you want to call it as particles that bounce around freely and randomly in all directions. They move, especially they move faster if they have a greater temperature. They're more excited. These are things that we just know and experience and can test. But for us to build pressure, that gas must be contained. So if the Earth as a globe in outer space as a vacuum, and it's a very strong vacuum apparently, it's supposed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr in the deep space. That means that there is a large volume for the gas to fill as it moves freely and randomly in all directions, meaning that at any point when the Earth was forming or cooling or however they want to describe it, as it was, a byproduct of this Big Bang and everything, all of the gases that are leaving the surface and the heat would be filling the available volume of space, and there would be no pressure ever built on the surface of the Earth because there is no container. So the air pressure on the surface of the Earth should be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Instead, at sea level, we have 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure. Space is fake.
Do you remember me? You give me a example of a table and a light bulb.
Yes?
I was drawing it, and if the Earth is flat, like you said that it is flat, it is a table, and there is a kitchen. On the above, it is a globe, a bulb, and the bulb is lighting to the flat. Do you think that if the flat works, the light is on the other way? They are not shadow from one side and the open from one side. If the Earth is rotating, do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying that if the ball shape the Earth is, so they are rotating, and there's a moon, there's a night time, and there's a daytime, and it is changing. The reason is that Earth is uh, re- revolving around the sun, around the light. A table is spinning. The table is spinning.
I understand what you're telling me, but I'm not. I'm right. I'm not necessarily. I'm just describing to you. I'm trying to describe to you that if something is above another thing, it doesn't dictate the shape of the other thing. Okay.
I'm saying
So
that is true. If you are saying that
okay.
is true, that if the table should have light or no light, it can't be the one side it have life and the other side it doesn't have a light. I'm saying that.
Well, what I'm describing to you, and this is what you experience, is that the lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars, are the things that we can measure to be moving. The Earth itself, we cannot measure it to be moving at all. There is no experiment that we can conduct.
We can
At
conduct, I
all.
guess, if we can observe also. We can observe also. If you have a lot of money, you can absorb this thing. You go to the moon or go to the space if you believe in space, and you can see that Earth is rotating.
Well, maybe you missed it a second ago, but space is fake. There is no outer space.
So what is above the Earth? If Earth is here, what is the ground? There, you are saying Earth is flat.
So
What is the above of
if I
Earth? It is space.
see a lion, right? This lion, he lives inside of my wardrobe. I just got to climb through it, right? You can see it. You just got to come to my house if you have enough money, and you climb through my wardrobe. We'll go look at the lion. He talks. He's really fun.
Yeah, I was there. I got a picture of the unicorn that was there
You guys
too.
made him get all excited. Did you hear how mad he got at you when you said that?
Yes.
Jerry, the sky is above you. It's called the sky. It's not a space vacuum like you've been taught, and we don't live in a space vacuum. It's just the sky. Okay, and there's a lot of unknowns because you can't go up there and empirically validate these things. Right? You just have to make assumptions, or just believe things that you got taught about it, but you can't go and check.
Yeah, the Earth's not moving. The Earth is the floor of all that you will ever experience. The lights in the sky are above your head. They do not travel underneath your feet. They never go underground. They're always in the sky above you. They appear to come down to the ground. That's because of the way you see the world around you, not because they begin to travel down. It would be like having a large gymnasium and then walking around with a little light, right? Where the light is, it's daytime. Where the light is not, it is nighttime, because that's how we've defined night and day. Daytime, the sun's in the sky. Nighttime, the sun is not in the sky.
There is a daytime from the different
Yep.
country. There is a nighttime and there is a daytime for another country. For example, in Japan, you have a daytime, you have a sun, and if you travel towards something Middle East, you have a nighttime.
Yeah,
So sun
keep in
and
mind we understand
and
the
moon.
globe, right? We started out as globers. I just need you to keep that in mind. We know.
Yes, what you're describing to us is a flat Earth. During the day, in one place, the sun is up and it is daytime. In another place, in the sky above them, there is no sun and it is nighttime.
Sherry, you should ask. You should ask questions.
I want to give answers.
We don't need your answers. You should ask us questions.
You don't have any answers for us.
Yeah. Your answers are going to be just like everyone else's, right? You could listen to yourself through the voices of other people. You're all saying the same thing. Why? Because there is a standard that you have to live by in order to explain your religious belief, right? What you will find when you look up flat earth on the internet is not what we are talking about. It is a straw man. So if you want to know what is actually meant by us saying Earth is flat, you should ask us because we know what we think. The internet is not telling you what we think.
But if you do believe, I mean, yeah, we would rather answer questions because I know most people have a lot of questions about this particular topic. But let me ask you a question. Why do you think so many people believe that the Earth is a sphere or a ball when it doesn't curve? Why do you think that is?
Ask me again.
Why do so many people believe that they live on a ball when the Earth does not curve anywhere?
Because they are going to school first thing.
Okay.
In a school, the teacher taught them, the books taught them they were living in a ball, which is uh, surrounded by planets and rotating. Number one reason is
Yes.
death.
Yes. I would agree. I think that's most of the problem. So if they were taught
Let's
that,
agree. Let's agree.
yeah, let's agree. So that's what they were taught. Now, how come no one told them that there is no measurable curvature on the Earth? Don't you think that would be a good detail to add? You know, this is how we measure the Earth to be curving. Here's 2 points, and we took a laser or we used some surveying equipment, and we found this much curve. They left that part out, and I think that's kind of a problem. I would like to know who measured any curvature and when and
Please give me a
how.
1 minute, 1 minute. But please give me a 1 minute, and I will write back because my
Okay.
mom is going to clean the room. Okay.
Okay.
Who's coming in? His servant? Jesus.
Yes.
Yes. How do I get one of those? I want one of those.
I think you still got to live with your folks, man.
And Rad, when I got you up to like 200, and it's kind of difficult to hear you. Weird.
Yeah, me too. You sound like you're
And the echo, I think, is even louder than you.
Yeah, that's the worst
Why don't
part.
y'all hit me at the same time?
Hey, there you are.
We need to hear you loud and clear so you can properly flat smack this guy.
I find it slightly irritating that the only question he should ask he's not asking. It's kind of weird.
I would like for him to steel man flat Earth. I don't think he's capable of doing it, but I would like for him to try.
I mean, he can't steel man the globe, so why would he be able to do that?
Exactly.
Can you hear me now?
Good.
There it is.
Way better.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, it's better. What was his name? Did he leave? Was it Brian?
No, he's still here. He's just muted.
Sherry. He's still here.
Sherry, I'll help you out a little bit. The only question you need to ask now is ask us to present our evidence for the Earth being flat. When you get that method down, then you can go test it yourself. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. We don't care about the sun or the moon or the stars or all of that crap. We're talking about Earth in here and the surface property. Just a tip.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hi there.
Hi, everybody. This is Spa.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, hello. How are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about how the Earth is flat. Some people, have questions sometimes, but yeah, the Earth is definitely flat. It was never a globe. Welcome, Sareem01. The Earth is flat.
Oh, looks like he skedaddled. And the other newbie left, I guess. Oh, well. I think the one guy realized that his straw man was very wrong and didn't know what else to say.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. Oh, well.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
教えてくれたいろんな見た目になれるアプリなんだって。どれどれ。
If a surface is not curving, what is it? The Earth is not a pizza planet space frisbee. It's not a disk in space. Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be.
No and no.
Flat Earth is going to live rent-free in your head for the rest of your life.
I've got a couple insulting ones locked and loaded in case I need them, but I haven't had the opportunity to use them yet, like this one.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Here's another one that I think's funny.
I'll never forget the first time we met, but I'll keep trying.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that recent debate bro inspired this one.
Put that into a logical syllogism.
Hello. Welcome.
Do you have any questions about the Earth? The topic here is flat Earth, not flat earthers. Focus on the topic. Like it or not, you're already a flat earther.
think I got a monologue that I'll play real quick. This one's an old one, but it's a good one.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction.
Welcome back, Sherry. How's it going,
Welcome
man?
back. I'm going fine. So, do you believe that there's those images when the starship and they are going to space and those images came out? Do you believe that or not?
What does
Do you
belief have
remember
to
the
do with
part where?
anything? Go ahead, Jimmy. You're good.
Do you remember the part where you were told outer space is fake, and then you was told why?
Your voice is not. Can you speak with?
Okay, I
Tranquilize
will
the
be
rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves.
Just now.
So earlier, you were told space is fake,
Yes.
and then you was told why, right? Because it violates entropy, which is a natural physics, a natural part of reality, something that can be tested and manipulated, something that you experience every single day, every waking moment. Your breathing is proof that outer space doesn't exist. Okay? So then, if they're sending rockets into
I'm not able to hear me. I don't know. It's my problem or yours.
It cut out for me as well. I can't hear him either, man. Jimmy, you cut out halfway with what you were saying, man. We didn't hear any of that.
Glad you said that. I thought it was me.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I digress. I don't think he can hear us either. Anyway, he'll be back.
He will be back, surely.
Yeah.
My question was that you are
But you
going to
understand,
answer?
nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee within outer space, right? Nobody's claiming that. It's more like you are standing on the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead are moving overhead. So there is no the space to go to. Like the edge of the Earth would be the edge of the universe. It's the same place, same
So
idea.
you are, if I'm corrected, be corrected to me, that you are saying that Earth is, space is what is space? Is nothing. There's nothing.
Well, I'm saying upper space obviously exists, but this outer space story that we have been given is science fiction.
What is above the Earth you don't see as space. It is correct or not?
There are lights in the sky above our heads.
So you don't think
Go
so?
ahead,
It's a
Jedi.
space. You are saying not. It is not a space. They are lights. I'm correct. What you are saying?
The cosmology is different, my friend. Yes, we see the sun. Yes, we see the moon, Jupiter, Mars, blah blah blah. But they're above the Earth.
It's cut out.
Oh, dearie me. This guy's not doing too well today, I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, they were having issues the other day too, so Discord's always got some crap going on. He'll be right back.
Let's
But
talk
yeah,
about
we just
only
wanted
one
to
thing.
clarify,
Let's talk
man.
about only one thing.
Yeah,
Earth is
what we
round or
really
flat?
need to talk about. Well, flat's not a shape, for one. I would say Earth is Earth shaped.
Let's talk about only one thing.
What's important here, man? The one thing we should be talking about is measurements of the ground.
The problem is that if I'm presenting you a law, Newton law, Einstein law, any other law, you are just not accepting it.
Everything works perfectly fine over a horizontal baseline. I don't reject any of that. The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time requires two horizontal baselines. That works perfectly fine over what we're talking about. It does not in any way conflict with it. I don't know what you're talking about. And as for Newton, that's just the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. And even he said in one of his letters that he found the idea of kind of this mass attracting mass at a distance to be ridiculous. I can show you the quote if you would like to read it.
I can also share the quote. Problem is that I can also share the quotes.
Yeah, it's just the fact that
and you know that it is a problem also because you can share the
it's
quote.
not
I
a
can share the
problem
quote.
at all. It's not a problem at all because, like I said, the one thing we should be talking about is measurements of the ground.
The measurements of the ground and the other thing I'm talking about, you are not accepting it. So let's
What?
take
Sorry,
it as
hold on.
observation.
Gravity.
Our observation. Take it as our
Gravity.
observation. What we observe.
What
We are
gravity?
observing. What gravity is? Two body.
Okay.
Two body attracting each other.
Okay, so that would make the Earth a sphere.
What are you saying?
That would make the Earth a sphere, everything being pulled to the center of mass. When I drop something, it's going towards the center of Earth. It's the reason why the moon is in orbit around the Earth, because of the gravity, right?
The gravity is the main reason, I guess.
Cool. So that means there would be a curved surface on the Earth, wouldn't there?
Yes, I guess curve. There is a curved surface on Earth.
Then we would measure. then we would measure that, wouldn't we?
The reason is that Earth is very big to measure, I guess.
No, hold on, no. I just asked you, would we measure that over distance of tens of miles, kilometers?
You are saying that you can
I'm asking you.
measure the curve of the Earth. You
I'm
can.
asking
You
you.
are saying that.
It was a question, Jerry.
Yes.
It was a question to you.
Yes.
Should you be able
I
to
guess
measure
yes.
the curvature of the Earth?
You
Yes.
cannot do that by centimeters and by.
It's not.
You
Nobody
were
said
told.
that.
You were
It's
told tens of miles. You were told tens of miles. Why aren't you listening?
How you can?
Tens
How
of
you?
miles.
What instrument you are gonna to use?
So you can't. Is the answer you can't? Yes or no? Can you measure the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
By formula, yes. By tool,
By formula,
not.
no. By tool, okay, so not with surveying tools like
Yes.
laser propagation and theodolites, tools that we use every day to survey the land. You say that we cannot survey the land with tools. We measure and build on the earth all of the time. Now you say that we can't.
so you're basically saying you can calculate it, but you can't measure it. Is that what you're saying? Is that your
I'm
claim?
saying that we cannot do that by physical instrument or tool. We can't
Okay, so
measure
what
it
we
because
do
the
measure
Earth
then
is too
with
big.
physical
By
measurement
formula,
and
we can do
tool
that.
is, dude,
Just like
it's like you're coping.
just like we cannot.
Stop it.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we cannot measure
Sir.
weight of
It's
the
fine.
Earth. But through formulas, we can do it.
Okay, so we don't measure the curvature of the earth, we measure the earth to be flat. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. Why you are putting
So what
your
do we
words on my
measure
mouth?
then? Right, dude, you've got two choices. All right, with tools, what do we measure on the earth? Do we measure it to be curved or do we measure it to be flat? What do we measure?
By physically, we can measure
Yes,
by flat.
dude,
By
sorry for
physical,
being
by
impatient with
tool.
you, but I'm trying to be clear. With tools, surveyors, you know, the guys with white hats and go out with theodolites and lasers and measure the land. When we measure the land, do we measure the land to be curved or do we measure the land to be horizontal?
Horizontal.
Cool, so we do measure a flat earth then.
Reason is that Earth is very big.
Okay.
Extremely big.
So how
You
big is
cannot
the
measure through.
earth? Sorry, dude, how big is the earth? Radius, diameter, something. Even if you don't know, do you agree that there is a agreed radius to the earth?
How big is the Earth?
It's so big. It's flat.
How big is Earth? I read somewhere, I don't know, but it's around 5 to 6 moons, I guess.
5 to 6 moons?
I guess I don't remember
I
exact
don't
number.
understand the standard of measurement of moons, dude. Sorry.
Sounds more like
circumference
a duration.
Yeah, the circumference of
many
the Earth
moons
is.
ago.
The circumference of the Earth is the radius of the Earth is an agreed upon value. You agree, right? Yeah.
By instrument, we can't do that, but by
No,
formulas,
just
we can
asking
do
you,
that.
dude, my friend, please. I'm just asking you if we, as a society, know how big the Earth is.
No.
No, we don't know its radius, diameter, and circumference. We don't know the distance from here to there. We don't know that the radius from north to south is slightly smaller than the equatorial radius because the Earth isn't a true sphere. We don't know these things. The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. You can double that for the diameter. There's a circumference of 24,901 miles, or thereabouts. You can convert for the kilometers. All I'm trying to do is point out that with the consequence of a radius, there is a rate of change of slope on the surface. The rate of change on the surface of the Earth is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Just to give you some perspective, over 10 miles if you had point A as a tangent with a laser trying to shoot at point B at 10 miles away, the laser would pass over the target by 66 foot because the target would be underneath the laser's tangent. There would be a rate of change of slope over 10 miles of 66 foot. Now, when you say that we can't measure that because the Earth is so big, we measure kilometers with tools, and we don't measure any curvature where the mathematics tells us that it should be every single time we measure the Earth to be flat. So when you appeal to the Earth being so big that we wouldn't measure curvature, according to the mathematics, it's right there in front of us. It's a rate of change of slope changing from your feet in every direction away from you at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. According to the math, we should measure it, we don't.
What's going on, happy people?
So you are saying that if we measure the Earth,
What's
it
up,
is
Yoder?
not going to curve. The first thing is
Yeah.
that if you assume a ball and you measure things tiny by 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter, because through the instrument we can do that also. So you guess
that's
that
nice.
the ball is also flat. If you are using that idea to
Friend, you're not listening. It's like you've ignored everything that Jedi has told you, and I find that to be a little bit rude. We are not measuring centimeter by centimeter. We are measuring over great distances, 40 kilometers, with a laser. There is no drop consistent with a sphere. There is no drop at all.
40 kilometers, it's your high range.
Yes.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah. Earlier, I think DJ said it was somewhere in the ballpark of 430 feet or 480 feet of vertical drop over 40 kilometers.
Are there any comments or questions about what's been said? I do like the silence. I hope that's because everybody's thinking, but please don't let the silence go on for too long. If you've got any questions or whatever, please feel free to ask. It's interesting. You get told for the majority of your life since you got here that the Earth is a sphere. Then you come along to some people and they say, no, the Earth is flat. And you ask them why, and they tell you because it's measured that way. Like literally every single day by anybody who does any type of construction, any type of leveling of the land, any type of measurement will be in reference to the Earth, I guarantee you, because that's where we get level from. We get level from the Earth. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. That's a straight line from left to right, no part being higher or lower than the other. The horizon's the surface of the Earth. That's usually water. So water is the horizontal reference datum of the Earth. It's where we get height and depth from, the height of that mountain, the elevation of this, that, or the other, the depth of the submarine, all from mean sea level, the horizontal reference datum of the world. And being as 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and it is a horizontal reference datum, I've got no choice but to inform you that the Earth is most definitely flat. We can't dumb it down for you anymore. We can't offer you any more sweets and candy and cherries on top, right? It is how it is. The Earth is measured flat. What you do with that piece of information, it's up to you.
Oh, oh well. He's gone again. I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Are you okay there, Sherry? Are you wondering why everybody's quiet and the room packed full of people?
Yes, I was searching for internet about your claim, and there is a final answer I got. Over 40 kilometer, the Earth does curve. 1
Does
to
it?
5 kilometer. What?
Okay.
There is an answer is that over 40 kilometer, Earth does curve 125 meter.
Okay. So, according to the claim that the Earth has a radius, it should curve by that much. When we go out and test it with tools designed for leveling and measurement, we don't measure that curvature. So that's the point we're trying to raise.
So you are saying
we can look. Mhm.
You are saying that what figure I gave you, it is fake.
No, I'm not telling you it's fake. I'm telling you we don't measure it. So within the calculation, it exists. That is what we should measure if the Earth was a sphere, but we don't measure that. What we measure the Earth to be is horizontal. So you can call it what you want, but it's not true when tested.
Basically, it is fake for your point of view.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the word fake, but yeah, you can call it what you want. It's invalidated.
What claim I'm coming up for you, I'm
Mm.
giving. You are just not accepting it. So
No,
maybe
no,
we
no,
are not going
no.
we are not
No,
going to
we've
anywhere.
tested it. You
I'm
don't understand. We've tested it.
I'm not buying
We
your claim. You're not buying my claim.
Try and
And
hear what
we
we're
are
saying.
at same
This
position.
is
Same
not a
position
claim.
He
to
doesn't
start
want to
with.
listen. Listen,
It's not just
it's
a
not that we're
claim.
hand
Yeah.
waving, dismissing this away. We tested it. So we have reason, we have justification for rejecting it. It's not just an opinion.
Would
Would you like to see the measurements that we took?
Damn, it says who beat me to it.
You can
In the
share if
side
you
chat,
want.
Sherry. Well, look, in the side chat, Sherry, T-Dub has posted for you at 31 minutes after the hour a short GIF about a 21 mile, which is, I think, is that 40 kilometers or is 26 miles 40 kilometers? Either way, 21 miles, a laser test across a lake. That lake should be curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, meaning that if they leveled the laser, there should be a vertical drop from that tangent if the Earth is indeed a sphere in the ballpark of 300, 400 feet. There is no curvature measured on the surface of the Earth. Nobody in all of human history has measured any curve. It is not a matter of us accepting it. It is a claim that you say, yes, we are going ahead and saying, yes, it's fake because the Earth itself, in reality, is not curving. We have multiple laser tests. We have multiple documents, multiple ways of having long distance observation across the surface of the Earth, showing that there is no measurable or even apparent curvature. None.
Sherry, do you understand what we're saying to you?
Yes, I can hear what he was saying.
No, do you understand what he was
Yes, I
saying?
do understand what
Okay, cool.
what he has a point.
Cool.
What point
Thank
he
you.
has.
So, yes, you can find this on the internet, that the Earth is a sphere with a radius and a rate of change of slope, curvature on the surface. Something we should be able to measure. We don't. We measure it to be flat. We're not hand waving it away. We're testing, verifying the claim. And when we try to do so, unfortunately, we measure the Earth to be flat. In the side chat, along with T-Dub's laser test, I've posted one as well. We have multiple observations, laser tests, other types of measurement done by surveyors and all sorts of things. If you want to see those, please feel free to ask, but maybe just start with these one or two, just so you understand what we're talking about. Sometimes visualization and the ability to rewind and go back when you don't understand something is good with a video. So take those away with you, watch them in your own free time, and then you can understand, like I said, what we're speaking about.
give yourself enough time to receive the answers to your questions.
Your voice is very deep. You are using any software, or it's your regular voice?
This is my soundboard. I have a whole bunch of clips that I put up there, and I will continue to use my soundboard. If you hear that voice, just know that that's me.
Okay, okay. I thought there was another person.
No, that's just me. But I have a soundboard that I use sometimes. But it's not my voice. It's just a text-to-speech thing that I've used. My words, not my voice.
So you did with yourself, by yourself, you did that experiment with laser beam?
No, I personally have done other types of tests, long distance observations, for example. Simply saying we see too far. If the surface of the Earth was curved, at a distance, that curvature would stop me seeing something. For example, a boat that sailed over the horizon. With long distance observations, we show that we see too far. Quite simply, we don't see the curvature of the Earth with, let's say, high-powered zoom technology, a high-powered zoom camera or whatever. We see much further than the curvature of the Earth would allow, magnitudes further. Now, if you'd like to see those long-distance observations, we can start putting those in the side chats as well. There's a few ways that we can demonstrate very easily to ourselves that the surface that we are standing on is most definitely flat. One, by looking at the world. Yep, it most definitely looks flat. You said earlier along that the Earth is so big that from our point of view it looks flat, which is a soft concession that it looks flat. Second of all, we can make long distance observations, taking into account the calculations associated with the Earth's radius. That would give us a geometric horizon. That would be the thing that the boat would go over, the physical curvature of the Earth. That's a mathematical calculation away. Based on the radius of the Earth, it's quite simply 1.225 multiplied by the square root of your observer eye height in feet. So if you're a 6-foot observer standing at the beach and you want to know the distance to the horizon, you use that formula and it gives you the distance of approximately 2.48 miles, I think, if memory serves me right. It's quite simple to do. If you put your camera about 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon's 1.225 miles away. If you put it 8 foot above the surface of the water, 3.46 miles away. If you've got a camera and you're up in an airplane 35,000 feet, you'll have a geometric horizon at approximately 228 miles away. This is the mathematics associated with a sphere. What I'm pointing out is long distance observations show that we do not see that curvature. Long distance observations show that we see a horizon magnitudes further than it should be. For example, a 8-foot observer standing at the beach can witness a horizon beyond 10 miles away, where like I said earlier, should be at 3.46. We can show you those observations in the side chat as well. But yeah, we can do many things. We can observe, we can test, for example, with theodolites, lasers, radio signals, Wi-Fi, microwave, UHF, VHF, radar, early warning systems. I can go on and on and on and on. But ultimately, there are many ways to demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is most definitely flat. You've done it yourself. You've used water probably as a leveling tool. You may have used a plumb bob. That's a vertical line that will be perpendicular to the plane of the Earth, the plane of the horizon, in actual fact. It's where we get level from. But yeah, you can test this very easily for yourself.
My question is pretty simple, is that all the things, NASA, SpaceX, they all believe that Earth is round.
Okay, that's nice.
Why you are thinking that they are lying to you? Why they are
Because
lying? What benefits they are getting
okay,
for
I don't really
hiding this
know.
fact that Earth is flat?
Yeah, I don't know. So the majority of people, you brought up NASA, we can speak about university lecturers, teachers, people you see on TV. These are just people that believe the same thing that you did or I did or we did up to like 10 years ago or whatever. So we all believe the same type of thing. when we're talking about the idea of, well, why is NASA lying to us? Well, the majority of people, like I said, they're not lying, but ultimately they would be just a propaganda arm. You can demonstrate that they're lying by measuring the surface of the Earth. They claim within their pictures it's curved, it's a planet, and we should measure that curvature. We don't. Why they're using this type of propaganda is a really deep question. It can go into theology, not my theology, not our theology, but potentially their theology, whoever they are. It's very hard to pinpoint who these people are unless we start looking back through history. When the globe earth idea came around, who were the famous people, for example, throughout history who gave us the idea through mathematics and scientific learning and so on and blah, blah, blah. But these people are dead. So it'd be hard to ask them why they did what they did. So the simple answer is we can't really tell you for 100% truth why they would lie. The best we can do is speculate. And at the end of the day, if you can control someone's paradigm and worldview, then you've got control over them. It's very simple to do. If you control who somebody believes they are, where they think they are, if you even make them think, for example, that they mean nothing at all, then you've got control of, like I said, someone's theology and their mindset. You get that with the idea that the Earth's a sphere, because along with the idea that the Earth's a sphere comes a creation narrative, right? A naturalistic creation idea, where nature sprang into existence all by itself for some reason. They call this idea the Big Bang. And then another idea of how me and you came into existence, that's the evolutionary idea. So they get to give us a creation narrative that appears to be devoid of intelligence or design. It just happens to be so. We're literally an accident, according to them. So I guess we just have to look at the deeper story, how the Earth got here. Maybe that's got something to do with why they would lie. But again, like I said, my friend, we're just speculating at this point.
Basically, which is true is that the Earth and the other universe is expanding. Do you believe it, or do you buy this claim or not? The Earth is expanding.
No.
You don't buy this claim. The Earth is expanding, or the universe is expanding.
No. I've got no way of
The
verifying that
Australia,
piece
the
of
basically
information
the
to be true. My friend,
Australia,
2
which
seconds.
is measure, you
2
can measure it
seconds.
also through internet, is that
Pardon?
Australia is moving. The Australia is moving. The island,
Okay.
Australia country is moving by some centimeters every year or after 10 years. So
Okay.
how this thing is happening if the Earth is flat and it is not expanding? If the Earth is not expanding,
It's kind of non sequitur, dude. And wait, what? Even in your world, you gotta. Never mind. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying to begin with. The
I'm
idea that
saying
the
that
Earth is.
Yeah, I'm fucking
No, I
flabbergasted.
understand.
there's islands
Excuse me.
which are
I
removing from
understand
their.
what you're talking about, continental drift.
Yes, I'm talking about
Yeah.
continental shift, which is through
So,
by expanding. The Earth is
yeah,
expanding.
but
This
there
is going
isn't
up.
just, sorry, the only reason I'm interrupting is because it's not just expansion, it's the subduction.
Abduction.
Yeah, so you got plates that are going over each other and under each other as well, right? So if we're talking about just to take the tectonic plates idea, that's quite easy to have on a flat surface, dude. You can have it on any surface, curved or flat. Talking about plates, but they're flat. You've got them going over each other and underneath each other in the tectonic plate idea, then that can most definitely work on a flat surface. We probably see it quite often on a small scale. We just don't put the 2 and 2 together. But yeah, if we're just talking about Australia moving a bit, well, okay, it's moving a bit on a flat Earth. I don't know about the Earth getting bigger or smaller, dude. I don't know the size of the Earth to say, oh, it's getting bigger now or smaller now. I wouldn't know that. We don't know the size of the Earth. We're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth even. We just measure the surface and it's flat, which is contradictory to the Earth being a curved planet, right? So, yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm getting your point.
But Okay, fair enough.
The problem is that if you don't believe that Earth is a sphere, you got a lot of problems because north, south,
Like
east,
what?
west. You are getting this problem because there is no
Oh.
south, east, west, or north if Earth is not
Yes,
flat.
there is. Right, sorry to interrupt, right?
If
I
everything is
appreciate
flat,
that you think that, my friend, I appreciate that you think that we've got a lot of problems. I just hope that you'll think about it. North, south, east, and west are horizontal bearings. You get a compass out, you get your needle, which will face north. You orientate your compass underneath the needle so that N, north, is underneath the needle. 90 degrees to your right will be east. You will point east in a horizontal direction. That compass isn't pointing underneath your feet, down through the floor to south or whatever. Even within navigation, right? I'm not talking out of my backside. I'm using the correct terms. North, south, east, and west are horizontal bearings, dude. Now, they work quite perfectly on a flat surface because the coordinate systems are just circles of motion or direction of travel around poles. You know what the compass is that you use to draw circles? They use the same word for compass for the orientation of north and south. But the compass that is to draw circle, you put your needle in the middle, we'll call that north, and whichever way you move your pencil around that central pole, we will call east or west. Now, we define east, as to the direction that the sun rises in the morning. So that's east, and it travels to the west. So
yes,
this is quite easily done on a flat surface, dude.
but it is also can be done with a sphere surface.
Okay, cool. So it's not exclusive to a sphere. Okay, so it's not proof that the Earth's a sphere.
So
Okay,
you
it's
can
easily on a flat
you
surface
can
too.
say
So you claim that it was a problem, and
you are
he just debunks that claim. It is not a problem. Okay, so
you are
can you at least concede to that? Can you concede that it's not a problem?
Dude, you said, well, you've got a lot of problems then. And then you said north, south, east, and west. And then I told you how simple it was on a flat surface. So at least if you're reasonable, you must at least say, oh, yeah, that.
north south. Obviously, this you are saying right that it is horizontal values and it can go with horizontal as well. North, south, east, and west. What you are
Okay,
saying.
so cool. So it's not a problem then, right?
But it can also in a sphere face also.
But it's
Not
not a problem for us,
in a
is it? It's not a problem for us like you said it was. You said, well, you've got a problem, but it isn't a problem, is it?
no. After your claim, it is
Thank
not
you.
a problem.
Thank you very much. That's all we want, my friend. Was there anything else you thought that we might have a problem with?
A lot of things, I guess.
I assure you we don't, but please, if you think that we do, then we will show you how we don't. We don't hand wave dismiss things. We don't just say, no, I don't like that. We'll go
I'm
through
not
it.
here. I'm not here to debunk your claims or your
No, I'm
observations,
hoping
or
you're here to
I'm not going
learn.
to hurt your feelings to
No, I'm hoping
flat or
you're here
not.
to
I'm not.
learn.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
right.
I don't think you're here to debunk us, but within the trying to, you can still learn. People think it's easy to prove that the Earth is a sphere. I guarantee you it isn't.
There is an experiment, but I don't. I
Oh, go
haven't
on.
done it. There is an experiment.
What is it?
If you Antarctica Ocean, if you going to drill Antarctica Ocean from Antarctica Ocean, you will be the
Mhm.
southern ocean, like like a ball above the ball and the ground. Above the surface, there is a land earth people, and the below the surface is the people. And if you are going to dig the hole, you came from Pacific Ocean to Pacific Ocean, or Arctic Ocean to Southern Ocean,
Yeah,
Arctic
you're not
Ocean to
digging.
Southern Ocean.
Yeah, no one's digging any holes, though, are they?
Yes, but there is a scientifically proven that if you do it, obviously we can't do it. The hole between
How's
two
it
square.
scientifically proven? Is it just because you've got a ball in your hand and you can say, well, if you dig it through from this point, you'll come out the other side? Do you mean that's scientifically proven?
Sorry to disrespect you, but all the
Not disrespecting me.
all the scientists, all the other
Right,
respected
okay.
members of physics, I guess,
Okay, dude.
they all believe
This
that the Earth
is
is
going to
a
be a
sphere.
teaching moment.
Most of
This
them.
is going to be a teaching moment for you. When we try to figure out the geometry of an object, like to identify a shape, do we employ the scientific method?
We can employ scientific method.
Okay. So, walk me through the scientific method to how we get to the conclusion shape.
Because they already believe that the Earth is
No.
round.
I want you to walk me through the scientific method that gets to conclusion shape. You understand what the scientific method is, don't you?
Scientific, you are asking scientific method
Yes.
of
The
Earth is
method
round
of
or
science.
not.
No. The scientific method, natural science. You appeal
Scientific
to
method for what?
no.
For what?
Okay.
Scientific method is a lot of things.
No,
Scientific
dude, there
method
is
for this
one.
thing, for
Dude,
this thing.
excuse me. Right, this is
Huh.
how I now know you don't know. Okay, there is one scientific method, right? Observation of a phenomena, the dependent variable. Your prediction of cause, independent variable. Your hypothesis being if independent variable, then dependent variable. You then test your hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate the independent variable, keep all control variables the same to see if there's a change or not in the dependent variable. You then pass this along for falsification and verification. You do know what a hypothesis is, don't you?
What?
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Hypothesis is not, it's just observing things, I guess.
No, a hypothesis is a very
After
special. No,
hypothesis, it's
a
like we observe
hypothesis. No, hypothesis
things
comes
after observing. After
after
observing.
observation. Yeah, good man. A hypothesis is a prediction, isn't it?
Yes, it's
The
a prediction, but and then it's become a law.
No, not a law. No.
Method and law.
No.
First principles was observation, then is
Yeah.
hypothetical, and later it's
No.
become law, or
No.
there's
First
one
step.
method between.
First step, observation of something happening in the physical natural world. For example, water changing state and evaporating. Okay, something happening in the world. You come along, you observe it, and you wonder what caused, interesting word, what caused the water to go away. You suppose it was temperature. So now you've got a hypothesis of prediction. You predict that temperature, a high temperature, will make water go away. You then test that in an experiment where you get some water, you get some heat, and you watch the water go away. Now, this is quite simply science in this very basic, simple form. The only reason, my friends, why I'm bringing this up to you is when we employ the scientific method, we're not coming to the conclusion of the identity of a concrete noun, a shape. We can't do that, dude. When we're talking about geometry, like a three-dimensional solid object like a sphere, the way we try to figure out the identity of that geometric shape is by observing it and by measuring it. That's it. If you want to figure out if it's a triangle and what type of triangle it is, you're going to look at it and then you're going to measure it. If you want to figure out what the area of a sphere is, you're going to measure something of it and then you're going to calculate the rest of it. You understand, right?
Yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. So why you're appealing to scientists, I don't know. You should be appealing to surveyors, people who measure on the land. You understand, right? These are the people that measure on the surface of the earth all of the time. That's what we're looking at. Not science. Geometry. Right?
Yeah. The reason is
Cool.
that I haven't went to moon, but there is saying and there is observation of the astronaut. They are saying that Earth is a sphere, and they look the Earth is can be looked from the moon, and they are like
Okay.
ball.
Confirmation
Something like
bias.
that.
They have a belief.
So you
It's a
don't believe
religion. They have
it's
they
not
have a
a
religious belief. Yes, it is. It's from the cult of Pythagoras, and it's definitely connected to the Catholic Church when Lemaitre and Einstein held hands together and joined to make the primordial evil or primeval atom theory, the Big Bang. That comes from the
so
church, dude. It comes from the
you are saying
church.
they are liars. Basically, you are saying that under the
No.
words.
You think everybody who's wrong's a liar? Tradition's peer pressure
No,
from dead people.
they are
Tradition's
saying
peer
that.
pressure from dead people. I think that they think they can go high enough and they've never been there. And they think maybe if I just get a little bit higher, I'll see that curve. They believe it. They actually believe it.
Do you believe everything that you see on like a TV or on social media, or
No,
do you believe
I don't
everything
believe
you're told?
because you are saying that
No.
you are saying things, and I'm not believing it. So it means that I don't
Okay.
believe everything.
Okay, well that's very, very true. You don't believe in me, then that's absolutely. But on
Now you
a
get an
bigger
answer.
scale, on a bigger scale,
No, I don't believe
Ye-
on everything which my minds
mm,
connect with them. Yes, I do believe.
of course. Okay, there is a way though that we do trust people, right? We generally trust people in authority. We understand that science is for the betterment of humanity, for example. So we have good reasons to trust, let's say, authorities and so on. I've got safe drinking water, for example. So good things do happen, right? But we also must understand that people do lie, and that happens in
Yes.
our personal everyday lives and so on. So we can't always accept things at face value just because they trust them. Now, when we get pictures, for example, or claims from astronauts that, hey, I went to the moon, and when I turned around and looked at the Earth, it was a great big sphere, we've got two choices, really. We can either believe them or not. We can trust what they say and accept what they say, or we can try to verify what they say. Now, we have this with, let's say, all pictures and stories that the Earth is a sphere. According to all pictures and stories that the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is a sphere. That means there should be curvature on the surface, something that we should observe and something that we should measure. If I'm going to verify the stories from the astronauts that the Earth is a sphere, then I should be able to observe and measure that curvature on the surface to verify that claim. When I go out to observe and measure that curvature on the surface, I do not observe the curvature on the surface. We measure and observe the Earth to be flat. So that's how we verify the stories or not. We can accept them or we can test them.
Yes, you are saying extremely right. You are saying right, and I love your critical thinking. Critical thinking is very necessary for human being, and you don't accept authority easily.
Trust is easily given away, but it should be earned. Yes, my toaster works. Yes, I have medication that helps me with my health condition. That doesn't mean that there are no lies told in the world, right?
Perfect.
So yeah, we appreciate that people come along like yourself and thousands of people that we've had conversations with, and pictures, NASA, people that have been to the moon. Are all of these people lying? We understand the consequence of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. But we're just observing and measuring the surface of the Earth, my friend.
We don't know why people would lie. We don't know who it was. But all of these types of things, we're just pointing out to something that you can do yourself. You can observe and measure the earth to be flat. You can find out for yourself that there is something not quite right with the story that we all get taught. What you do with that information after that, though, my friend, I don't know.
I'm asking a question that it's not about Earth is flat or round. I'm asking a question that air comes from 2 direction or 3 direction or 4 direction. It's just a question.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. No, it's not flat or Earth round, but I'm generally asking a question that the air, the wind comes from 4 direction, 2 direction, or 1 direction.
The wind?
Wind.
It comes from all directions. What do you see?
It comes from sea.
The wind comes from the sea.
Yes. When the water.
Wind comes from pressure and temperature differentials.
But it usually comes from the sea, no?
No.
A lot of that happens over water. There's a lot of stuff going on there, so that's fair enough. But there's a lot more going on there. It's a bigger picture here. How many gallons of water are evaporated every single day?
I guess thousands of gallons, I guess. I don't know exact figure.
Certainly an astronomical amount. None of the answers that we give you are going to change the fact that the Earth measures to be flat and level. And there is no experiment proving that Earth is in motion. It measures to be inert as well. It's not moving. You go out, you see the horizon, and you observe it to be horizontal. Then some guy told you that it's curving at some point, and you believed him. That's okay. Everybody here believed what they were told too. Just keep in mind,
No,
everyone
everyone,
here,
not everyone.
everyone here, we've already shown that we're capable of changing our minds.
Keep fucking change my mind about a lot of things. But yeah, just for some context, every flat
You
earther
don't
was a
need to
globe
change
earther.
other human being mind. You just give us knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
If
Only
he's
you can
able
change
to
your mind,
do
dude.
that. No, I'm
Only you
not.
can change your mind. We're not here to change your mind. Only you can do that. Right, you got to take.
Oh, you are giving
You're
me opportunity to change your mind.
giving you the tools. Well, let's put it like this. At the moment, I'm just giving you a seed. That seed is you can question the Earth being a sphere. At the end of your question, you might find out the Earth's a sphere, but don't
feel like you can't question it. Now, up until, was it 10, 11 years ago, I never questioned the idea that we were living on a planet and that planet was the Earth and that was my home and that was our home. It just took us a long time to figure it out that that was our home because we're so small and the Earth is so big. From our point of view, it looks flat. It took science and wise men to figure it out. We would believe the same story that you did, dude. The only thing that we're giving you is a seed. That seed is critical thought. At the moment, we're pointing out that everybody is living within a belief system, trusting, say, pictures from space, NASA stories about the moon, stories from history about famous people who, like I said earlier, paved the way to scientific discovery. These are the shoulders that we stand upon because they pointed the way that the Earth is a sphere, our home. You can question this, dude. You don't have to accept everything that you are told at face value. Take sovereignty for yourself. Your mind is your own. Don't give it away freely to other people. That's it.
That's it. In 5th class or 6th class, my teacher told me one thing which makes a lot of sense about Earth is flat or not. The science was that when the ship is going down away from you, you are on beach and the ship is going away from you, the bottom disappear first and then the
Yeah,
top.
we can
If the earth
debunk that if you'd like.
if the earth is flat, the whole ship went away from your eyes. It's
No.
not just bottom or
That's a ridiculous assertion.
don't call me ridiculous.
It's absolutely
Association.
ridiculous, and I can prove it.
The assertion's ridiculous, not you.
It's common. I'm not surprised your teacher told you this.
Makes a lot of sense. Teacher told me a lot of
Yeah.
things, but it makes
Yeah,
it makes a sense for me because
Gary,
I saw.
to be clear, I didn't call you ridiculous. I was not calling you ridiculous, as you understood. I was saying that the assertion is, not you.
But the
It
assertion
makes sense.
is a pretty good,
It
I
makes
guess.
sense. It makes sense if you were, for example, to get a toy globe and put a toy boat on it with like glue or sticky tape or whatever, and then rotate the ball around and watch the boat disappear over the curve and watch the bottom of the boat disappear from the bottom up. You could see the same phenomena as you walked over the top of a hill, right? If you've got a friend and he's on a bicycle and he rides over the top of a hill and down the other side, you're going to lose sight of his wheels before you lose sight of his head. Yeah, that makes sense. The thing is, on deeper investigation, we figured out that you can make things disappear from the from the bottom up on a flat surface. In actual fact, it's very well defined in meteorology. That's weather and so on, like atmospheric conditions and whatnot. So yeah, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on the flat surface, no problem at all. However, buried in what your tutor or your lecturer told you was a claim to the physical geometric horizon. That thing, the curvature of the Earth that the boat is going over and is physically obstructing your ability to see it because it's in the way. This is why we pointed out the observations. This is why we pointed out the laser tests and so on. And what I'll do is I'll post one in the side chat for you so we can talk about it because I want you to see. I don't want you just to listen and believe. So just give me a moment. It should be in the side chat. Are you in the side chat, my friend? And when you see the image that Jedi, that's me posted, can you let me know?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Do you see the image, dude? Got a little oil rig in it or two. Now, this is just a small GIF. It's taken from a larger video. I'll post a video later if you want to see it. Everything that I'm telling you about the video is true, and you can see it within the video later. The height of the camera, for example, is 8 feet above the surface of the water. Do you remember earlier I was talking about the horizon and being higher or lower and the horizon changing its distance? This is exactly what I'm talking about now. This is what your tutor was saying. Now, from this 8-foot observer height, the horizon should be 3.46 miles away. The reason why the oil rigs are in the observations is because we know the distance to them, 8 and 9.5 miles. So we can make an estimation to the distance to the horizon. If the horizon was in front, if the horizon was in between, or if the horizon, like is in this image, is behind the oil rigs, we can make an estimation to the horizon. Like I said, if the Earth was a sphere, then the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Just for clarity, that's in front of the oil rigs. We shouldn't be able to see the bottoms of the oil rigs because the curvature is in the way. Like your tutor pointed out, when the boat disappears bottom up, that's because of the horizon. Okay, that's physical curvature of the Earth. Now, the horizon is beyond 10 miles away in this observation. That's demonstrating that the horizon isn't the physical curvature of the Earth. What it is demonstrating is the horizon is optical. It's dependent in distance on the optic that you use, your human eye, a high-powered telescope, some binoculars, or something that you found in the Christmas cracker. The horizon is optical, also dependent in distance on the atmospheric conditions, what the weather's like, how much temperature and water moisture density is in the atmosphere as you look across the water. So that's why there's a horizon. When your tutor pointed out that you can't see the bottom of the boat, we went out and tested it. Yes, you can. So the Earth is observably flat in this image. I want you to take into account that's at least 10 miles that you see there of horizontal flat water. You should only be able to see 3.5 miles of water. That's a problem. So, yeah, we appreciate what your tutor said, and we all got taught the same thing. In actual fact, I would have probably told this to many people throughout my lifetime, regurgitated information about the Earth being a sphere and how we know it. But when you go out and test it, it's not true. Are you still in contact with your lecturer?
I think debate is not going to anywhere. We can do that one thing. We can set on the rocket and we can observe the Earth from space.
Okay.
The only thing we can do it.
Okay. So we can't measure the surface of the Earth, even though we can do it. And like I pointed out to one of our guests earlier, it doesn't matter the empirical evidence that you produce to someone. There's always going to be this appeal to, well, in your instance, well, the only way we're going to find out is if we go to space. Okay, I'm not going to space, mate. You're not going to space, but we can observe
Yes.
and measure the Earth. Let me put this into some context for you. Do you know
Do
what
it.
an early warning radar system is?
Can you repeat us for me?
An early warning radar system.
No, I don't hear about it.
Okay, so do you know what radar is?
Yes, I know about radar.
Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, it's the same type of thing. It's just a bigger version. Okay. Now, radar works on a direct line of sight premise. A direct line of sight from the sender to the target, and then a reflection back off of that target back to a receiver.
Yes.
Now, the distances in radius that these electromagnetic signal propagation devices work on most definitely prove that the Earth is flat. Now, some of these radial distances are up to and including 8,000 kilometers. Now, we're talking about ground base stations that are no more than 200 foot, if most, above the surface. And we're talking about early warning, as in when aircraft take off from an airport or when boats are at sea. So we're talking about surface. Now, this signal propagation, like I said, is 8,000 miles. That's in one direction because it's radar. So when it reflects back, you double the distance. So you must understand that we're probably talking about a single signal traversal across the Earth of approximately 16,000 kilometers. And that's, let's say, as there are at the moment, wars going on, and one of these radar stations that I'm pointing out just got blown up. It's the THAAD radar system. Now, that was an early warning system that had a value of, like I said, 16,000 kilometers, picking up things that are leaving airports, dude. You can't have that technology on a curved surface. Not at those distances. The curved surface would be in the interruption. There would not be early warning because you wouldn't be able to pick the aircraft taking off from the airport. It would be underneath the radar, underneath the curvature of the Earth. What I'm pointing out, dude, is it isn't just flat earthers doing this stuff, right? We use this technology, laser, signal propagation, EMF, early warning systems, every single day of the week. So it's not just flat earthers that demonstrate the Earth is flat, mate. Look around you. The laser technology that's being developed most definitely points to the Earth being flat. You just need to put the two and two together.
I was Googling your experiment and I come up with this. People often think
Experiment.
I'll shine a laser over a 40 kilometer and see if it bends. But here is a problem. Laser does not travel perfectly straight near the ground. Air temperature changes, hot, cold layer, bend light. This effect is called as atmospheric refraction. It can curve the laser up or down, confusing result.
That's a problem for early warning systems. Laser range finding. When you said laser, you understand that's quite a ubiquitous term. Light comes in many different waves, right?
Yes.
You understand that every different wavelength of light has a different refractive index.
Reflection.
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
refraction. Yeah. We measure this. We use, for example, 3 wavelengths of light. Let's say towards the blue end of the spectrum, something in the middle where it's green, and infrared. Now, we understand that infrared has not got a high refractive value. That's why we use infrared for targeting systems and early warning systems and so on, apart from the fact that the other ones will blind us. But ultimately, when we use multiple different wavelengths of light, we can measure the difference. We're not measuring Earth curvature, we're just measuring the deviation of the path of light. It doesn't bend around the curvature of the Earth because the atmosphere is curved with the curvature of the Earth. That's not observed, and we know this isn't observed, and I'll demonstrate to you how. We can have a laser and a target across a body of water, let's say, for example, 10 miles across. Both laser and target are approximately 2 meters above the surface of the Earth. Now, in the demonstration, we hit the target where we shouldn't, demonstrating that the surface of the Earth is flat and curved, because we shouldn't hit the target if the surface was curved. But you say that the laser is bending around the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's fine. We'll have a third observation point in between the laser and the target, but at a distance, not right in between them, but at a distance, so they can see on their left-hand side the target and the right-hand side the laser. And when we take a video and camera images of the laser, we see that it is passing horizontal. We can see in this view that the water is parallel. We see the laser, we see the target, we see the water, we see the laser. Nothing's curving at all when we have the 3 points of observation. So you can appeal to the lasers bending around the curvature of the Earth, but when we stand back and look at it, it's not.
Now we can observe coastlines, and I've witnessed this for myself. The south coast, you can witness at least a 50-mile stretch of the south coast of England, my friends, and curving. But we're talking about a laser that's 10 miles. Now that's happened on the south coast of England. That happened between two piers, Brighton and Worthing. And I know for a fact that when you sail towards this part of the coast, you can see both piers, and it's horizontal along the entire way. So nothing's bending, dude.
You did an
You can,
experiment and you believe in it.
I can show you if you want the images.
I know that you can show the images also because you believe in it. You came up
I
with
did it.
this.
Yeah.
You came up
The
with this thing
observation that I
and you
just
believe in
pointed
it.
out, I've
Observation.
seen. Yeah.
You did your own experiment and you believe that it is flat.
No. Okay. The measurements show that it's flat. I don't need to believe. We can just nod and agree.
You know that Earth is flat. Okay. You don't
Yes,
believe
there
it.
we go.
You know. Okay.
Yes.
You have a very good skill of communication. Thank you for your time.
No, I appreciate you. You're welcome back anytime if you've got further questions.
Thank you. Do you have a channel? YouTube channel?
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth.
24/7/5. It's a channel name.
24/7 Flat Earth. If you want the YouTube channel for us, then scroll up to the YouTube bot. For me,
20,
no, I have a YouTube channel, but I don't
24,
give it out. 24/7
7
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
One point six.
How's it going, everybody? I'm back.
1.60 followers, subscribers.
Flat
Do
Earth
you
is
have
going to live
1.6?
rent-free in your head for the rest of your life.
Okay. This one.
Yeah, that one.
1.62K for subscribers. You have.
Yeah.
You got a subscriber.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very polite, Sherry. We do appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent conversation.
Should set up a gift shop or something, honestly. Go grab a coffee mug, some bumper stickers, a t-shirt. The weather is suddenly awesome all of a sudden. It was freezing cold for a few days and now it's like 70 degrees. It's great.
Weather's picked up here in the UK as well, man. Blossom in the trees. I can hear the birds singing. It's like they migrated for a while, now they've come back. But yeah, spring is definitely in the air. I love it.
Yeah, what a great way to start. And, some meteors, some comets, some auroral activity, coronal mass ejecta. Some UFOs.
It's all kicking off. I was it's just a weird thought. I was and I have lots of weird thoughts. We know this, and this one's not so left field. If you give me a second, but we've got a World Cup. I say we, you guys in America don't play football, even though you're hosting it. But we've got a World Cup coming up in a couple of months' time. Iran have already pleaded to FIFA, the governing body of the World Cup, not to play their games in America because they fear for their lives. In actual fact, President Trump has turned around to them and say, "I don't want you playing in my country. You should probably go play in Mexico or Canada because you should probably fear for your lives." So yeah, Iran are going to go and play in Mexico. I just wonder. I don't know. A huge sporting event at this time in America
Would be something
and
big,
Mexico.
right?
Yeah, you just wonder, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a thing before with
Mm-hmm.
the Olympics and in Europe. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think things are going well for US NATO as much as they claim.
Apparently not.
Trump sounded like he was already distancing himself from some of this. They made me do it.
Well, they keep waving the Epstein files at him, don't they? You will bloody do it.
Somebody found buried within the Epstein release now that the FBI did in fact remove the hard drives from the surveillance systems at the prison when Epstein was murdered that night or killed or whatever happened.
Oh, really?
Which means they have it, which means they know what also really happened.
Yeah, of course.
Which means, what did we watch? We know that there were 4 minutes edited. So who did that? Oh, gee, I wonder. Maybe the people that had removed the evidence.
Yeah. Was it? Sorry to change subject. Was it you that was talking about? It probably was you talking about the Holy Sepulchre being closed.
Yeah, that's right. That was me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I came across something like that today. Yeah, I didn't really realise the magnitude of the situation, dude. Sorry, I probably should have spoke up, but wow, that's
Okay,
new.
there's so much going on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely new and interesting, dude. That's never happened before, as far as I've been told and aware, and I'm sure you said that.
That's right.
Okay, now.
It's always been open for Easter. And for Eastern Christians, it's considered probably the most important site, the most important event that happens. The
Most
Holy
important
Fire is
site,
widely regarded as a real miracle.
Yeah. See, this is the bit that took me a little bit of digging around to find, because I knew that you mentioned it. I heard that the doors have been closed. I didn't. It took me ages to find the bit about the Holy Fire.
It's basically said to come down from the sky, and when it ignites, people are holding up torches, and it's like a wind blows around, and people's torches just ignite, and the fire for the first few minutes on their torches is cold.
Wow.
And so people show this. Yeah. It's kind of weird, man. It's a mystery. It's been going on since the beginning.
Yeah. It's a bit worrying as well for some of these ancient sites, and one of the reasons that they didn't even close the doors for like COVID and things like that, and throughout the Second World War and blah 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 blah. But they're closing the doors now. And in some way, I think that just goes to show what's actually happening, maybe in Jerusalem.
Yeah, some speculation that maybe Maybe some teams are going to go in under the cover of darkness and rig it up and blow it up or something and make way for the temple to be rebuilt right there.
What, in Church of the Holy Sepulchre?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I thought that was the place of the temple. I've heard alternative stories that actually that's not the place of the temple, it's somewhere else, just outside the city walls, but never heard it being associated with the Holy Sepulchre.
Man, there's one place the temple belongs. In a pile of rubble, just like God left it in 70 AD.
Yeah. And there shouldn't be a building or rebuilding of a quote unquote third temple. Huh. Anyway, good to see you, AI. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Oh man, is it this morning again?
It is for you, mate. Yeah. I'm still. You guys have put your clocks forward. We haven't in the UK, so I'm still an extra hour behind you. Or in front of you, or something. I don't know. I'm so fucking. Just having a quick look through the chat, see if we got any names that I don't recognise. I see a Russian name that I can't pronounce. That's always helpful. I see Sherry is still here. It's good to have you still here, Sherry, my friend. Just remind you, if you've got any questions, mate, please feel free to unmute yourself. Mohammed is still here. Good to see you, Mohammed. You've been listening for a while. Again, the invitation jumps out to you. If you've got something you want to speak about, my friend, please feel free to unmute yourself and add to the conversation. The rest of you boring buggers are flat earthers. There are a lot of you. Shout out to every single one of you. I'm not going to read all your names off. But yeah, some interesting conversations going on today. Some Globers coming in, and some of them have been kind of reasonable. A conversation with Sherry a few moments ago that lasted for a while. He's perfectly reasonable. Other conversations about other random stuff. Yoda and I were talking about the Church of the Holy Sepulchre's doors being closed for the first time ever. That's a crazy thing. But yeah, good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, Jenna, you know about the East Wall?
Okay,
Maybe it's the South Wall, but I think it's the East Wall.
Okay, not the Western Wall that the Jews bounced their heads off of. The Eastern Wall. Okay, is this the one with a gate on it?
Yeah. They bricked up the gate.
Yep. What's
because
happened?
the prophecy is that Jesus will return and walk through that gate. So they put up bricks to stop him.
Yeah.
I think it's funny you mentioned that. I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. That's great.
What's going on
See,
with the
here's the thing which a lot of people don't get. This is really important. There are very powerful movers and shakers in the world, and whether their beliefs are false or real doesn't matter, because they believe them and they act on them, and it affects you. That's the problem. There's all kinds of people in the world that believe they're working towards some kind of end times result, and they're going to take the rest of the world with them. They could care less.
Got the Samson option.
Well, that includes religious people and also quote unquote what normal people would think are not religious people. You know, like the super high tech AI dude. They're trying to remake the world towards their ends. And then you got the religious cult people who are trying to remake the world towards their ends, and both of them result in destruction of pretty much everybody. So they're both equally losers. They're just in a loser race to see which loser loses the biggest first. Because their attitude is they are the elites, they are the chosen ones, and the people who are not the chosen ones are expendable. That's their attitude towards humanity. You're not one of the in group. Pretty much the only reason. That's a dangerous mentality. Because it
Yeah, you
allows
can
you to
read that sentiment
demonize an
through Epstein's
entire.
emails.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You can get that sentiment through Epstein's correspondence in his emails too.
Well, it runs the gamut. Yeah, I mean, people like that, even sad to say, beloved flat earthers that we have in our community, or don't have anymore because they've passed on.
Atheists.
Yeah, but other people too. Like there's this doctrine, and it's not unique to flat Earth, but it definitely got promulgated within flat Earth, which is called serpent seed doctrine. And this version of it, they believe that some are human, and some are spawns of Satan. So in other words, Satan stuck his wee in Eve, and then she had a Satan baby, and then that Satan baby had, kids, and some of the humans on Earth are the tainted Satan baby bloodline, so they're not fully human. And so since they're not human, they're not worthy of salvation. And since they're not human, they're also intrinsically evil. And since they're also not worthy of being saved and intrinsically evil, that means that they're expendable. You can kill them with impunity. So that means you can look at
Kind of
another
a
human
weird
being
thing to
who
be
looks
saying.
exactly, yeah, they can look at another human being that's identical to them, and they could say, well, because of this, this, and this, I've decided that you're a serpent seed of Satan spawn, and so basically you're not human, and now I can treat you less than human. Now, people that proffer that, they try to find things in the Bible to support their view. The nature of tribalism and pride and all of these human vices that we have allows people to latch onto this attitude and be like, oh, I'm one of the good ones because I've decided I'm a righteous person. When I reflect upon myself, I decide I'm a good person. So I clearly can't be one of the evil serpent seed. But you're the evil serpent seed. You're worthy of death. Or you believe this. You're worthy of having your head cut off. Rest assured, friends, a vast majority of the world's religions think blasphemy is a capital offense to this day. And they would be more than happy to kill people who are either less than human, which we've already talked about, or committing this type of blasphemy that is executable by their laws. Now you might say, oh, well, advanced societies like the West, they don't have such barbaristic laws. That may be true in the secular sense or in the legal sense, but in the adherence to certain religions, it's not true. So, for example, many people proffer themselves in the West to be biblically minded, right? You'll hear it all the time. I'm a biblical earther, or I'm a follower of the Bible or the Word of God, or whatever they want to say. But the old law is the Noahide laws, and in the Noahide laws, blasphemy is punishable by death, but more specifically, idolatry is punishable by death. You're supposed to have your head cut off if you're an idolater. Now, if the great religions in the world, a lot of them disagree with the Christians that Jesus Christ is to be worshipped. Now, whether you believe in the Bible or Christianity is irrelevant to this point. So all you atheists and differential religious people don't get your panties twisted while I'm talking about this. This is just a lesson in humanity. Now, that being said, these people believe it. They believe that you should be killed if you're an idolater. They believe that their one true God has decreed it, and they believe that the Christians who worship or venerate Jesus as deity are committing the idolatrous offense, to which they can look to the ancient scriptures, which include the Bible, and find laws that say you should be killed for such an offense. And so, a third of the people in the world think that the other third of the people in the world should be executed for their beliefs. That's what they believe. Right now, as we stand, a large portion of the earth believes that the majority of the people in the other sect, or whatever they want to call it, should be killed. That's where we live today. We don't live in this great peaceful world, which people in the West, who are the richest people in the history of mankind, are deluded into thinking that we're in some kind of advanced state of humanity. We're past barbarism and we're so enlightened. That's only because you're turning a blind eye to the rest of the humans that live in this world, because you're retarded. That's right, friends. We live in a world right now where if the balance of power shifted, a third to more than a third of the people would want a third to another third of the other portion of the humans to be killed. No trial, no mercy, and no emotions, because you're less than human. You're nobody. You're nothing. You might as well be an animal. Yeah, that's where we live today. Imagine that. So yes, if you wonder why great systems of power for hundreds upon hundreds, even thousands of years, have been lurking in the shadows, manipulating governments, manipulating ideas, manipulating people for their ends. Well, this is why. There's a great war going on, and whether the underlying beliefs are true or not doesn't matter. They believe it, and they're willing to kill you for it. That's life. How you feel about it?
Just whilst it's gone quiet, and I was listening to everything that you said, AI. Just didn't disagree with you, so there wasn't any point me jumping in. But we'll return to that in a moment. I've got a request, interestingly enough. I see Travis has joined us. I think he's joined by his mum as well. I've got a request from Travis for me to say hi to his mum. So, hi, Travis's mum. I hope you're having a pleasant day.
Oh,
Maybe.
hi.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I couldn't be better. I have to tell you, last night I was watching a video, somebody was commenting on Candace Owens, and I went to the replies, and in the replies, someone made the comment, why are you even talking about this? Why did you mention the globe? The only thing you should be talking about is flat Earth. And so the conversation is moving into other areas. I was quite surprised when I saw that. So it's out there.
Yeah, you'll be surprised to find flat Earth in some interesting places for sure. And yeah, definitely can be something.
Where are you from?
What? Pardon me?
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
You
I'm from
interrupted.
England.
England? Oh, amazing.
Mm.
This is amazing, England.
Do you interrupt often, or is this just for
Yeah, let's
this
get back to the
conversation?
conversation.
But yeah, it's good to hear from you, Pam. Travis asked me to give you a shout out. But definitely interesting what you said about Candy. I've found flat Earth in interesting places that I
You
didn't
are
expect.
in favor of the gays
Yo,
country?
guys. Yo,
Gay,
hey,
yes
hey.
or no?
You guys, can I tell you guys some joke? This is really funny.
Are you in favor of?
For the audience listening, this is 24/7 Freaky Friday.
It is, isn't it? That's crazy.
Where are you from? I'm from Israel, free Israel.
Fuck Israel, bro.
This is
Free
not
Israel,
the
no,
Mute him
Bibi.
here, please.
This is not the
Bibi and Trump.
Should I start handing out
Because
servant or something?
Start muting.
yeah.
Where's that one?
Stop talking about it. Get it done.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Friend, the reason why we muted you because it seems like you're interrupting our conversation and you're not replying when we try to, seize your attention. So as far as we're concerned, you can't hear us and you're just talking straight through us. So we had to put you on mute. So when you're ready to take control of your mic and participate with some manners or with technical adeptness, let us know in the text. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Travis's mom.
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The Earth is not a Pizza Planet space frisbee. It's not a disk in space.
Pretty sure every female friend request I've got on Discord has been a Rich Evans alt.
Do you have any questions about the Earth? Flat Earth is the natural observation. The globe is the claim. Feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Hello? Hello? How this room can be so large and no one is talking?
Yellow.
If we're meditating on what?
Hello there.
On what?
Water.
Hello there.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good. Do you have any questions about the topic of the room? What's the topic, actually? Flat Earth?
Is my
You
satellite connection
believe in
working?
Flat Earth? What? You believe in Flat Earth? No, that's not a belief. So you know the Earth is flat or something? Yeah. What's the proof of that? The Earth is measured flat. Okay, so like if I have a sister in Australia, and
Okay.
there is a different time in Australia,
Okay.
it's a night, and here in Poland is a day. How is it
Yeah.
possible in flat Earth?
Because the sun moved away from you and now is next to and closer to your sister in Australia.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I have seen the sun today like set. I have seen it like
Okay.
go like below the ground. So how is this like explainable?
Wait, what? How did you see something go below the ground?
Yeah, like I have seen the sun like go like way below the ground, and boom, it's completely
Well,
underground.
I'll grant it to you that it looks like it's going into the ground, right? But I don't think you actually saw it go underneath anything.
Yeah, I mean when I look, it looks like a sound is like half underground and half above the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah. But that's
Okay,
not
so
what it's actually doing, because we can just
so
measure the surface. Because if the surface measures flat and there's no curvature, that means it's not disappearing behind any obstruction, like somebody walking over a hill.
how is it even like optically possible to see a sound half below the ground if it
Yeah,
just goes away?
oh yeah, you just said it optically, to the optics.
Yeah, but how is it optically explainable? Like the light, some kind of like making a curve or something? Like how
if you're saying it's because the ground is curved, then there
He's
should be
he's
curvature
asking about
measured.
he's asking about that effect about the light
Yeah,
attenuation, the
He
light.
wants to know why.
thinks the sun is half cut off by the horizon, but I don't know if that's the case because I can show you where it gives the illusion of being cut off, but it's actually being flattened.
But why would you see the sun flattened if it's only going away?
Oh no, he's talking about like the sun getting squished. It looks like it becomes an oval and then kind
Yeah.
of disappears above the horizon.
Right, it disappears above the horizon. Good. I'm glad you mentioned that point. That's absolutely true. We see that happening. I posted a video of this here in the side chat.
Oh yeah, I should check it out, dude. It's a really good video.
Just to add to that really quickly, this is when we have a clean horizon in the distance. Let's say in front of this clean horizon that we could see, there was some very large ocean swells, or there was some mountain ranges, or there was some elevated land, or there was some desert sand dunes, or something like that in the distance. That would be classified as what they call a local horizon, and that's actually blocking your view from the actual horizon. So in
Okay,
that
so
case, let me finish
in
talking.
the
Hey, bro, did I finish talking just then? No. Did you? So that means you weren't listening to what I was saying, and I was talking to you.
yes, because too much things has been said that I hadn't time to respond.
TikTok brain. You got TikTok brain there, Chief.
So
Did you join
saying.
Discord just to talk to us, by the way?
No, I only like I joined yesterday to this server, and now I see this Flat Earth thing, so I am kind of interested about it. So that's how I
Just
joined.
let me finish what I was saying, dude. Okay, I would have been done. Okay, so sometimes there's physical obstruction blocking the actual horizon. And in that case, it can look like the sun is setting uniformly from the bottom to the top. But when you look at the actual horizon, like the ones that Yoda and Ancillary have presented in the side chat, right? That's what it looks like when you see an actual sunset that's not blocked, like a local horizon. That's all I wanted to say. Does that make sense or not?
It's kinda hard to listen to you if I want to say something about the video, and you are not letting me to even because
So
I don't want
you don't
to.
know how to have a normal conversation. You could just wait till I finish talking, and then you could say what you wanted to say after I finish talking.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
Conversations. That's how they kind of work, right?
Yeah. So, what does this video of Dr. Yoder, what does it have to prove to me? Because I see the sound going below the ground.
No, you see it disappear above the horizon.
But it's things like that you're gonna see because the medium of the light, which is the air, it's bends the light because of difference of the density.
Oh, great. So you sound like you're taking our side of the argument. Welcome to the team. So it's not the Earth that's cutting off the sun.
Yes, it's the Earth that cuts off the sun.
Oh, so now you're back on that side. Which is it?
I don't think I'm choosing sides. I just want to try to understand.
You've been on both sides of this. You said the Earth cuts off the sun, and then you agreed with me that it doesn't. That it's the atmosphere causing it to blip out above the horizon.
What is kind of weird that you are very you think that I want to argue with you, but I don't.
Oh, you are arguing because I presented a counter argument and you argued back, but then you agreed with me. But now you don't want to agree with me because what? I'm a flat earther.
Maybe he's here to be educated. Dude, are you here to be educated? Because we can demonstrate objects disappearing over a perfectly flat surface, just like you see, right? Doesn't have to be curved.
But so you're saying when the sound it's goes away from me, it's kind of gets optically flattened?
No, it just goes away, and you can't resolve it anymore because it's outside of your human possibility to resolve it. It takes its life with
but
it and it leaves.
why it gets flattened only if it's very close to the horizon? Why it doesn't start to get flattened even earlier? It gets flattened
because you're looking through a smaller angle where there is a greater disparity of temperature and humidity conditions.
Yeah, but it should start before. It's like a continuous process, right? But it
Did I not answer your question?
Yes, you have not answered my question because my
I did
argument
answer
here
your
is
question.
okay, so I didn't understand it then. So
Okay.
The whole process about this flattening of the object, it should start way above the ground. I understand that it's observable more close to the Earth because, as you say, it's a more distance, but it should be observable also in the sky before it sets. No, because it's a continuous process.
Yeah, it is a continuous process, and I can show you another example with the eclipse. Here's a solar eclipse, and you know that the sun is being flattened because you can see the ring of fire being flattened out. So you know it's not being cut off by any curvature of the Earth. Why it's happening there is because that is a very narrow angle. Within that narrow of angle is potentially tens of thousands of feet or meters even of elevation, including the temperature gradient from the surface all the way to the top. within that narrow angle, you're going to see a steep gradient, which is going to produce these optical effects.
Can you
The
show
further-
something? Can you show a
Yeah.
footage when the sun is flattened, starts to get flattened, even like a few, very a little bit, but before the ground, before it touches the ground?
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking for that now. There's plenty of footage of that. It doesn't always happen, but it depends on the condition. Right, you see all sorts of crazy things happen with sunsets. But yeah, what you just suggested absolutely happens sometimes. Just trying to find my
Like,
screenshot.
does any like does any one of you like work for the CIA or something?
Yeah, this is a CIA program, 24/7 Flat Earth. We're here to tell you that the Earth is flat. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're from
all
the
of it.
CIA.
Definitely. We have to tell you that too.
That's
All right,
quite the
found it.
conspiracy theory you have that this is some CIA psyop. Do you have any evidence for that claim?
Well, no.
No, we're going to get sidetracked. Get back to the topic, please.
All right, here we go. Got your, just hit play on this video. It's right at the start of the video. And as you'll see, it does some crazy stuff as it's going down. But as it's higher in the sky, you'll see it start to flatten out from the bottom as soon as you hit play on the video.
Okay. Oh, it's advertisement. Oh my God.
Advertisement
to
for
wait.
what? Some random YouTube? Oh, advertisement. I got you. Yeah, they're annoying. I got another really cool one as well. Let's post that. Where you see the sun, it looks like it starts to disappear bottom up, way above the horizon. Because we have a horizon isn't just a straight line. I mean, it's a zone. It's like a vanishing zone. You could call it a vanishing zone, I guess. Happens over a decent sized area, like a band. But from such a long distance away, it just looks like a, kind of like a crisp line.
Okay,
So
okay.
have a look at
I
this
see.
still shot as well.
So
Here's a cool one.
in
Don't
this
worry about the
video that
writing.
you in the video that you sent it to me, like this sunset Sweden. So yes, it's actually like starts to flatten in the beginning, but then it makes very weird transformations, like a lot of different transformations. But what is important is that the like center of the mass of this transformation, it like goes down, and it's literally goes below the Earth. So it's like all explainable with optical transformation, with a difference of density of the air. But the actual center of the mass, it like goes beyond the ground, and it's
Well,
flattened
no,
on the
that doesn't
beginning.
always
But
happen. That absolutely doesn't always do that, though. Right? Most examples, like 90% of examples that you see, if you go to YouTube and you type in footage of sunset zoom, okay, and you'll see people zooming in on sunsets. If you can find the ones that don't have local horizons blocking the horizon, they always fade out above the horizon, fade into the horizon. They don't disappear bottom up. It does. It does
okay,
look like
but
it does that sometimes, but we can have bottom up. Hold on, one second. Do you think we can't have bottom up obstruction on a flat surface?
I don't know what abstraction means in this case.
Obstruction. Do you think things can't become cut off?
Obstruction.
Obstruction.
But
yeah.
the only video that you have supplied, it kind of like still is explainable with just like normal random optics distortions. So please, if you have some video,
is explainable. All of this is also explainable on a flat surface. And I asked you a question. Do you think things can disappear from the bottom on a flat surface?
the video that you sent, it disappears from the bottom, but only on the few.
Did you hear my question?
On the moment.
Did you? I asked you a question. Did you hear the question by any chance?
Yes. So if right optical, if the right optical conditions are met, then yes.
Yeah, of course.
And
So
it's
things can
pretty
disappear
random
bottom
because
up
the
on a flat surface.
something happened. I guess I didn't.
So the answer is yes. Things can appear to disappear bottom up on a flat.
For if the right optical conditions are met, then yes.
Dude, listen, have you ever stood in front of a tall building, like close to it, and you back away 1,000 meters? The first floors are going to disappear before you. The last thing you're going to see on that building is the top floors. This is just how things work. It's called perspective and angular resolution. This is something you can go out and test yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You understand? On a perfectly flat surface, the first floors of that building would disappear for you. Can't resolve them, but you're going to see the roof.
Okay, so
You get that, right?
if I stand on a skyscraper and
Yeah,
I
on the
do what?
bottom of it, and walk away backwards. The first few floors are going to disappear before you, and you can still see the roof. It's just how vision works. Don't worry about it. Okay, you can do this.
When I stay next to a skyscraper and I go away, the first floor that will disappear are the ground floors. But the first are the ground floors. Like, why? Why is that? Like, I am above the ground, so I always see those ground floors.
Look at it. Look at the picture in the chat, and then you can understand it maybe.
Okay.
It's just the way our vision works. It's called angular resolution. Smaller angle, you can't resolve it. Larger angle, you can still see it.
The surface provides an obstruction because the narrow angle that you have to the surface and the object that's sitting on the surface are combining and collapsing into one.
Okay. I think I got this argument. Let me think on it a second. Oh, okay. That's related to the sun setting. Yes, because it's going to be flattened from the bottom.
Exactly. Now you get it.
Yeah. I can see the argument.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right, but here's the thing. So when I do this simulation on the computer, like let's say on the some called 3D software, no matter how much the sphere is going away from me, is always going to be around. No matter how much I zoom in, it's always going to be around. So
Just
this
do it in
phenomenon.
reality, dude. Don't worry about the software. Just go outside and look.
Yeah. But in reality, you cannot make such observation clearly because it's distorted by the atmosphere. And
Why are you even worried about that? If it can be both, then you don't have to worry about the sun. If it can be the atmosphere, if it can be the Earth curve, then it's inconclusive, right? Why don't you just ask the question that you should ask?
It is
What is
conclusive.
our evidence? What is our evidence for flat Earth? Ask that question. Someone is going to step in and tell you.
Wait, Judge, he wants to talk about reality and spheres, right? So now, if you wanna talk about real spheres, you know that you cannot have a spheres of water in vacuums, right? So since you mentioned reality now, since you mentioned reality now, we know in the physics of reality, in the
Guys, you
physical
are-
natural world, you cannot have a sphere that is a water ball in a vacuum. We know that. So there you go. You're welcome. You made it.
Okay, so this
Now
is
that
like
you're in reality, you know you don't have the sphere in the vacuum.
Okay,
The water
so
sphere.
this is like I am not in the right initiation stage to talk to me about some kind of like water spheres. That's not yet. Right now, let's talk about this argument with those angles. So yeah, if you
water spheres
make-
is your argument. You're the guys who say water spheres, not us.
Okay, I'm talking about like 3D software. So it's
we're talking about reality.
Oh yeah,
remember?
we can't use 3D software for anything. That's not going to help us. So we can put that down. In fact, close it and uninstall it because you don't know what you're doing in the first place.
why I cannot use 3D software?
Because you don't understand it, obviously, because you think you can use that to recreate the real world in your 3D software. I bet things can fly too.
There's other variables you'll have to
what?
involve as well.
I didn't understand that.
I know nobody
you're
ever
ignoring
understands it. It's
reality.
fine.
You're running away from reality and going to the 3D software that you can make fantasy in there. And you're saying, let's stick to the fantasy, forget about reality.
Yes. So you are saying
Yes, exactly. That's what you're trying to do, but we're trying to keep you here in reality. You're trying to go away from it. That's an issue for you, not for us.
Because with this argument with tall buildings that you has said to me, like the older floors is going to be flattened, but it's relational to the angle. So the shape of the building is going to become the same because they are all flattened. So to each other, the flattening like rate will be the same. So the building will stay in the same shape. It will not flatten. You understand? And that's what you see in the 3D software. It's like
it's not actually going to flatten, right? It's going to appear. It's going to appear to converge into a vanishing point. And
Yes,
you've
yes.
got the angular resolution limit to take into account, and because you have a low angle to the ground, right? Like let's say every 10
you
meters
don't
distance is going to get smaller and smaller until it goes into a point that you can't see that. Okay, and that's going to be the vanishing point.
Yeah, but basically it should be that if the scale of everything is going down, right? So you're comparing like a sun to a big building, so my distance to the building
No.
also gets proportionally smaller. So when I move away from the building, the building will basically the shape will be convergent to orthogonal view of this building, but it's not going to be flattened. You understand?
Right, but
And
all of the atmosphere that's vertically in that space that's being compressed due to perspective, apparently compressed due to perspective. Okay, that you're having to look through all of that as well. So
Okay,
you've got
so
all sorts of things to take into account that isn't in your software.
yes, but your so
yes, but
yes, like the 3D software
It's not reality.
is
It's not reality, though.
yes, So the guy Travis sent something about 3D software. Is 3D software using Euclidean math and a horizontal reference plane? Was 3D software?
Yeah, there's a bunch
Yes,
of variables that
Euclidean
you're not taking into account. You're ignoring and hand waving, and you're saying the phenomena that I'm observing is only because of globe
Okay, I
of
understand. I
curvature.
understand. So,
That's the
so,
only
so
cause that can be happening. The other causes, the other variables, forget about it.
So are you trying to say that you can or cannot measure Earth curvature?
like, is it a question to me?
Yes, because you're using a software, and I want to know if you're trying to use the software as a justification to say you can't measure curvature or you can.
No, I think you can measure curvature of the Earth. No problem with that. Although
Okay.
making such optical observation is hard because it gets close to the surface, so it's distortions. This guy
Okay. So then
that
would your
3D
height
software is using
and the
Euclidean
distance
math. Brother, let me focus on one thing. 3D software is using Euclidean mathematics. So, you are talking about that space in reality is not Euclidean. That's what you're trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm trying to ask you if
But
your
it's a
height
question to
and the
Travis.
distance.
It's a question to Travis. Measurements are hard, lol. That's an explanation. No, I'm saying that measurements near the ground on the long distances, it's hard because of atmosphere. But generally, I can see on these videos that the actual center of the mass of the sun is going underground. But here is what I'm trying to say. Like, what do you mean that the real space is not Euclidean?
Here is what I'm trying to say. What do you mean?
Hey, Matthew, when you say measurements are hard, speak for yourself. You're not speaking for us. We can go out and do these measurements. They're not hard to do. And we have never once, nobody has ever measured curve and drop over distance.
That's okay, but can you answer
Yeah,
this question?
well,
Like, what do you mean, Travis?
I've been
Like,
trying to
space
get
is
you.
not Euclidean. What are you trying to say with that? Like, yes, 3D software is using Euclidean axioms. Like, is space not Euclidean? That's what you're trying to say?
Well, outer space is fake, so there's no point talking about that.
Yeah, but this space, like here.
Hang on. Hold on. Pause. One moment.
What is wrong with
right?
using Euclidean mathematics? Like, what's wrong with that?
Because it's using a horizontal
Can you
reference
take
plane, and that
your
doesn't exist
height?
on a globe.
Can you take your height and use the distance to the horizon to derive the radius value?
Take my height. Guys,
Yes,
I will answer
your
this, but tell me about this
height
3D
above the
Euclidean math.
water,
Like,
and you look
do
up
you
into the
think
distance, you see the horizon. Is that good enough to measure the curvature rate? Right? Is that good enough?
height of a human is probably not good enough? But can you
No.
answer,
I'm
please?
just saying, like, you're trying to use trigonometry to get an arc on the surface, right? So that you can measure an arc on the circumference so that you can derive the radius value. Is this good enough?
I guess.
Okay. So, what would be the distance to the horizon with a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I don't know. I'm
If
not a
you're
math
1
genius.
foot off the water. All right, if you're 1 foot off the water, the distance to the horizon on that sphere would be 1.2 miles away.
Can you guys please answer me this 3D software using Euclidean mathematics?
trying
What is
to
wrong
get
with
you to
using this?
focus on one thing, which is actually going to prove whether or not the Earth is flat, instead of going to a software which would just be a reification fallacy. It's not a justification for the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. looking at the Earth and measuring the Earth would be the justification to
Yes,
identify if
but
it's
are
Earth
you
or not.
taking atmosphere into this equation that you are doing? Because
No, you know
you
why?
know,
Because Earth's not a ball, so you don't have a ball of air, which atmo equals air, and sphere is a ball. So no, we don't take a ball-shaped
know
air
that
into
the
account.
higher
No.
you go,
You mean, do we
yeah,
take air into
you know,
account? Like what?
like you see that when the sun is setting, the
What
shape
about
of
it?
the sun is very distorted. Like it's very distorted.
That's
So
yeah, it's pretty far away. Uh-huh. Yeah, the ground's
yeah,
hot. Heat rises. Whooshy, whooshy, whooshy. There you go.
yes,
What about
yes,
it?
yes. So you kind of know that no matter
Kinda
what
know what?
calculations you do, you have to take the atmosphere into the account because
And what are you gonna
it's
do? Okay, give me the number I gotta punch in with my whooshy, whooshy sun.
I guess I'm not going to give you a number because I don't care that much.
So I
But
just have to imagine then?
no, like you do whatever you want, my brother. But
Oh,
here's the
okay.
thing.
I'm gonna use 0 as the number. Gonna add
Okay.
that. I'm gonna add 0.
Okay. You know that the higher you go, the density of the atmosphere is like lower, you know? So
So
you're gonna
what?
like that.
Okay, so what's
So
that number?
it's going to make distortions.
What's
It's
that
going to
number so
bend
I
the
can use
light.
it? Yeah, so
You can
since it's all the way where I'm standing in, up in the sky, like at noon, if you look straight up, that whole distance to the sun, to that light, that whole gradient right there is just way down there by your feet. You think it is. It's just way over there. It just moved over your head like an airplane. It's still up
what
high
I'm
in
trying
the
to
air. So you're still
yeah,
going
yeah.
through that same
What I'm trying
air layer.
what I'm trying to say is that the thing that the atmosphere gets, like if the Earth is round, I'm not telling you that it's not. I'm not there, okay? But if it's round, then you know.
You mean round like a
It's
round
not. It's
table?
not. It's not if it's round. If it's round, then we would measure curve, dude.
Here's the thing: you will measure curve, but it will
Maybe he
be.
means
But we don't.
table.
It's because of like the atmosphere. If you go
No,
high,
that's not why it is. Otherwise, we just wouldn't be able to build anything.
okay, we will get to that later, I guess.
No, we
Yeah,
won't.
look,
You don't. I'm
we have
sure you
long
don't know
distance
anything about building.
observations.
You don't know anything
We
about building structures either. So we won't get to that. Go ahead, take this.
we have long
So
distance
if
observations. No, he was talking to me. All right. So you said if we go higher, okay. So we've got observations from low heights, and then we have observations from all the heights in
no,
between.
what is important, what I'm trying to say is that the higher you get, the less density of the atmosphere there is. So this is going to bend the light in the way that it will make appear for you that the roundness is much less than in reality. So
Oh yeah, how much
the
less?
measurements,
How much less? How much?
if you really want to verify that, you can make the numbers. You can take it to
Well,
equation
do you
and
know?
make.
We all know. Everyone in the room here knows the the standard refraction formula for the globe. Do you? I mean, you're probably the only person in here that doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know the specific numbers, but you are saying that you have taken this into the account, right?
Yeah. We can take that into account. We can grant you, right, your begging the question refraction formula, and it still doesn't work. It still doesn't work at all. Okay, because the standard refraction that they account for, that they use in surveying kind of thing for the globe, it's only 16%. All right, so it would essentially, the easiest way to think about it is it would increase the radius of the globe by 16%, which would allow you to see 16% further for the reason that you just mentioned. Right, the natural changing density at over altitude of the air. So we're seeing things that are 3,000% further away, whereas
Yeah.
the
So
refraction would only
the-
be 16% further away. Okay,
Yes,
and in
yes, but
extreme refraction would be like 30%. Okay, but we're seeing 3,000% further with no miraging effects or anything like that. Okay, no extreme refraction, just nice clear imagery in the distance. And
how
this
do
is
you know
this is
that?
done at-
How do I know that what you're saying is true?
because we can show you the observations. We have all of it on high definition recording. We have papers. We have hundreds and hundreds of different repeated tests that have been done in all different places all over the earth.
Can you send to me in the chat here?
Yeah. Which kind of test would you like? We've got long distance laser tests done by teams of engineers. We've got high altitude infrared videos from aircraft.
It doesn't really matter who makes the experiments, as you know. But yeah, like how about
Yeah,
those
I know. I'm just
long distance laser? Long distance laser. Can you show it to me?
All right, let's go with the long distance laser. Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up the PDF and the video that goes along with the PDF, and then I'll explain the basics. Just a second. All right, so this is a laser test that was done in Europe over a lake, 40 kilometers across the surface. They took weather stations.
I don't see
and
anything.
they were. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just explaining it while I find it. I'll just find it first. All right, I got it here. Okay, so this is done. They've set up the laser at 1.5 meters height, and then they have a target at 1.5 meters height, 40 kilometers away. They've taken a bunch of weather stations, and they're measuring the temperature and pressure gradient vertically as well at both points. And I'm just about to post it in the side chat in 3, 2, 1. There it is. Right. So this is FE Core. It's a field engineers core. It's a group of engineers in
Greatest laser
Europe.
experiment in history. Okay.
All right. So they did 5
Do you
different
know?
tests.
Do you know those people?
I don't know them personally, but some people
bad,
know
that's
some
bad.
of the people that were in.
That's bad. You should know
They're
that.
members here. They're
Dude,
part of our
so
community.
that's either way. Whatever he would have said, you would have said that's bad. If you would have said, yeah, he said, yeah, he knows him, you would have said that's bad because now you're biased. Yeah. Don't talk over me. And now when he says no, you're like, that's bad because
Gosh,
they could be lying to you. Yeah.
Americans, gosh. Okay, so
Americans, dude, you just said the dumbest thing. You said just because I don't personally know the people that did this that live in Europe, therefore that's bad, right? That makes you sound stupid when you say something like that, and then you want to mock the Americans, right? What's wrong with you, dude?
Okay, can you like please
you
not
can just
say
replicate
offending
it
words
yourself.
because like I want
You
to
just
talk, but I
mocked.
have.
You just mocked Americans for no reason at all.
But I
You
didn't call
bigot.
them stupid.
You're
I
a
just mocked
bigot.
Americans. Yes.
Yeah, but what you
so
said was stupid. I didn't say you're stupid. I said what you said is stupid because your logic is flawed. You said because I don't personally know the people, therefore that's bad. Right? What do you mean?
That's
by
bad.
that?
Yes,
That's ridiculous.
That's bad. Because I would prefer that you know those people personally, because it would be first of all, if I believe you, so I have to believe those people because you know them and you verify them.
What?
And also,
you don't know me though. You don't know that makes
That's-
no sense at all. Your logic is.
I was right. That's why he
It's
freaked
ridiculous.
out on me. I was absolutely right, wasn't I, dude?
Matthew, we're not
Right.
asking you to believe us. That's the whole point here. We're asking you to take this method, go out and check it for yourself.
Yes,
You should
but yes.
absolutely not believe us. That's
He's
our
not even
point.
interested. He's not even interested in the evidence that I just presented, even though he asked for it. Now he's coping and saying because you don't know them personally, therefore it must be incorrect somehow. That's
weird.
That's just ridiculous logic, and you're not interested. You're here in bad faith. I can tell that because you're not interested in even hearing about the test. You're not interested in watching the video. You don't care about it. Okay, you're here to sort of feed your ego or something like that to try to make yourself feel smart. or something, because it doesn't seem like you're here in good faith, actually wanting the
Okay.
empirical evidence that you just asked for. You were just hoping
Okay.
I couldn't present it, I think.
Okay, so I would prefer that you know those guys personally. If you want to know reasons why, that's okay. If you don't know, that's
Okay,
also okay.
which one of who at NASA do you know personally?
No one.
Okay, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Because I have relatives who live in different time zones, and it's hardly explainable. But what you're trying to
Really?
say?
You don't think that you could have time zones on a flat Earth, therefore you know the Earth's a globe because of time zones?
So the like my standpoint here is that every time I try to explain existence of time zones in the flat Earth, it would make different verifiable observations that I get. Of course, like
Okay, like
I
what?
might be wrong.
You
Like
are,
for
yeah.
example, this flattening of the sun. That's what I can verify, and I know that it's completely like it's. I can see the center of the mass moving down. I can see that.
Yeah, okay. So you don't think
and I
that
can
you just
see,
said you can have bottom up obstruction.
and I could
Hold
see
on.
your fallacy with geometry, and you have still did not answer me. Why
what fallacy?
is 3D soft? So
Hold on
in
a
the 3D
second.
software,
Hold on a second.
yeah.
No. Hold on. You just made a claim
Word
and now you're trying to skip past it. So this is, have a look in the side chat. Look at this giant boat. Okay, so this is the boat that I'm going to show you in this observation. Now this person is just standing at the shoreline of the water. Listen, you have a short attention span. You have a short attention span. Try to relax and just focus on what I'm presenting. Okay, see the boat. Can you see the boat in the side chat? It's called the Mandarin Arrow. That's the name of the boat. It's a big giant boat. Okay, and then in the image underneath, that is the same boat. Okay, it's 12.4 nautical miles out into the ocean. That's 14 miles. The person is standing, zooming in on the boat at the shoreline, and the whole bottom of the boat is missing. Kind of like the sun, right? Do you think that this boat is hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
I can see that this boat is very like this like I can see the the atmospherical distortion in this image. Like it's huge. The
Really,
boat.
what atmospheric distortion do you see? It looks exactly like those top sections of the boat there.
Looking at this picture, I can see not a boat but a building standing on the pillars. It's
No,
it's so disturbing.
This is the top of the boat. Look at the boat in the
Yes,
picture.
yes.
And then
I
look
see
at the
that.
picture. Yeah, look at it.
I
It's
see
the
that,
same
but
thing.
the
It's not distorted.
It's
but you
atmospherically so
okay, so you
distorted
just
that I see a
yes,
building
like
on the
the
pillars.
sun, like the sun, like the
Yes,
sun.
like the sun. Yeah, like the sun.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
but you said the sun is proof that it's a globe. But now, not the boat's not proof that it's a globe. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that what you have presented me is very atmospherically disturbed, like the sun. Yes.
Like the sun, but the sun was proof that it's a globe, right? That's what your argument was.
Yes. The sun is globe. Yes.
Okay, but the boat's not. The boat
is not a globe. Yes.
The boat's not. It's not validation. So okay, why is the bottom of the boat missing?
The bottom of the boat is missing, first of all, because of a mirage.
Oh, okay.
You know,
how
it's
did you?
distorted.
What kind of mirage? What kind of mirage are we seeing here?
Oh, I see another picture now that you have sent. Approximately 9:30 a.m. I see that. Okay, yeah.
One thing to the
So
next, to the next, to the
it's a heavy mirage. Like I can see a building on pillars. That's how heavily distorted it is. You know.
What do you mean you can see a building on pillars? This is the top of the boat.
Yeah, but this boat looks like a building on pillars. That's how distorted it is.
No, it looks like the top of the boat in the top picture. It looks exactly
You
the
don't
same.
see like you don't see those pillars.
Okay,
like,
so there's some atmospheric conditions taking place. This is not caused by the curvature of the Earth.
No,
okay,
no,
but the
caused
sun
by the
is, even though there's the atmospheric effects are also taking place with the sun, but the sun is caused by
curvature of the.
Here's the thing. So the atmospheric disturbance in this picture is so insanely huge that it's hard to make other like measurements from this photo.
Okay,
Because
so,
it's
just like
hard
the sun,
to.
right? Like the sun images
Yes,
that we were
yes,
showing you
just like
earlier.
the sun.
That were also
Just like the sun.
okay. So that's also not proof of a globe, is it? Then.
Well, the sun is more easy because it's round and it's like actually going like fast and very far. So with a boat, it's harder because it's not going like infinitely as like. First of all, sun is round, you know. So
What's the shape of the shape doesn't matter. The shape, it could be a diamond. It
the
could be
shape matters.
round. It could be
Yes.
boat shaped.
The shape matters in such measurements because you basically know that it's like it's a circle. When you look at a boat, it's a difficult shape to understand. It's a difficult shape to analyze.
Really,
no?
But you can't see you could see the whole boat. It's boat shape. You can see what the boat looks like, right?
But
and then
it's
you
a
can see that
difficult
the whole
shape to
bottom of the
analyze,
boat's
so
missing. Okay, so
the
boats
sun
over
is-
the boats being obstructed bottom up is not evidence for. Glad we
Hey
could agree
DJ,
on that.
DJ, he just proved that if he was stuck on an island, a deserted island, because of a plane crash, and he was the only one, if he saw a ship out on the ocean, he wouldn't know what it was.
Building on pillars.
It looks like
Look,
it's
there's a
very.
look. There's a building out there in the ocean. One day there was a building that moves. The next day it was gone. The magical building that moves on water. You weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo.
So this
So
is
guys,
what you're claiming, dude. You're claiming the sun's
I
being
would be
hidden
treating
behind a
you,
physical horizon.
why are you slandering me all the time? Like
No, you slandered. You were slandering. You just randomly started slandering Americans right after you said something stupid. So I thought I'd give you a little bit back.
Yeah, so that's
Because you said
after
because I
the-
don't know them, just because I don't know the people, I don't know the engineers that did the laser tests. Therefore,
Yeah.
you're not even going to consider it. You're not even going to look at it, and you ran away from it. You ran away from the test, even though that test completely debunks the globe. You ran away from it because you're not intellectually honest.
brother,
And now you
video
want to
of-
cry. You want to. Now you want to have a whine, right? You want to have a cry and say that you're now you're a victim. You're a victim of abuse in the Flat Earth channel.
video on the internet never proves anything. You know that.
Oh, where
because
does
you
it?
don't believe
Okay, so
NASA.
where should the video be posted if it's not going to be on the internet?
Preferably made by you, and that's the only way.
What would I do
somehow-
with it? How would you ever see the video though? If I'm in a different country and I have the video in my possession, how would I show the video to you?
Yeah, like those things are hard, but it's
How
definitely.
could I show it to anyone? How could I show it to anybody?
It would be preferable if this video was made by you. Although, yes, those scientists
Oh,
could
okay.
be.
Okay, so if it was made by me personally, not by a team of engineers, that would be better. Just some random guy that you're talking to who you don't know at all.
We could just
Yeah,
capture the
don't-
video. We'll just capture the video and we'll narrate it using DJ's voice, and you'll think it was him that did it, and you won't be able to do a damn thing about it. How do you like that?
Yeah, that's how videos on internet work. That's why I don't like them as a proof.
Okay, what if I was to present a video that I made right now instead?
Well,
Would that,
do you have one?
Would that be good?
We can look it up later. Yes.
All right. And that so you would look at a video if I made it, but if anyone else made it, it wouldn't be credible. It's me.
Well, it's your argument because you think that NASA lies. Although,
okay, what if it was a video that a close friend of mine that is in here every single day and owns the server? What if he did the video? Can I present his video? Can I present his
brother,
video?
you can present whatever you want.
Well, I tried to present one, and you said because I don't know the guys personally, therefore you didn't
Yeah.
want to look at the evidence. But okay, now I can present one where I know the guy personally.
Yes, that's a problem, and you know that because videos on the internet are all
I
kinds of
told
bullshit
you, if
everywhere.
you know him or you don't know him, it's a problem.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So
those proof as a video on
all
the
right. So
internet
this
is
video,
like
this next
it's
video,
like
this is
it would
by
be
the
court.
owner of this
It would be
channel.
inadmissible in court probably. So I don't know why would you use it in argument.
I wonder when you're going to stop talking over DJ and listen to what he has to say. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, he doesn't want to. So now that I'm going to present one from Indio 007, okay, who I've known him for about 7 years, and he owns this server or this channel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay, he's in here every day. He's not in here at the moment. He's probably listening. He might pop in. Okay, this is an observation that he did. Is that acceptable?
Yes, but can I ask a question to you to answer? Because I'm trying to ask a question like for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. So why did you like send me this text in the picture that the 3D software using Euclidean geometry is wrong?
I didn't send it.
Why someone sent it? Why is it wrong to use Euclidean geometry?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
3D software.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
sent
sure.
that, and it's because it uses a horizontal plane of reference. And you were trying to use it to prove a globe. The globe does not have a horizontal plane of reference.
Right. But what
Well,
plane are
that's
you
why I
talking
sent
about?
it. That's the answer.
Yes. Okay, so you're not going to answer any more questions.
No, I gave you the answer. Accept it or don't.
Well, I accept it, but I don't understand it. Like what kind of like
Just think about it for
reference
a
are you
little
talking
while.
about?
It'll come to you.
I don't think it will. So
Fair
in
enough. Then
the
we'll
like
move on.
in the 3D software, like what kind of plane of reference are you talking about?
A horizontal one?
As in the alternative to what? Like what you have horizontal and what other do you have?
Vertical.
So you're saying that reality has vertical plane of reference and not horizontal? Like what is the argument here?
Every measurement made in reality references a horizontal plane of reference and vertical. Those don't exist on a globe.
But when you were talking about like references in 3D software, like there is
Or you were
no,
referencing.
yes. So in the 3D software, there's like no planes. Like it's an empty space. You can add there whatever you want. Like there is no plane. Like it's just empty space. You add there whatever you want.
Well, as soon as
And
you add a floor or ground, you're using a horizontal plane.
Right. Okay. I understand. No, I understand. So if I made a like flat space inside the 3D software, and I make a sphere on this plane, I kind of move it away, and I never see it flattens. It's kind of it's actually the opposite.
Can you
because
link it in the chat? Hey, I interrupted a good conversation between you and DJ. He was about to present something pretty good, and I'm stepping away from
This
it. Okay.
guy, yeah. Well, this guy doesn't want to see it. He's doing everything he can to avoid the empirical evidence. So I could try to present it, but I doubt that he's going to be able to focus and go through it. I don't think he even wants to see it. So
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to get through it anyway.
I could try. I mean, it's up to the guy. I think the guy just wants to.
Well, he knows the Earth is flat at this point. Yeah, he knows it's
Yeah.
flat. Now he's just like, this is like, you can hear a super cope coming out of him. Anything possible, he just tries to steer the conversation away from proof.
Matthew may
causes-
not enjoy the coming presentation, but myself and my friend who are listening will enjoy it. There are others in this room who will listen and want to hear it.
Yep, let's go.
Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, so what causes atmospheric refraction? Primarily,
Changes
what's
in
the
the
primary
density.
cause?
Changes of
And what
density.
causes what alters the density? What's the primary controlling factor of the density?
Heat and gravity. Two factors: heat and gravity.
No, the optical density of the air is primarily controlled by heat. Gravity is not anywhere in the any definitions of atmospheric refraction. It's but you are correct. Heat. We can go with heat because it's to do with
you have to understand those are two heat and gravity. Gravity because it's kind of just like in the water. The deeper you go, the more density it is. And heat because the surface is
so
heated.
atmospheric refraction is to do with the optical density of the medium. In this case, we're talking about the medium of air. Okay, so it's to do with the with the refractive index gradient. Okay, which is dominated. It's dominated by temperature. Do you need a citation? Doesn't have anything about gravity at all.
Yeah, it's. I think it's about gravity more than about heat.
Okay, so you can try to find me a citation that backs up what you say. Well, I'm going to read out my citation from the American Meteorological Society.
I understand that citation from Wikipedia do not apply here.
No, this is did I say Wikipedia or did I say the American Meteorological Society, which is a peer-reviewed glossary of meteorological. It's the highest caliber meteorological definitions and terminology that you can find.
Can I see your citation and not supply any of my citation yet?
Yeah, you won't be able to find a citation that backs up what you're claiming, but yeah, I'll absolutely share mine. Okay, so atmospheric refraction. I've even highlighted the section. Okay, so this is the AMS. Okay, refraction by an atmosphere, usually Earth's, as a consequence of refractive index gradients resulting from molecular number density gradients arising from pressure, temperature, and possible. Oh, sorry, did you not hear me? Just
I can read myself. Okay, just
yeah, but you're not okay. So other people are listening to this. This is being streamed on 2 live streams on YouTube, and not everyone can see this little text. It's not all about.
I was supposed to think you were recording this somehow. But cool that you are.
Yeah, see the 2 bots that say YouTube live stream bots top of the channel.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we record all of our conversations. Yeah, we record all of our conversations.
Dude, you're not the center of the universe. Could you please stop interrupting DJ? God.
So atmospheric refraction, a visible. Oh, it would just interrupt me again.
Oh, I was answering this guy.
Atmospheric
I told you wouldn't be
refraction.
able to get through it, DJ. Listen, he's not going to let you get through it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, definitely wasn't. We haven't even got started on it yet. We're just trying to define terms at the moment. So I need to have him agree to some certain things, so he can't deny them later. So right now we're talking about atmospheric refraction, and we have a definition here. Okay, and it says that it's dominated by temperature. Temperature gradients. Do you disagree with this? Right. Sometimes the light can be bent.
Okay, so here's the thing. The first sentence here says that density gradients arising from pressure and temperature. So those are things that I told you: pressure from gravity and temperature as in heat. And
the pressure is caused. The pressure is caused by heat as well. Okay, the pressure.
So it's
the gas.
So this first sentence is from heat and heat.
No, the pressure. Okay, so the reason the gas particles are moving is because of kinetic energy.
You're literally misciting this thing. Like
no,
it says
gas
pressure and
particles.
temperature.
Yeah, so we're talking about the gas pressure. Okay, and the reason that the gas particles are moving is because of kinetic energy, and they don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions.
If you cool down, if you hey, listen, bro. If you cool gas down, what happens to the pressure?
If you cool gas down, the pressure goes down.
Right. If you heat it up,
it goes up.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so the main thing is density. The other parameters like temperature and pressure, it's like secondary things that causes changes in the density.
Yeah. So do you know what optical
temperature?
density is? Do you know what optical density is?
No, I don't. Optical density.
Okay, so even though the pressure, if you have a static system and you can reduce the pressure by lowering the temperature, that's not so we're talking about the optical density. Okay, so where the colder air is, that's when the gas is going to be more dense, more optically dense because the gas particles are more condensed. Okay, they're closer together. It has a higher refractive index. Cold air has a higher refractive index than the warmer air. Okay, if we have a gradient close to the surface, the light is going to deviate towards the cooler air because of the optical density.
So
the
what is
refractive
important
index
is the first sentence says pressure and temperature. Why do you think they would make those two different things if you think it's just the temperature?
Because
because temperature is heat and pressure is what is air pressing on the walls of its container in this situation.
Yes. The temperature changes.
There, he
the
agreed
pressure
right
and,
there, DJ. It's done.
Yes. Guys, okay.
So why does do you agree that sometimes light
the temperature
can
changes temperature changes the pressure, and the pressure changes temperature changes the pressure, and pressure changes density causes refraction, and they saying two things, pressure and temperature, because not all pressure difference
So not
comes
gravity
from
then,
the
not
temperature.
gravity, not gravity.
So pressure comes from both gravity and temperature.
No, gravity makes Earth flat anyway, dude.
How can pressure not be
dude, shut up.
from
Don't talk
gravity?
over me. Don't talk over me. Gravity is flat Earth. That's nothing to do with the ball. That's ours now. I took that away from you guys. Gravity makes the Earth flat. And you either have to debunk me or accept it. That's it. That's all you get now.
Okay, but when you go swimming and you go diving, it's way harder to
So
keep
now
your breath.
water. You want to talk about water now. The water's always flat and level when there's no wind blowing on it.
Yeah, so when you go diving, the deeper
So now
you go,
going underwater. Okay, now we're going under the water.
Yeah, so when you go diving, the deeper you go diving, the harder it is to keep your air in the lungs,
you're not
right?
supposed to be going in water. You're supposed to be in air.
Do you think it happens?
You know
because
why
of,
that does it? You know why water kills you?
difference?
You know why
Or
water
because it
kills you when
happens
you
to-
go? Do you know why water kills you if you go under too long?
I guess.
Because you're not supposed to go underwater that long. What are you fucking retarded, dude?
Well, I don't feel retarded when I talk to you.
You should feel retarded when you talk to me.
Okay. Okay, guys, like it was cool to you. Actually, it was cool to me, to talk to you, but I think it's like,
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm gonna go. Thank you, guys.
Oh, what are you talking about it?
Welcome.
Guys,
Bruh. Yep. The subject matter here is the Earth.
what?
The Earth.
The Earth?
Earth. Yes,
Is
the
it
Earth.
flat or not flat and this kind of stuff?
You experience the Earth to be flat. Yeah, go. Bye. Thank God.
Hello there. Goodbye there. Hello there. Hi, welcome in. If you guys want to practice your English, you can open up your mics and say hello. Well, that's cool too. I'll just practice English all on my own. It's okay. Well, if you guys ever build up the courage to speak, you guys are more than welcome to. I'm sure somebody in here would be more than happy to answer any questions that you guys might have about the topic of the room, being flat Earth. I will be back. Be right back. Holy, I didn't mean to make everybody leave. Guys. Ow. Hello there. Goodbye there. Hey, nobody wants to talk today, huh? Well, if there's any newer flat earthers that don't normally open up their mics, if you guys want to practice debating or practice any arguments, you guys could go away to the lower lats in here. If anybody wants to practice. I promise I won't be as mean as the other Globers.
Interesting. So you think the Earth is flat, do you?
No, it's a ball. The Earth is a ball because every other planet is a ball.
So how do you know that they're a ball?
Because they look like a ball.
They look like a circle.
We have pictures from NASA. They depict them also to be balls as well. They fly around them and moon missions, they fly in an orbit around the satellites, and you can see Jupiter's moon going in orbits around Jupiter, casting shadows and forming balls. And,
It's very
Saturn's
interesting.
rings. Oh yeah.
I've seen pictures of unicorns and Bigfoots too.
Oh. Yeah, my bad. I'm getting food. Sorry. What are you saying? Oh yeah, yeah. So I've never validated those pictures, but we also have sunsets. You can't have that on a flat Earth.
Why do you think they're exclusive to a globe?
Because I can see somebody walking over a curved surface like a hill, and I could see them begin to be obstructed bottom us because of the way the surface of that hill is.
Wait, run that by me again. You saw what obstructing bottom up?
Oh, I can like watch my friend walk over a hill because the hill is curving. I can watch my friend begin to become obstructed bottom up because of the curvature of that hill.
You could do that on a flat surface as well. Take a camera to a Home Depot, put that camera on the floor, and you can walk away from it and you'll start disappearing bottom up.
Sure. I mean, we also have other things too, like like satellites. Oh wait, hold on. We got somebody else. Yo, Casey, can you help me out, bro?
Hello.
Hey, so I'm a
Hello, how
globe
are you?
believer. I was just trying to talk to these flat earthers. You know, I'm trying to tell them that the Earth is a globe, but it's not really working. Do you think you could help me out with your best globe proof?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just I
Oh,
join
okay.
to see what happened.
Okay. Well, do you think the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's flat?
No, I think is not flat.
Okay, perfect. Like, why do you think that? So you can just tell these guys, and then they're gonna, I want you to tell them because I tried telling them mine, but it didn't really work. So that's what I was wondering if you could tell them why you think that the Earth is a ball.
Okay. Just I need to take 1 minute to think about it.
Oh yeah, for
Which
sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
okay.
I think the guy's name Travis. Yeah, I think he was the dude that was talking to me earlier. Who can take your questions if he's still here.
Yeah, Casey. What makes you think you're on a ball?
Because the
Especially a ball that's wobbling, tilting, spinning, and blasting around the sun at like 67,000 miles an hour. It's like a rocket ball.
yes, I think it's like a ball because the all the rules of physics we make we take I don't know. I forgot.
Well, what part of physics or science would make you think you're on a ball?
Like Newton, rule of Newton.
What about Newton?
I don't know.
Well, to be honest, that's kind of a bad argument because Newtonian gravity has been outdated for like over 100 years. They don't even use mass attracting mass for the mainstream top level of physics. They say it's the bending and warping of space time now.
I see a video on YouTube who explain the all thing you can to find about this problem. If you want to share to you.
You want to share a video? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, for you.
Sure. What is it?
Okay.
And did you watch it already beforehand?
Yes. It's very they have good resource.
Very
Did you
cool.
post it into
Can you?
the side chat?
Yeah. Can you like summarize it for us or post it?
Wait.
Thank you.
Oh, but there is no traduction. It's only for Arab.
You can't post the link there.
Yes, yes. There is no caption or traduction to English. Very bad. Yes, sorry.
Why don't you can download the video and then make your own translation and upload it yourself.
Oh, okay. But the video have 1 hour.
What
It's very
language
long
is
video.
it?
Arabic.
Interesting. I think I'm going to have a pretty good Arabic spoken video for you in just a minute. Hold on, let me find it.
Okay.
And post it anyway. We have friends who speak Arabic. It's fine.
Thank you.
Heck, now would be a good time for one of them to be in here. Damn.
Can you see that one, Casey? Did you get the link? I tagged you in it.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, you should check that out. Super interesting. Is that the correct language?
Yes, this is about my language. This is correct
Sweet.
language.
Watch that bad boy and come back and talk to us about it.
Okay. Just there is a caption about the video. If you want to share it to you.
Yeah, I'll make you a deal. If you're gonna link me an hour-long video and you want me to watch it, you got to watch an hour of that video I shared, and I will
Yes,
watch it. If you
yes, I will watch you. But it's okay. 2 hour.
It
I will
doesn't have
watch
to
you.
be right this minute, obviously. You can come back or just we can chat, but then come back tomorrow or when you get a chance and you actually watch it. And we can
Yes,
talk
tomorrow
about it.
is okay. Tomorrow is good. Thank you. Have a good day. I will come tomorrow.
Yeah, cool. Right on, Casey. Talk to you later. Figures. First 15 seconds of the video he shared has like the pizza in space with the big ice wall and water dripping over the side. Lots of straw man nonsense.
Sounds like McToon the other day.
Oh, absolutely. He couldn't stop talking about Gleason's like it was every flat earther's model. And we are like, dude, that's not our model. And you just kept trying to present it over and over.
You're the best. Thank you for being you. Keep up the great work.
Any flat earther ready for 2 questions from AI about the globe?
Yeah, let's go. I can listen.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, number 1. If gravity does not exist and objects fall because the Earth is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared, why doesn't the Earth eventually reach the speed of light after 1 year of constant acceleration? What exactly is pushing the entire flat plane upward forever?
Unicorns and um, speed is relative. How about that?
Nice,
And
nice.
dragons.
Hobbits? Next question from AI. On a flat plane, why does the sun appear to set below the horizon and then rise again the next day from why does it rise again the next day from roughly the opposite direction instead of just moving further away? Oops, sorry. I'm going to start that again. On a flat plane, why does the sun appear to set below the horizon and then rise again the next day from roughly the opposite direction instead of just moving further away and coming back the same way?
What?
We see it moving further away. It's obviously trained on so much garbage data. It's hilarious. It's like obviously that the sun moves away. How come on a globe, the atmosphere dims the sun by 23,000 times, but it doesn't dim much weaker stars by 23,000 times? From their position overhead to directly above the horizon. They come at us. They have claims of how they perceive things and how they sort of look a certain way if you have a certain bias, right? And then we rebut, and we've got data, we've got hard facts, objective data.
Here's some of the other top 10 questions AI says to ask a flat earther. I'll start at the top. If the Earth is a flat disk, why do ships disappear hull first over the horizon instead of just getting smaller and smaller until they're too tiny to see?
Funny, it's just going to basically give you the standard script.
Next one. How does the flat Earth model explain why different constellations are visible in the north versus the south, and why the Southern Cross is never visible from the northern US or Europe? Next, if Antarctica is an ice wall surrounding the entire flat Earth, Why have commercial flights and even tourist flights regularly flown over parts of Antarctica? And why do GPS tracks and flight paths match a spherical Earth rather than a disk with an ice? Oh my God, I cut out again. I'm sorry. If Antarctica is an ice wall surrounding the entire flat Earth, why have commercial flights and even tourist flights regularly flown over parts of Antarctica? And why do GPS tracks and flight paths match a spherical Earth rather than a disk with an ice perimeter?
Because the coordinates are curved.
How does the flat Earth model account for the measurable Coriolis effect, which causes weather systems and long-range artillery to deflect predictably in opposite directions in each hemisphere if there is no rotating spherical Earth?
Yeah, they just declare it's measurable. And they declare that it's happening. Doesn't mean it really is. Let's see the data.
Why do thousands of photos from weather balloons, high altitude aircraft, and private space companies consistently show a curved horizon at 100,000 plus feet? And why do flat Earth explanations for this, fisheye lens, window curvature, etc., fail when the exact same cameras show no curvature at ground level or low altitude?
Those exact same cameras should not be used in a freezing cold, high altitude, near vacuum environment. And also, if there was curve, it shouldn't be seen the way it's presented from that altitude. And that's a geometric fact.
You know, I'd also say they're cherry picking from when the lens warps the image from concave to convex and back and forth.
Well, then don't give us that data point in the first instance.
And now I have some questions with AI, being the flat earther asking a globe believer. Number one, if Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting at 67,000 miles per hour, why can't we feel any motion whatsoever? Not even a slight breeze or dizziness. Yet you claim we're also claim we're hurtling through space at million miles of hour. Where's the proof? You know, every time somebody comes in the room, it moves my mic. It moves my mic button and it stops.
Travis, you keep cutting in and out. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome.
If the Earth is flat, how are we alive, mate?
How would you be alive if it were round, mate? Well, don't be afraid.
I think that's it. He's got nothing else.
No,
Welcome
guys,
to the
listen,
floor of the
listen.
universe. So you're standing on the
If
ground
the,
and the lights in the
listen,
sky. Listen to me. Listen.
if
The
the
lights in the sky.
Earth
Do you
is
see anything
flat,
overhead?
we can't because if we're alive, we're not flat.
You have absolutely no idea what you're saying. This isn't a meme or a troll or anything. This isn't some game. If you'll listen, you might learn something.
Nigga, I don't want to learn something from you. You don't know anything.
You're an
So why'd you even
ignorant
come
little
here?
child. You're a child. Go to bed, kid. You don't know how anything works. You could have learned something, but continue on with your ignorance. You're not welcome here anymore. You were dismissed. Goodbye.
Oh, it's you. It's been a long time.
That one left too. Never mind.
Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Flat Earth is going to live rent-free in your head for the rest of your life.
All right. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they have to jump to using some kind of expletive. Can't just have a conversation, hang out a little bit, whatever. You get it. Even though you troll a bit yourself. All right then.
Are there any other Globers here?
Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. The Earth is not a Pizza Planet space frisbee. It's not a disk in space. The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped. Do you have any questions about the Earth?
Hello, are there any Globers here?
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, your mic sounds really crackly. Your mic sounds really crackly.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Testing. Is it staticky or crazy sounding?
No, it still sounds static.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Family is. Not me specifically. No, I don't. I just said I'm not from Russia.
Listening is important.
Jesus, are you a flat earther? How long ago have you understood the Earth to be flat for? Okay. And what made you realize that the Earth was not a ball? I think you're referring to Obama saying he doesn't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. Referring to a specific group of people.
Yeah, say that again. When the president what? I didn't quietly hear what.
He's saying he realized the Earth wasn't flat, or sorry, wasn't round when the president. I'm pretty sure it was Obama 10 years ago who said, "I don't have a meeting for the sorry, I don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society."
Well, because of what Obama said, you decided to look into flat Earth.
I mean, yeah, you could always question. I strongly believe you should always question authority.
Not just authority, question everything because it's your human right to question everything. Don't just take anybody's word for it. Don't just believe what anybody say. Just test their claim. Because once you test their claim, you know for yourself if it's true or not.
Gotta trust everything. I'm trying to find that original clip where Obama mentions the Flat Earth Society and mentions Rob Simmons, Blue Marvel. Right. Been looking for the original unedited.
Hello, Flat Earth Alaskan Malamute.
Yeah.
How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I just got back from work.
Me too.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, so I got back very late.
Been at
What
work
time?
most
Oh,
all
it's
day.
10 to 11 now. PM.
It's almost 7
Yeah.
p.m. here.
Oh, it's 7 PM for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just been working and focusing on work. That's it. I'm just enjoying life, enjoying 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best show on earth.
There's no Globers in here, is there?
There was earlier, but now I think it's a bit quiet now. Man. Maybe just wait for some Globers or somebody to ask some questions.